All right.
right.
We're live.
Yeah, no special intro this time. We're going to be on too long for that stuff.
We just roll it every hour to the hour. Welcome, everyone, to the 24-hour live stream Server Apocalypse.
I still don't know how I talked you into this, Alex, but I'm so happy I did.
And just to we're starting off strong. 13 people in the stream, which is the highest number we've ever had, even higher than our normal regular live stream. So exciting. Thank you all for joining. We have an action, and I really do mean action-packed agenda for you. So we are going to be talking with 24 wonderful members of the Atlassian community throughout the next 24 hours. And so special thanks to everybody that agreed to come put us out of our misery, so that otherwise we were just going to be here talking by ourselves. And
so I don't know if we could stand each other that long.
Jaime, thank you very much for being the first one. You get to set the stage for everybody else.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So, I kind of like to think of this 24-hour live stream as the equivalent of an Irish wake, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of stories of Server, a lot of remembering of Server. Unfortunately for us, or at least me, no alcohol involved. The drink of choice is going to be coffee. So,
or Monster.
Speak for yourself, man. Some water here.
So,
I got my emotional support water bottle, people.
There you go. So Joanna actually has a question, and I'm going to highlight it before we kind of center our attention to Jaime. So Joanna is asking, is the ball dropping in New York? And it kind of feels that way, because what we wanted to do is we wanted to see if we could capture that moment almost like New Year's Eve celebrations, where you kind of start off by the international dateline, and as you follow the sun, it'll eventually settle out to Pacific time zone. So little did we know that we would be doing this in the middle of, Valentine's Day here in the US. So
it's not just Valentine's Day, though. It's a rare event. We have both Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday on the same day.
That's true.
Huh. True.
And my birthday eve. Which I really thought we were going to do this live stream on my birthday, but I'm glad we're here now. We're some of it's going to be on my birthday, so we'll get to celebrate a few hours. Come back in 24 hours, people.
And when's the actual? Is there like a specific time second that under the end of life server? What's the exact time?
I believe it depends on the specific server's time zone setup. But I think the official time Atlassian is observing is Pacific time.
Okay.
Which is not yet, which would have been great information to have, Rodney. Jaime, let me walk
you through. But then how can I talk you into this?
Jaime, let me tell you how we got to this endeavor and doing a live stream the day before. Okay, because this is all supposed to happen on the 15th, and I'm going to hold a grudge on Rodney for like the rest of my life here. But
I can live with it.
As we all know, server end of support is coming up, right? And it's on the 15th. And Rodney's like, hey, we should do this, as King Bob explained, right? On a rolling basis, time zone by time zone, as each time zone enters. And then we got to thinking, well, here on the West Coast, where I'm at, we're like one of the last few time zones to enter the 15th. So by the time we were to stream for like a West Coast convenience, or even a US convenience for that matter, half the world would already be on the 16th. So here we are, one day ahead, because the rest of the world apparently works a little bit better than
that. Doesn't mean potentially you're doing a 36-hour stream if you're not
No.
I'm old man.
But be fair, when we say the rest of the world is living in the future, that's one way we mean it.
and that actually...
Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, that actually makes for some interesting conversations. We will be talking with some of our APAC guests, such as Stu Lees from Revise, who lives over in New Zealand. He's actually going to be one of the first to tell us of the future. And Sajid Nair.
Yeah. But another interesting thing. So I just went to community.atlassian.com, and I'll present my screen here. And I think, for all fairness, on a technicality, I think my prediction that Atlassian's going to push the date is technically true, because this is on their website right now, 48 hours until servers end.
But was this posted 48 hours ago?
I went right now, man. I'm hitting refresh on their screen. This is what they got live on their site. So I would say less than 48 hours to go. That means that by my prediction that they were going to push the date.
Let me see if I see the same thing.
Because again, Jamie's already in the future.
I am.
Jaime, it's already the 15th where you're at, or not yet?
No, it's 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m. on the 14th still.
But it
also says 48 hours for me. I guess, Japan and Australia and those places.
Yeah, they're already on the 15th.
Yeah, we've already had comments saying it's the 15th for them before we even started.
But I'm going to take the win here, guys. I'm going to take it. My prediction was true.
How did I know that you wouldn't take the win?
I mean, Alex, the technicalities even pile up more. I wasn't going to tell you this, but if you are in the middle of a cloud migration now, Atlassian is offering limited time up to 1 year server licenses.
Really?
Yep.
Do you?
That will, yeah. If you're actually going to an enterprise plan, Atlassian is offering what they call a dual use license, and basically that dual use license includes support for your server environment while you are migrating to cloud. So if you are on a big migration, you will still receive support on your existing server environments, even after today / tomorrow / yesterday, whatever. Until you are moved over onto server. This is to say, though, you have basically about a year. So everything ends February 15th, 2025.
Period.
We're not doing it for 365 days, guys.
And then Jimmy is actually chiming in here with the support, but no patches, though. So I'm
not if you get a CVE out in the middle of that, have fun.
Yeah. And you know they're coming. They will come. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So Jaime, why don't you tell us a little bit about you? I've never actually met you.
Yeah, we've only talked through LinkedIn. I wanted to start by saying, going a little nostalgic, and I think all of you probably have interesting, fond memories of the first time you interacted with Jira, and I bet that was Server, right, back in the day. And that was my case. It wasn't that long ago. It was 2017. It feels long ago though, because I've had several jobs and different things, and I've had 2 kids in this time, and so on. So a very different person back then. But still, I remember I started using, and this was for a very specific project. I was working at a startup, not even in the Atlassian world, obviously. My boss at that time, it was a very, very small shop. He had to communicate with developers were all outsourced in India, and he had to basically send all the requirements to these guys, and he wanted to be super detailed. And one day he said, "We're going to start doing this. I found the perfect thing for this job." And we opened the laptop, I went into Jira, and started creating issues in there. And I was used to project management tools, right? And this felt like a completely different language. It was like somehow starting talking alien because it wasn't visual exactly. It was like just a number of you could just add requirements and requirements and requirements, and it was very, very nice how you could capture things and record them and then find them again. But it was all kind of lists of issues, which was very, very unique for me at the time, right? And I have these very, very exciting memories of like, oh wow, this is completely a different thing. And that was the reason why I started with having some Jira experience back in the day, and I remember something also that was very surprising to me is that my boss told me, well, actually, if we install this on our server, and our product owner just did that, this is free for us, and we can run it forever. And I was like, oh, that's fantastic. Right, so that's how my journey with Jira Server started back in the day. A very, very small kind of team, not a lot of collaboration because it was this very specific thing that we wanted to do.
What year was that?
This was in 2017.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I think data center already existed and cloud for sure existed already. But yeah, it was my landing in this planet. And then I started working at after that, I found a job at a solution partner, Dacer, in Spain. And I worked for them for some time. And then I learned all about Jira Software, Jira Cloud, Data Center, Confluence, and whatnot. Oh, look, a Jaime.
That would explain. I saw a comment on LinkedIn about the Dacer clan.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
exactly.
That doesn't make sense, but now it makes a lot of sense.
And Owen just commented. He's also a friend from that time from Dazer. Yeah, Dazer is a family, right? So all of them, they're family. And I know that Fede is gonna be the last one in the show, so it's a nice sandwich I can put it. Starting with my former Dazer guy, 24-hour sandwich. Yeah,
With Human in the middle, it's double-decker sandwich.
Say that again? I missed the pun.
With Human in the middle, it's a double-decker sandwich.
Yeah, because Human's gonna be in here like 4 a.m. I think our time or something.
Yeah.
Like that. It'll be a while. Enjoy the energy now, because I can't guarantee it's gonna be there 23 hours later.
There you go. And Owen is in with Theodora, right?
Theodora, yeah.
Yeah, Theodora.
Theodora?
I think we're gonna have to just do it all in Spanish when we get to Fede and Human there.
You probably could, just to make it interesting, and even with Lamech on the sheet as well. So just kind of really make it truly international by having it in Spanish. I will gladly abstain at that point.
But can we have 10 minutes in Chinese as well with somebody else? That would be interesting.
I don't know if we have anybody else that speaks Chinese. So
there's someone in my team, Huyi, our partner manager.
We got Andy's got, what is it, Dutch or whatever? What does he speak?
Andy knows.
Andy speaks several languages.
Yeah,
he speaks quite a few.
He speaks Spanish as well.
He tries to speak Spanish.
He tries to speak Spanish.
Alex,
he can.
Alex, multiple of us here try to speak Spanish.
Hey, I can speak Spanish. I just tell people my Spanish is from the streets, and it's definitely not like Jaime's Spanish.
No, definitely not. I bet.
So my Spanish could beat up your Spanish in the schoolyard and take its lunch money.
Something like that. Well, that would be Jaime's Spanish, because Jaime's yours. That's why I asked my wife, like, is it Spanish? And she was like, yeah, because mine's like Mexican.
Yeah,
Spanish.
I'm Spanish from Madrid. Yeah. So
yeah.
we do the and the S.
Laura from Dizer, I spoke to her almost 2 years ago now, and she's like, Spanish Castellano, and I was like, what? I've never heard of Castellano.
Castellano, yeah, that's kind of.
Well, now I know what Castellano is. I even used it in conversation with some lady that I met at the park one time, and she was speaking Spanish, and it was like, I'm like, you got the Castellano Spanish, you got the fancy Spanish. Mine's just the poor people Spanish.
They're all pretty. I really like Colombian, for example. That's a very nice accent.
So Jaime, the first partner that you were with was Dacer, and
Yes.
now you're with Resolution. So what do you do for Resolution?
With Resolution, we're a small company, so I wear different hats. But by my expertise is content marketing, and I also do product marketing. I'm sorry, I'm the product owner for a couple of our cloud apps as well. We have this distributed, ownership between some of the marketing people, also our product owners, because we have, I don't know how many apps. I always forget, like
Yeah,
28 apps or something like that. We have more apps than people in the company, so we have to take shifts to take care of them.
I am familiar with how I first heard about Resolution was single sign-on, right?
Sure.
And that has a basis in oh, there you go. and that has a basis in server and data center, right? If you want to do SSO, especially SAML-based SSO, you're really going to have to look at the Atlassian marketplace to do so. And just kind of looking through, and top of, almost near the top of the list is Resolution.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the first plugin for doing single sign-on that was published in the marketplace back in 2013. It's one of those stories of right thing at the right place in the right time. The story we always tell is Chris, our founder. He developed the plugin because he was too lazy to sign in every time, right? So then he shared it with his buddies, and everyone started using it at his company. Eventually, he said, "Okay, perhaps somebody else is going to find this interesting." And it became at some point, he decided to do a spin-off based off that small project that he had done a few years back. And it's still the biggest part of our business, because we have thousands of customers. And lots of them in data center, of course. Like all of them have. We may have lost some from server to cloud, but we kept a lot of them going from server to data center. Absolutely. For us, saying goodbye to server is sad, but we are happy that we still have the data center people, data center folks. We still have a team dedicated to these apps. They call themselves very proudly the legacy team. They keep working on that. And we also have some other apps related to all the user management world. Specifically, UserSync is an app that goes hand in hand with SAML SSO, because with SAML SSO you authenticate, and with UserSync you provision users when you sync with the ADB. By the way, somebody's asking about TJL memes, and I wanted to ask you if you're gonna do any server apocalypse swag.
Do not do with Sajid. Sajid's life goal is to just ruin my life.
No,
okay,
I don't know. Well,
I thought that was my goal.
No, but
I believe the words, Alex, you used were torture. That Rodney and I were good for you for torture. And we look at it as just kind of like, drill sergeants, or those kind of life coaches that you absolutely hate while they're making you do something you completely detest. But with hindsight, you realize that we're just making you a better person. But Jaime brings up an interesting point of, should there be a limited run of Server Apocalypse merch? So, he's planting the seed, and I'm going to let him plant that seed. Oh,
yes,
look,
I think
Atlassian is actually echoing our points there. So even Atlassian thinks that we're just being a life coach.
So Jaime, you guys are going to be sponsoring my Team 24 stickers, and I've given you guys the logo. So I'm just going to toss over the Jira Life logo over to you guys too, and I'll let your artistic department team come up with something.
Oh, I see,
Okay,
James.
well.
Oh, I see this. Sponsored everybody stickers. So you guys don't know, Jaime and Resolution are also sponsoring the Jira Guy stickers as well. So you could get a complete set if you go to the Resolution booth.
We are doing also our own stickers, and we have we have a lot of them. So yeah, it's gonna be fun having all those stickers.
You know what? I
You know,
dropped the
around.
ball. I should have just started, over the next hour, like put on all my resolution shirts that I have.
I was going to say, I was going to echo that point. The other thing that I know about Resolution is that they have the best
Coolest.
T-shirts anywhere at Team. I mean,
I still at least once a week wear my RTFM shirt from Resolution.
I love that one.
That one's a cool one.
I'm not sure I could actually say what that stands for on YouTube, but
We're not monetized yet, so I think you can say it.
Read the fundamentals manual.
there we go.
Yeah,
I like that
fundamentals. Yeah, let's go with that word. There's no other word that would fit there in English. None.
I don't think so. No.
Flipping?
Yeah, they're popular because I think we just decided a long ago that we will not do product related T-shirts. I mean, we have some for our own, but they're all like, just fun T-shirts. We also have like one with Stack speak to the rubber duck, so I like wearing that as well. There's many of them.
We actually we have a lot of ideas for T-shirts, and so I opened up a post on LinkedIn, like 3-4 months ago now, kind of soliciting ideas, and so we got a lot of cool ideas that are coming out of there. So I might have to share some of these with Resolution, see what we can do together.
We have a shop. It's not a shop where people would buy, but we just give vouchers, and then you can just do your order and get, and that's super comfortable.
Yeah, that's how I got all my shirts, because I do. So they sponsored a lot of the videos last year, so I wore a different shirt for each video. During that last year, so.
But guys, why was your? I kind of hinted at that question, didn't make it. What's your first memory of using Jira Server or?
I hated it. I hated it. I came from TFS. I came from the world where everything was integrated into the developer tool, and so from within Visual Studio, which is the developer tool, you could access your board and you can create the stories and you can do everything from within that thing, and it was all unified, and all your testing was unified, and everything was just self-contained. And I remember when I first came to Jira, I'm like, here's the URL for Jira. Then you got to go to Confluence, and then Bitbucket's over here, and then Crucible's over there, and then Fisheye is over here. I was like, why in the world am I going to 5 different places to do the thing I used to be able to do in one? So I hated it like the plague. My first.
I will speak from the alternate place. That alternate place being IBM Rational. And
anything's better than Rational.
at that point, IBM Rational had Rational Team Concert, which was a kind of that single tool amalgamation. It did source control. It did issue tracking, and so it did. It could loop in with Doors Next Generation for requirements management, tie in. Also with test manager or quality manager to do this thing, and it worked kind of, and so I was and its popularity was kind of waning because it was expensive. It was really, really expensive, and so Atlassian is starting to come upon the scene. This was roughly about 2013 or so that I saw, and what I could see was, okay, let's give this Jira a shot. And at the time, they had the they had the $10 server licenses, 10 users.
That's what I was gonna say. That's my second favorite memory. Is that it was
And that's what kind of lured me in, is I could see about running this, and from my background in IBM Rational, it was like, oh, well, this is a Java program, on top of Tomcat. I know how to do this, and so it was kind of it was familiar to me, and I could set this up, and for $10 just play around with it and see how it really, really worked. And so that's what kind of moved me, or moved my expertise from IBM Rational over to Atlassian and Jira.
But I mean, it was a no-brainer back then, right? You're talking $10 over like millions of dollars at IBM.
Exactly.
And even TFS, like TFS was not cheap. TFS, I had a TFS outage one day, and their support was like some $350 an hour back then or something.
Yeah.
And I was on a call for 17 hours. You start multiplying that number, right? I got in a lot of trouble that day. It wasn't cheap. It was not cheap. But eventually I grew. I like the diversity. Now I like the whole fact that it's its own tool. Because then what all the other tools were like iTunes, right? Like they were just like, it does too much that it doesn't do anything well. And I like that Atlassian.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to appreciate the fact that Atlassian's like, each tool has its purpose.
Yeah.
You only get the tools you need for your purpose. If Bob is one extreme and Alex is the other with their first experience, I'm probably somewhere in the middle. So my first experience, I was looking for a new job inside my company because my current job was having me travel just way too much. I mean, there was months where I was only home Saturday and half a Sunday.
Wow.
And then I'd be, it was like a month straight of this. It's like, I can't be doing this. I'm trying to build a life here. Can't do that if I'm not actually here. So I was looking for another job, and the one they had available was a Linux administrator to manage development systems. The company was very, very all in on Scrum. Even the CEO team was doing Scrum Agile, all in. But B, they were also very much a Microsoft camp. All our products run on Microsoft. All our teams run Microsoft. I run Windows Server. We don't like Linux. So I was the one guy in this company who said, hey, I do know Linux too, by the way. So probably not my best move, but it worked out for me. I get to the new job. They're giving me the grand tour within this company. And it's like, this is your server room. These are all your systems. This is your build system. This is your Perforce system. This is your storage. And this is Jira. Figure it out because you're getting the tickets tomorrow. And by the way, we want our test system upgraded within a week.
Whoa.
That reminds me of that one scene in Silicon Valley when they have that like stereotypical IT dude taking them to the data center, and he's like, this is your server. This one's also your server. And then, like, rows upon rows upon rows of servers. And they're like, these are all your servers. They're like, we get it.
I mean, this was a small server room. It had like maybe 5 racks. This was about as homegrown as you could get. There were some servers that I dated back to 2001 in that room. So old servers, long lifespan. We had already done the P2V, physical to virtual, on the Jira server. So it was kind of our backup to our virtual server, our VM at the time. But no, I started digging into documentation, and I'm like, I know how to run Java apps. I run Minecraft. I run Minecraft servers. I know how to do Java. I didn't even know what I didn't know yet.
And then you nuked it all by doing your -RF?
No, that was Perforce I nearly nuked by doing the change mod. I will say this, Phil, the sysadmin I was replacing knew his stuff. The Jira server configuration was immaculate. The server room was immaculate. Everything was labeled. all the parts were put up and labeled and organized, all that. So as far as having to learn on the fly, I had no better example to learn from. But yes, it was a little posh. Also, Atlassian's in here talking about Minecraft servers. But no, that was my first experience with it. It was very much diving into the deep end. But I said the one thing I've always been able to do is teach myself, and so I just dove into documentation and started doing.
So I have a little bit of a diversion here, and Fede has entered the chat, and he has entered Hey Caps, and I'm wondering, out of the four of us, who he could be possibly talking about. This really isn't me.
It's me.
Okay. Is there are we allowed to hear the story of how you came to be known as Caps?
I'm Jaime Capitel, which is actually Capitel is actually a nickname that somebody gave to my great grandfather, but that's another story. And yeah, short from Jaime Capitel is Capi, and Capi, and Fede decided that he wants to call me Caps.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah,
So
sometimes I get Capitan also a lot, like Captain, which is just variations, and even stranger variations of Capi and Capital.
Oh, Captain,
So
my captain.
I'm almost curious if we should get the Avengers Endgame memes with on it Cap and just send it off to you.
Yeah, please do. That would be a nice meme to have.
So yeah, we talked about how everyone was their first experience with Jira Server.
Talk about their
How
last.
did everyone learn about the end of life announcement? Because I know I have my story. But I want to hear everyone else's.
My story was Rodney wrote up an article about
You see, that was after a whole week of me doing my own thing and having to deal with this.
So my story is very.
Go ahead, Alex.
I was gonna say, my story is very biased because I left the server life in 2020, and I've never looked back. And so it wasn't until I re-met with you in 2022 that you're like, hey, there's this server thing that's still on. I thought it was just I thought all of them were just server. I didn't even know data center was a thing.
Oh wow, yeah. For us, I don't remember exactly, but I remember for us at resolution, it was like, oh my god, because but I think at that time around 60% of our customer base was in server, or even more, and so that was critical. It was really like life or death. How we reacted to that was so important. So we just got hands on and started strategizing and deciding how we were going to do, and it really shifted a lot of our priorities to. We were innovating a lot to create cloud apps and push them and do marketing around them. And it was much more about, okay, we need to make sure that everyone who is going from server, away from server, if they want to go to data center, that they see us as their preferred SSL solution. And we spent months on that. And it seems like it did well because, yeah, it's now it's the opposite. I think, well, the opposite is even more than that. We have no server customers anymore, essentially. And there's some, though. It's like marginal, some of them. Like, I don't know the exact number, but some of them are still there. I wonder for how long. And everything else is data center on premise, for, of course.
All right. Bob?
What about you, Bob?
What about me? So I was working for an Atlassian partner, not my present partner. I'm not my present partner. And I heard the news, and usually stuff like this makes the tech news, right? You see something that's on LinkedIn or Twitter, and it's just obviously I had to click on it. And then probably about a week later, there's Rodney's blog article coming in. So, and my first thought was, oh, you can fill in the rest. And because at that point, at the partner I was working for, half the clients were on server. I mean, it was of the on-prem, it was mostly server. It was just a smattering of data center. One or two were big enough that they were on data center, and then there were a few. The other half was cloud. And so to kind of say, okay, we're gonna in 3.5 years, we're gonna be saying bye-bye to server. And I just couldn't fathom that. It was just like, wow, that's a lot of work. But
that was my same reaction that I had. Because I worked defense contractors, and we had server only, and because you got to own your data and you got to own everything, right? You're accountable to the U.S. government for every bit.
And there's no FedRAMP bill.
Yeah, FedRAMP's like, FedRAMP. I'm probably gonna retire, and FedRAMP will probably be here. But yeah, no, it was just like this thing. I was like, wow, every defense contractor that I know, or anybody that's like a subsidiary of the government, at least here in the U.S., like they're screwed. That was my first gut reaction.
Yeah, in Spain it was also like that. Like there was data center was very, very marginal. It was all server and some cloud, but only like smaller companies, startups, stuff like that.
I'd be really curious. 300,000 customers that Atlassian has. Like, I would love one day to see like that distribution of like how many are Jira, Confluence, how many are cloud, server.
Well, I know that on the financial record that they on the financial report they just did, they did break it down, but in terms of like cloud and server and data center, but not of the actual product mix.
Yeah, and the cloud numbers are very skewed because you also have like Trello and you have everything there, right? It's not just the original Atlassian family.
And this was the first quarter. This was the first financial quarter that they added Loom in there as well. So the Loom customers skew to cloud.
Yeah. There's a lot of that.
I find it so funny that so many of your stories are like, and then I saw Rodney's article. Because by then I had already been freaking out for a week.
Yeah. No, I definitely found out earlier than that.
So I was also working for another partner, not the same partner that me and Bob currently work for. And
that I don't work for. Just for the record. For the record.
I will get you right for deep.
I don't know which one you're going to dominate on first. Me becoming a community leader or me working over there?
Yes.
Yes to both.
No, I got someone linked the article that they had put onto the partners channel or partners page saying, hey, this is what our plans are. We're going to release this in a week, just so you know, so you have time to figure out what you want to do. And I start reading through this, and the more I start reading this, the more I start panicking. Because not only was I working for a partner, mostly doing server work, but also I had just started this blog. It was maybe a year old, a little over a year old at this time. It was starting to get some traction, but most of my articles were sysadmin articles. And Atlassian was very clearly doing the left hard turn to cloud, which makes all those articles useless.
Yeah.
So I did not sleep at all that night. I think that's actually when I set up my Patreon initially, was the panic I was feeling about what am I going to do? How am I going to continue? Because I want the Jira guy to continue on to be a thing, but this big thing. And then the next day, I get the news, oh, Someone from Atlassian leaked the article to the press that we are announcing this now, not in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
Nikki's here.
hey, Nikki. Just
Jaime,
reliving
what-
my own panic from 3.5 years ago. Never mind
Jaime-
my trauma here. So
Jaime,
I'm like,
what is your top prediction here for 2024 from Team 24?
are you asking me?
Yeah, what do you think Atlassian's gonna? How can they innovate? What do you think they'll drop on us? Because that whiteboard feature blew my mind last year.
oh, that whiteboard.
It's cool. There's a lot of competing really nice products though. I use FigJam a lot, which feels great, and Mira also has evolved a lot. I think you need those things already. I think for sure they're gonna keep working on Atlassian Intelligence, because I feel that it's very promising, but it's still just very promising, not like really very helpful at the current stage. But every time I test it, it's a bit better. But every time I test it, it's still frustrating. It doesn't do exactly what I would want it to do, right? I think that has such a long journey ahead of it. And what I envision is, I don't know how many years, I don't know how many months, but I think at some point we may not be interacting with Jira and Confluence through the UI. We may just be instructing Jira what to do, right? So update my issue, find this thing, do this and that, give me a report through voice, right? And I think AI is such a fundamental piece in that, and maybe the last step towards bringing all the products back in, that they're a more connected experience. Because Alex, you've learned to love the how each product is cut out, but it also feels disconnected sometimes still for many people. I think that's for sure something that's going to be in. I don't have any other things at the top of my mind, to be honest.
You don't think they'll drop like? Okay, let me rephrase it. What functionality do you think Atlassian will introduce that like they bought off of a partner or a vendor today?
Or just choose to compete with a vendor.
Yeah, like what cool thing do you think Atlassian like will foray themselves into? What would make Jira better?
So
I don't.
think there's
I don't
I think
have a
there's gonna
candidate.
be yeah. Sorry, go ahead,
Go
Jaime.
ahead. No, I don't.
So
I
I
don't
think
have
there's
any
gonna
good
be
ideas.
I actually think the good ideas are not going to come from Atlassian, as Alex said. The good ideas are going to be coming from up and comers. And I think Atlassian is positioning themselves really, really well through Atlassian Ventures, where I mean, basically anybody that's come up with some sort of app idea can get VC money from Atlassian, and then all of a sudden, they may find Atlassian may find themselves, you know what? That's so good that we may just buy the rest of your company, and
Yeah.
that becomes part of it. And so,
Yeah.
I'm struggling right now to remember
I
some
have
of
a
the
couple
AI
of
based.
examples. Yeah.
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 Especially for Bitbucket and maybe in enhancing the AI. And I remember there's other AI tools out there, like, and Rodney's cheating. He's typing it up.
I don't want to interrupt you, Bob.
That's okay. Please help me out. I'm flailing.
Yeah, one of the code guys finalists this year was a Portuguese team doing AI with Bitbucket. Sounded very promising, very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that multiple times I've been asked for as a Jira admin to put into Jira, and there's been one top-notch solution I could think of. It's time tracking. Everyone knows if you want to do time tracking in Jira, you go talk to Tempo.
Yeah.
And I think enough people are asking for it now that that's probably going to be the next feature Atlassian focuses on, especially like Jira work management.
Huh.
Interesting.
So if they announce that in the keynote, I want everyone to come back to this video in 2 months' time and say, Rodney told you so.
We should make that a meme. Hashtag Rodney told you so. It's just, we can make t-shirts out of that too. Resolution could make t-shirts out of that too.
Oh,
we
yeah.
need to do it. I read it on the JiraGuy.com first.
Quick, let me write up that article real quick. No,
Guillermo is leaving. Oh no. Regards to sounds like Guillermo's leaving. See y'all in Vegas.
Guillermo looks like
Guillermo's busy. Guillermo is so busy.
We could stand to be Guillermo's background noise.
Yeah,
That'd be just
yeah,
fine.
I mean, as I said, we seem to be bringing out all these celebrities with this stream.
Hey, if anybody knows Scott, Anu, or Mike, we'd love for them to make an appearance over the next 24 hours.
And do we want them to be the real Scott, Mike, or Anu? I mean, not creating like a YouTube account and just to put something on the channel.
I don't know if they're authenticated, confirmed Twitter accounts would tweet us out too. I would consider that a win.
Just a repost on LinkedIn. I'll send some. Oh man, wouldn't that be something?
So, before Guillermo left, he said, "See you in Vegas." Are you making an appearance at Team 24, Jaime?
Yes, we are. We are sponsoring. I don't know the name of the type of sponsorship because they changed the names and I'm confused now. But it used to be gold, so it's one of the considerable size, but not crazy. Yeah, it will be fun. And already it feels. I think this will be my fourth time. It feels like it's a very long commute, like traveling to Vegas from Madrid.
I'm driving there.
Very long 20-hour commute, taking a flight and so on, and changing the flight. But you get to the same place, same venue, similar room in the same hotel, and you know where stuff is, and you have your colleagues from other companies, but it's still in the ecosystem. So it's fun. It's a fun routine. I'll be a little bit sad when they move it to a different location. Also happy because it's been like 4 years.
Yeah.
It's enough.
Yeah.
So if I remember right, for Team 23, Resolution had like one of the best spots on the way into the keynotes.
Yeah, it was an amazing place. And we also have the best hats. And I don't know if I have one here to show you because I took mine. We promised a lot of our hats to people who were running around at the conference. So we are taking some as a giveaway. There were these like shiny kind of Back to the Future hats. And,
yes, I remember the Back to the Future hats. Yes. So.
Yes. They were very, very shiny and weird, and it felt a little bit off to wear them at the beginning, and then we chose to love them. So Ronnie, we're taking some other.
You know what we're gonna have to do, Ronnie, is after Team 24, we're gonna have to like do a T-shirt rating to see who had the best T-shirt giveaway.
Give me a minute.
Team 24.
I mean,
I remember
last year
yeah.
I did a whole Trello board of all the swag I could find. I mean, I even got readers to submit swag that they got that I did not get. Bob.
I gave you the pen.
You gave me the image of the pen.
Oh, I'll get you the pen.
I remember those pens.
I think Release Team has given me some pens to take with me to Team 24 when I go to Team Tour Government here in a few weeks.
I remember that hat, Jaime.
So I found the hat, yeah.
So exclusive people then get to wear the hat?
Exclusive people will get it as a very special gift. So make sure to drop by the booth, and I think we'll take like 50 or so, which is, it's not a lot, but it's still a good number of them.
It's got to be a small amount just to make it like cool enough so that
Yeah,
people know that they're
exactly.
missing
So
out
that-
and they get the FOMO.
yeah, and we don't know what's gonna be yet. Like the booths were not selected yet. No, we don't know. I don't think we will be as lucky as last year. Last year's location was really good.
I will note these socks. I still wear them.
I do as well. I have 3 pairs, so there are a good percentage of my socks are that sock.
And then I mentioned this earlier in the call or in the talk, the RTFM, which again we have officially, for the purpose of YouTube, this stands for fundamental, as it could stand for no other word in English whatsoever.
Do we get potty breaks?
You do get a potty break, just not right now.
I think we discussed this already.
I was just curious because I realized
You
I
could
should've
go
probably
off
gone.
camera and off mic if you wanted, you know. And
I was just like, I just dawned on me that I probably should have used the restroom before we got started.
I'm really curious. Are you guys doing any shifts at all?
We
Or are
actually
you-
do have shifts. We have various times we're going to be off. I think I have the longest time on camera, but
It was
even
his
I have a
idea,
couple
so
of
he gets to
times.
carry the burden of being on almost all 24 hours.
Yeah. But even
and
then,
actually,
there are
I'm-
2 hours where I will not be on camera.
I was supposed to be off the next hour just because of I had a demo to show. They canceled, so I can stay on the next hour.
And then I am closing on my house, and so I actually have to drive to my original house, and take my kid to the doctor because we didn't change the doctor yet because he's got a special doctor for his eyes. And then I have to go take all my cameras off and pack my internet. But I think I'm gonna be there for a while because the traffic is just too intense coming back in, and so LA, right? And so I think I'm gonna stick around till like at least 7 or 8 p.m. Pacific time, and then I'm gonna drive back in.
I mean,
But it's gonna be an echoey room with a bland wall. But we'll be back in the original studios of ATEC, minus all the decor.
so the Cologne community, I think this is Cremo behind this, is
Oh,
asking
yes,
if
must
you'll
be.
visit
I would
them.
think it's primo, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
he needs some more swag too.
So Jaime, this gives me a good idea. You guys should not that you'll be able to do it now, but maybe when you come back in 23 hours, do like an exclusive like little quiz or something, and you'll win one of said hats for Team 24. So they gotta come and they gotta come to you at the booth.
We can definitely do that. That's a great idea. Let's do that.
we should
So-
mail that to all the rest of our partners. You guys should do an exclusive like TJL trivia type of like answer a question type of thing on the live stream, and then at Team 24 pick up your gift.
Okay, for somebody who hates Quiz Whiz with the fiery passion of 1,000 white hot suns, the
Wow.
only way that
That's very specific.
you're differentiating people is through a trivia quiz.
You got
We
a
called
better
it.
idea?
It is Cremo.
Primo. And by the way, so since we are wrapping up here, and we're getting down to the top of the hour, first of all, thank you very much, Jaime. I'm not saying goodbye yet, but one, if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, make sure you smash the subscribe button. We are trying to one of my personal goals is, can we get to 1,000 subscribers by the next 23 hours that we have left? And so we're at 750 this morning. So you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, now's a great time to subscribe and help us get to those that magical number. We're at 753, so we just need another 247 people to hit that subscribe button. And then number 2, I forgot.
Well, they need to smash the like button on this and share it out with all their friends,
Yes, that
so
one. There you
everyone
go.
could join in the festivities and celebration that is at the end of life.
You got my subscription. I wasn't subscribed yet.
Muchas gracias, Jaime.
De nada. Es un
Okay.
honor.
And then for the last 5 minutes, just do it all in Spanish.
Estos últimos 5 minutos van a ser en español. Muy bien.
Muy bien. No, lo quería decir a los que quieran enlazarse. See, this is why I don't do the Spanish, because I can never do the.
Oh,
How do
he's
you do
jumping back to
join?
English.
Well, because like certain words, dude, if you guys knew how much trouble I get in with my
Unirse.
mother-in-law.
Unirse o
Unirse, si
acompañarnos.
quieren, si alguien se quiere unir, mándenos un mensaje directo y les podemos dar la liga para que se
El enlace.
el
El
enlace,
enlace, el vínculo, el link. El
el
link.
link. See, I never know which words. Like some words are like universal now.
Yeah, a lot of them. It's funny because I also talk German, but not too well anymore. And Resolution is a German company. I just worked off Madrid. So my colleagues talk German between them when I'm not around. But when they're talking about work and Jira and stuff, everything is in English. So it's like super easy to follow them, right? So it's like geshat, a lot of English verbs. It's funny.
Yeah, enlace.
Yeah.
Clef says, hola, solo inglés, por favor. She gets the hyphens correctly.
We're losing our audience. We're losing them. Come
What are you
on.
talking
Let's
about?
go back to English.
We're hitting a world record here. They want it in Spanish. They want it in
So,
Spanish.
I grew up on an army base. We had people from all over. We had people from Mexico, Puerto Rico, Germany, Korea. It was a global community that lived on base around me. One of my neighbors was from Puerto Rico, and they had a dog they gave us, but they chose to name the dog before they gave it to us. Dog's name, and I'm not making this up, is Nidito Pentito Perrito El Suave. That is one of the only 5 things I know how to say in Spanish.
Wow.
How did you call him? Because I was
we just call him Nenito.
Remember Nenito. That's good.
And I'll still use that in references in Dungeons & Dragon games, whatever, because that is just I know what that means, and it's still funny.
That's too funny, though. We'll see you, I guess, hopefully in 23 hours. Feel free to come back.
Please send the invite, and I'll be very
Same link.
happy
Just come
to-
back
Same
and
link.
send
Okay.
Same link, yeah.
I'll just bump the session.
Yeah,
Or
no,
any
whenever
other
you're ready.
session.
And then for anybody else, I did put out a message, so I just want to echo it again. If anybody wants to join us, we can have up to 10 people. And so I know there's a lot of chatting and a lot of typing happening on the sides, but if anybody's interested, send any of us here a DM, and we'd be more than happy to send you the link so that you can enlace.
Enlace, vínculo.
That's the other thing. I don't do my.
You don't have to. You have to choose whether you do S's or Ths. That's it.
Did you pick? All I know is Enrique Iglesias, his corazón.
Cerveza or cerveza. Yeah, but you don't have to mix. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It was a blast. Great way
fantastic
to end the day for me, and great way to start the day for you. So
we're just getting started. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. Enjoy. And who's next? Yeah.
We have actually Radbee coming up next, and they've brought a whole party with them.
You guys should have brought the entire Dizer team and Resolution team next time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of opportunity for the entire Dizer team to come when Fede comes on, right? It might just be the Dizer hour.
Have Fede bring the entire Dizer team. You bring the entire Resolution team. We'll have a party to close it all off and be super sleep deprived.
Sounds amazing.
Make some phone calls. You got 23 hours. Make it happen, Captain. El Capitan.
You're welcome, Nikki. Enjoy all the people that are coming. It's going to be super, super interesting. And I'm looking at the clock. I still have some seconds.
You do have
last
words,
Resolution?
I'm afraid of the silence.
Joanna just wants to see how we're gradually going to decline in energy.
Yeah, I come in 4 a.m. in the morning my time and see how you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Probably not.
It'll be interesting.
I may check with you during breakfast.
We got to figure out how to sleep, though. There's a sleep.
Let's sleep.
Yeah. My solution was just to forego it over the next 24 hours. So.
See, I grew up in a military family.
I'm okay
Sleep
with that.
Sometimes just wasn't a thing.
My problem is that what am I going to do tomorrow?
Sleep.
I have
That's
to.
when you sleep.
The work has to continue. So I'm gonna go like.
You mean you didn't take it off?
I took today.
He's-
By the way, if I didn't take it off, Sean, please.
Please, I'm begging you. Pretty please. All right. Well, thank you very much, Jaime. We're gonna welcome our new team coming in here. Yeah, Nikki, it's dawning on me the mistake that I've made, Nikki.
Enjoy, guys. See you on the other side.
I don't know how Nikki did the PM72. How you all go 3 days without doing this?
Oh, they cheated. They recorded ahead.
Oh, bunch of cheaters. Wow, we got a party here. Hello.
that
As I
is a party.
said, Reno is bringing the party today.
Yes, I decided not to make it alone. It will be hard for me to carry the whole thing for an hour. So I found the most interesting people around and brought them along. So let's let them introduce themselves. Who wants to
Yeah,
start?
let's do around the room. That'd be awesome.
So Saskia,
You start, Rina. You start.
start. Okay, I'm the CEO of Radby. Radby is a solution partner, and we are also the vendor behind Jira Snapshots for Confluence. And I'm speaking today from Cambridge in the United Kingdom.
All right.
You want to hand the ball over? I think I have a ball somewhere here lying around that I can virtually throw to the next person.
You're the other colleague from Radby. Go for it.
Yeah, my name is Saskia. I'm also joining in today for Radby, where I took over the role of about 2 years ago now of communication lead. So everything reading and sounding cool is on my desk somehow. Whoever gave me that responsibility. But I'm joining in from France. So bonjour, bonsoir à tout le monde. I saw there was a lot of Spanish already going on in the let's make this an international party.
Of
That's
course.
the beauty.
And I will throw the ball to Brenda.
Hello, I'm Brenda Burrell. I am one of the former co-hosts of the Atlassian Ecosystem podcast. I am currently the head of knowledge management at Adaptivist, which is another ecosystem partner. I'm coming from the west coast of the USA. So we're up to 3 countries now, I believe.
Represent.
So Brenda, just asking, would you happen to want to be a producer for an Atlassian related podcast?
We can talk after this.
And or provide some guidance, coaching.
And with that, I'll throw the ball to Ryan.
Well, my name is Ryan Spilkin. I am also a former host of the Atlassian Ecosystem podcast and producer, but don't. Currently, I'm a senior internal communications and employee engagement manager at the Adaptivist Group, who you might know as the company that makes such products as ScriptRunner and Forms for Confluence, et cetera, but I digress. Anna, please. And I'm coming from the East Coast of America, so we're basically another country. Anna,
Ask me and Alex about that all the time.
I mean, everything for me ends after Vegas.
Oh, that's a nice badge, Rodney. We got to talk about that. Oh,
So let me try to manage the hour here, because I know Alex and Rodney can take us to anywhere. So I want to be concrete. I have a plan.
Wait, we need Anna still, right?
And
It hasn't spoken up yet.
One more.
Anna, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say, who am I?
I forgot. I know you so good, so I forgot to that you did not have the ball. Take the ball.
Yeah, okay, I'm having the ball. So my name is Anna, and I'm from AlphaSurf. AlphaSurf is Atlassian Marketplace partner, and we are majorly known by our BI connectors, Power BI connector for Jira, Tableau connector for Jira, and others. We also operate not only in the Atlassian ecosystem, but in others like ServiceNow, Monday.com, Zendesk. I'm not sure if this is very interesting for today, but just
it is. I mean, we're going to be talking about. It is. We're going to be talking about Atlassian and also non-Atlassian topics, But I think you
Yeah.
neglected to mention that you are a soon-to-be Tempo
Yes,
employee.
this
Is that
is
correct?
yeah, I have been the Chief Strategy Officer of AlphaSurf for the last 5 years since we started our app project. And as you already know, a few weeks ago, we have joined Tempo Software. So now AlphaSurf is part of Tempo, and as I was one of the partners and founders of the company, so I'm currently supporting my team during the transition period and plan to be with Tempo at least until the end of the year. So
I think we can give you Chris Cook's email address, and he can kind of,
we are familiar with Chris Cook, and
Yeah,
did
but
you see his LinkedIn today?
I mean,
Yes, I've
you,
seen
you, you could do that, but you want to treat people nicely. So I got love. I got nothing but love for Mr. Cook.
we
joking,
have
of
nothing
course.
we have nothing but love for Mr. Chris Cook, unless it boils down to like Atlassian based internet trivia contest. Then that's where
it's
the
all out
bile
the window.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for Chris's team and the whole custom charts, we were fans of their funny marketing. So this is something that we were, my marketing team, we have been watching them, all the stuff and all the battles with EasyBI and a lot of other things they have been doing. So that was a fun and an exciting period of time, I assume.
Yes. Yes.
Unofficial.
Yeah.
That's the question. Unofficial.
Unofficial.
I mean, technically, us Americans, are we even allowed to talk about Eurovision?
I don't think we're even allowed to know it exists.
Yeah.
I thought as Americans we're allowed to do whatever we want. That's not the. Oh, okay. Sorry. No, sorry.
I mean, I think I think they broke the secret. I mean, especially with that that movie that had Will Ferrell in it on Netflix. So anything that has basis, that's basis for a Will Ferrell movie is fair game for us Americans.
I mean, yeah.
Ish.
Ish. There you go.
Ish, yeah. We're allowed to know it exists, but we can't look at it too much.
We are allowed to have opinions, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. And this might be controversial. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Finland was robbed.
We welcome controversy here on the Jira Life, so bring it on.
Last year, Finland was robbed. That
and I'm very impressed, Ryan, that someone watches the Eurovision from the other side of the pond.
My wife has not missed a Eurovision Song Contest since she was in college.
Nice.
Okay.
The benefits of a good
Is this
VPN, I think.
like the Europeans watch the Super Bowl and you watch our Eurovision? Is that the level we're talking about here?
Yes, actually.
The Eurovision's far more interesting than American football.
I mean, I don't even watch the Super Bowl, and I'm American.
Shame on you.
No. It's
a holiday for me.
Look, it should be called hand egg. All right, I know I'm coming with the hard opinions today.
That is my dad's biggest pet peeve. He's like, "How in the world do you guys get away with calling a sport that you barely even use your feet in football?"
I did learn that the word soccer actually comes from the British. The British gave us the word soccer, and we ran with it. We ran all the way home.
Don't you mean all the way to the end zone?
Do I? I don't know.
All with the red zone.
We took that all the way to home plate.
And he comes in with the 3-pointer.
We are really. I mean, isn't this called the Jira Life podcast? I think we've really strayed off course at this point.
Just a little bit.
That's
This
the
must
point
be
of
your
the
first
Jira Life
episode.
podcast.
Thank you, Ryan, for bringing us back to to our past. Could we? Well, I don't want to say if we could warm up because it seems to be that some people are already very warm. Just let the audience know a little bit about us beyond the names and the titles. Can each one of the guests, including me, of course, give us 1 minute or 2 minutes about how they ended up part of the Atlassian ecosystem. And this time I'll actually let Anna start because she was last and almost forgotten previous time.
Not to forget me this time, yeah? You allow me to start first. My journey with Atlassian ecosystem was occasional. I started working with my partners from AlphaSurf before AlphaSurf's journey on Atlassian, because AlphaSurf has been doing for many, many years software development services as an outsourcing company. So basically, we were in the software development, but we're not part of any other ecosystems with the own apps. And then we had an app which was developed for one of the customers in the outsourcing project, and decided to, and their request was basically because there was no such a solution on the marketplace, and we decided, oh, let us try to see what's happening there. And after, this is how it all started. So after the first app, it was one of our 2FA applications, which were the first group released on the marketplace. They're still there, though they are only for on-premise Jira and other Atlassian products. So this is how it all started. For me, it was the first IT company. I don't have technical background. I'm fully a business person. And I have been doing many, many things, different things before, like logistics and project management and a lot of different stuff, not related to IT or product application development or whatever. So it was a good school for me for the last 5 years and a very exciting journey. And honestly, Atlassian ecosystem is my passion and my favorite ones. As I told you, we have been working in different ecosystems, and they all are very different. And Atlassian is most friendly, most transparent, and most pleasant to be in. So that's all.
Only in this ecosystem you can have such a nice bunch of people getting together to celebrate.
Nowhere else.
I was saying that nowhere else would there be like the equivalent of an Irish funeral or an Irish wake when one of the when one of their main platforms is discontinued or has reached the end of its life.
Yeah, well, ServiceNow, for example, has a number of versions and patches, and from time to time, some of them become obsolete, and they really need new ones. So it's also changing over time. It's not that significant like the end of server, of course, but anyway, it's happening.
So I'm kind of like equating this to Apple. Like when Apple discontinued the iPod, there were not parties. And, Atlassian is discontinuing server, and we're having this 24-hour, party that my doctor's really, really gonna be mad at me about. But,
I hope my cardiologist never sees this.
Is there a warning label before you get into the stream? Because I think that doesn't it require some sort of disclaimer? No.
It should,
not
most
for
of
the
all,
audience, but
require
for-
something like this podcast is sponsored by Phil and a coffee company here.
Well, I can't help but notice that we didn't have this kind of party when HipChat went away.
No, that's
And there was,
to be fair, I wasn't even a creator yet. I was still just an everyday admin, but I held my own special wake for HipChat because my company was using it.
HipChat's also a sensitive word around here.
And to be fair, what Atlassian Atlassian related podcasts were around when HipChat went away?
Yes.
The Atlassian Ecosystem Podcast, hosted by myself, Brenda Burrell, and Matthew Stubblefield, way back in the day.
Wow, you were innovators at the time.
Yeah.
I would never ever say that about myself, but thank you for doing it for me. I appreciate it.
We stand on your shoulders.
That would imply that we're large enough for you to stand on. Despite my presence here on the internet, I'm fairly insubstantial. Saskia, do you want to introduce yourself? How did you get into this business?
Well, There are probably two answers to that question. One includes Trello. I'm actually also not much in a technical role that I've been working with Jira a lot before. I've been using Trello for a while, and suddenly my login didn't work anymore because some weird company named Atlassian asked me for a login, and I was like, what's happening here? Like, which then started actually a rabbit hole, me diving into what is Atlassian and what is there as a product, and why do they suddenly want my login and all of that. So that's one part of the answer. The other part is that at some point I started working with Rena, and then there was no working around Jira anymore. That was then the deep dive into the rabbit hole, and here I am.
Nice. Thanks, Saskia. Ryan, do you want to give us let us know how a person with so many guitars ended up here?
Well, honestly, Rena, for those of you who know, it was a wrong turn at Albuquerque that brought me into the Atlassian ecosystem. Yes, I've used that joke a lot. So I was a technical trainer, and in 2015, which is, oh man, it was a long time ago, the Adaptivist needed some technical trainers. We were delivering training all over the world with one person doing most of it. So I came in as a trainer, and I was using the Atlassian tools in my previous life as a part of the training and documentation team at a university in the middle of America. And then, I was brought in on the good ship Adaptivist, and I have seen things. You know, like that speech in Blade Runner? I have seen things. If you've been around since 2015 in this ecosystem, you can stride past a whole lot of of changes and acquisitions and closures and openings and just people. I have been around this wonderful collection of people for this, and I've heard a word about the Atlassian ecosystem that I think is really wonderful, and I'd like to share it all with you before I pass it over to somebody else, and that is cooperation.
Oh,
right? And
Cooperation, yep.
Cooperation. We might be like trying to strangle each other in one aspect of our business while we're also pushing each other over a wall in the other. And that behavior shifts depending on the day and the involved parties. You know, because when Phil Fox shows up, everyone's trying to shove him over the wall. Anyway, love you, Phil. Much love, brother. Much love.
Phil will be on later, so.
And that's why I'm trying to set everyone's.
I believe Phil is in the audience right now, so you know.
Well, you know, I'm just trying to set everybody's expectations for his arrival. There's only so many, you know, there's only so much we can build up the hype for Phil's arrival. So it's been wonderful to see the changes and the growth and the maturity that has come around in these 9 years. I can't say I've picked up any of this maturity, but I've definitely appreciated observing it. Rena, tell us about how you got here. Oh, Phil.
I have a pure technical background. I'm a software engineer by profession. So, but the way I got here is because I used Jira. I was a Jira user in my previous life. And when there was a time to move on from that company to a new thing, and I had the idea to build a business, actually Atlassian I thought it was a good ship to connect to. And sometimes I say I'm a small ant riding on a very big elephant. And I'm very happy that this elephant went miles and miles since I joined it. So every day I remember that meaning a lot of my success is really come down to the fact that I'm part of a big wave that really moves forward. And for that, I'm ever grateful, and I remember that. Another thing, meaning about the ecosystem, I totally get everything that you say about the ecosystem. I really like it. And what appeals to me is that it's so friendly I never, let's say, I'm a little bit older than most of the people here, and I'm not in the majority sex, and yet I always felt very warmly welcome and part of the team. So that is wonderful. I even, Ryan, I will tell you a secret. I had initially a thought to bring here a whole team of females. So, and you see, I managed the majority, but you were so tempting. I said, okay, I'll give you a concession, even though you are, let's say, from the other side of the aisle, you are very welcome.
Well, thank you. And before Brenda goes, I just want to say, for the last several years at Adaptivist, I have been the only man on all women teams, and I've loved it. This is a wonderful thing about this ecosystem, is that we're not quite as bro down as some folks might, like there's still some broing down going on. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. We got to be honest. However, some of us are making conscious strides, and I'm not making a stride joke, even though you could, whatever. It's a little less bro down. It's a little more inclusive. And it's pretty dang wonderful. And with that, I'm going to stop talking for a moment or two. Brenda?
I have been working in the Atlassian ecosystem in some form or another since 2007. I also have a very technical background, software engineer by training. And at the same Midwestern University that Ryan referenced, I was part of the team that helped stand up Confluence and Jira for the university ecosystem of 20,000+ individuals. We were actually doing that to support a different software implementation project. And so my focus was on Confluence. And then we administered and ran the Confluence instance for the university for several years. I came to Adaptivist also in 2015 and have held a number of roles at this company, but have delivered training for Atlassian University. We were involved in writing some of the early Atlassian certification exam questions. Ryan remembers. We'll never forget.
Actually, to kind of promote a little bit later in the live stream, Joanna Thurman from the Atlassian certification team is going to be a guest at the 5 p.m. hour. So, you may want to jump back, tune in then and kind of say hello while, when she has the hot seat, so to speak. So,
yes. That's going to be a wonderful discussion. So I'm definitely going to put a plug in for that at 5 p.m. Pacific. So have been involved then in a lot of my time at Adaptivist has been involved in professional services for the Atlassian ecosystem. My consultants did a lot of optimizing, installing, migrating, all of that sort of thing. So I have seen some of how the sausage is made, I suppose you could say.
And you're still here.
I know, it's weird.
So I actually want to say something about Adaptivist. Out of the whole ecosystem, Adaptivist is one of the friendliest solution partners. That I will give you. Yes. When I just considering to go to join the ecosystem and to establish a business on Atlassian, I had a call with Simon and Dan Hardiker. Dan is no longer in the ecosystem, but I will forever remember how he invited me to have dinner with him. He was in Belgium at the time, and I lived in Belgium, and we got together in a matter of hours, and that all felt so welcoming. So he is still a part of the decision. And and this brings us actually to our next topic, because it's not in vain that we have Anna here with her most recent story about acquisition. We wanted to talk a little bit M&A here, because M&A is actually something that happens so frequently. It's part of the vibe of this ecosystem, and it's part of And one of the first M&As that I remember is that Adaptivist bought Scriptrunner. you mentioned it. I think I think it was one of the first ones, but maybe not the very first ones. But for me, it was one of the initial ones. So I said, what's better to bring on one side the person that is now experiencing this from the co-founder who has been having an exit, and on the other side, Brenda and Ryan, that has been, I'm sure that big part of your job is to help people on board and let's say, because Adaptavist has been acquiring quite a lot, and then how do you make this transition happen? So I will let you now take that. Maybe we'll start with Anna. Can you a little bit more about the experience? How was this let's say process for you? How do you experience it now? What's your impressions? What's your hopes?
Well, it's a very it's a number of questions. Basically, well, currently we are in the very beginning of the process. So the deal has been closed just a couple of weeks ago, and nothing very significant started to happen. So we are in the very beginning. That's why I cannot tell you a lot from inside how it works. I can only say that what is good for us, for my team, for now, because we have a pretty big team at the moment of about 60 people. And the good thing is that everything is going smoothly, so no rush, no stress, no pressure. So everything is going pretty fine. And that is very important because honestly, for my surprise, the team was completely unready for such kind of news. They were shocked. And the first reaction of the whole team was like frustration. And it really took us significant efforts for me and for our CEO to support people, to have private chats, to explain, to answer the questions, those which we could answer, because we also didn't know everything, how the transition will go. And so we were also newcomers in this. From the founder's perspective, what we experienced is basically a lack of knowledge. So we didn't have any M&A or similar experience ever, neither from a founder part, nor from like a team member part who was experiencing M&A from inside. So it was a completely unknown story for us. And honestly, it was challenging because we didn't know even like the basic things about the financials, the calculations. So we had our own understanding how we run the business, how we calculate stuff and everything. But in the M&A's world, in the financial world, it all happens a little bit differently. And the challenge was that we had to find that out and to learn already on the way. So if my advice would be, and it's one of the lessons learned, so if you want to do such kind of a deal, if you plan to do it, you'd better get prepared in advance about all those metrics, all those evaluation stuff, about the financials of your company. So this is something you should better know in advance. That would just make your life easier during the negotiations, during all the communication and all that stuff. What else would I would like to mention, that we didn't have such proactive intentions to sell the company. We were just being reached out from various sites, from various companies, and this was the reason why we started to think about this. And when we were considering it, we are three partners. There were three of us who were owning the company and who had to take a decision where we go and what to do next. And of course, we are a Ukrainian company, if anyone doesn't know that, and we have all the team located here. And you know what happened almost 2 years ago? It was a life-changing experience in our lives. So a lot of things changed in the last year due to the war. Some of us moved, like personal circumstances changed. That's why we decided, okay, if we find a good way for us to join another company, we could consider that. And what we were basically looking at, of course, at the company itself, at the products and at the product strategy. So for us, it was very important to know that our products will continue to live, will continue to work, and the team will continue to work. So that was basically one of the points why we started to talk with Tempo, because they showed us their portfolio strategy, and we understood that it's a perfect fit. So these guys are really wanting us to be part of their product strategy, and it was fitting, I would say, perfectly. So I think in the nearest future, when they start to promote it, you will understand what I'm talking about. But basically, what their strategy was very aligned with our vision of the future of our products. That's why we decided that let's take a look and try. So what are the questions of yours I didn't answer, Rina?
So I think you were very modest, and I have to give Anna this. In the last few years, the rise of the Power BI app in the marketplace was just stratoscopic. It has become such a popular solution.
Yeah.
And I think you broke a lot of records in terms of growth, numbers, etc. So Tempo, in my perspective, has made an excellent deal.
Yes, it is an excellent deal. In my perception, as a company owner and as a team member, it's a very good deal. So honestly, but I must say that we have always been very proud of us from inside. Like, we
Yes.
have very difficult conditions. We have all that stuff with war and everything. A lot of bad things happening on a daily basis, blackouts, etc. But we are doing such a great job. We are growing. Our products are well known. We gain some awards, etc., etc. And now, on the senior management meetings, when I see the results of other Tempo products, I understand that we are, oh my God, far away from big players. So, it depends where you look at. So when you look around on the years, you think, okay, we are great. So we are doing a great job. Our growth is significant, and that's pretty fine. But when you start to look on the higher level, so for those companies who are more, who have more, which have more results, then you start to understand, okay, we still have a lot of room and a lot of things which we haven't been doing yet. So, and the good stuff for us is that we now have a big brother who can help us to. So they have already done a lot of things, and they have already passed a part of this way. So it would be easier for us to run quicker. So fully excited about this. And as I said, I like the strategy, and I think that our products will benefit. I hope so, that the products and the customers and the team in the final end will benefit from it.
Thank you. Ryan, Brenda, intervene.
Well, the Adaptivist group, we started as Adaptivist and have become the Adaptivist group. And part of the reason for that is that the central business, and I got to give it up to our CEO, Simon, who's pretty visionary when it comes to this stuff. He's a good dude. But he has a vision for a business that operates in a very new way. I don't know if anyone, and I'm not speaking for Simon, okay, when I say this, but we operate on sort of this composable business vibe, right? Where the idea is that businesses and the pieces within them and the people within them have there's some movement that can happen and such. And so we have acquired businesses from a pretty broad spectrum across the Atlassian ecosystem in both products and services offerings. And what happens to them afterwards is been sort of more Brenda and our area, because we're really not involved with the M&A portion. You don't want to put me in front of a spreadsheet. It's the worst possible outcome for everyone.
Can confirm.
Yeah, for real. But we acquired the Ukrainian. We were in conversations with the Ukrainian company Rozdum in the months leading up to the invasion of Ukraine, and we still went ahead and completed the purchase afterwards. And getting to know those people and hearing their stories has just been tremendously impactful to me. I'm not, but it is a heck of a situation. That being said, it's the people that matter. It's the way that we interact. It's the pain points we try and resolve for customers. And for the adaptivist group, we try and do that in a variety of shades. So when things kind of align with that, or sometimes when they don't, and go way outside of that picture, we see if they're a good fit. We see if it's something that could maybe put us closer to thriving in other ecosystems besides this brilliant mishmash sandbox that we like to play in. And that's kind of been our path. But yeah, Brenda and I tend to look after the people once they get there more than look for them directly. Even though there are plenty of companies I think we should purchase just so that I can hang out with them, but that's a different story.
True story.
Not
So-
that the
You
Jira
want to
Life
make
is for
the expo
sale,
hall a
but
little smaller, don't you?
Yeah, what? Sorry, a lot of folks talking there at once. Sorry about that. King Bob, what did you say?
I was just asking. You just want to make the expo hall for the next team conference just a little bit smaller, don't you? Just be like Atlassian, then Adaptivist, then AppFire, then no.
No, we don't want to make it a little. Well, we don't want to make it smaller. We just want to make it a little more orange.
Okay, I can take that.
and I was saying that if you guys ever want to acquire a podcast, I don't know that the Jira Life is for sale yet, but if you ever want to
Because that's-
I don't know. They did the podcast route, and they're still not doing it. So I don't know if they'd want to pick us up.
No joke. I was literally going. I had been thinking when we were sort of dismantling the podcast at the time. I was literally thinking of messaging Rodney on LinkedIn and being like, "Hey, dude, you want this? You want this channel? Because we have several hundred subscribers that are just kind of chilling. But at the same time, again, M&A not really my specialty. Like selling a podcast channel, that seems really like outside of my wheelhouse, as it were. Brenda, save me before I say something stupid, please.
Too late.
Ryan, I've never met you, Ryan, but I think you and I would get along just fine. 'Cause I tend to say a lot of dumb things on this podcast.
That's what we're here for.
Well, Alex,
guys like
about
us.
the Roadrunners.
we make a lot of discoveries of what I don't and don't know about life.
Brenda,
Yeah, we won't go into all the things we edited out of the Atlassian ecosystem
Oh,
podcast
That's what we do ours
episodes.
live.
Yeah, see, this is the fun thing about live. There are no edits.
There are no edits. It was vaguely terrifying when I was invited to join. I was like, oh, this is going to be live. I've never done live before. I've always been edited. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, when we started the Jira Life, we made a commitment to just be live because we just didn't have time and we didn't want
Fair.
having to record and edit and everything get in the way
Yeah.
of us not starting. So we're like,
Very fair.
gonna WYSIWYG. We just see what we
Yeah,
can get.
definitely.
These are good questions for Nikki the next hour or so.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
Brenda.
Nikki Adiro.
Yeah.
Oh. Go on. Sorry.
when it comes to M&A, I've actually been on a couple of things where I was involved a little earlier in the process. But as Ryan said, most of what we've done has been the ink is dry. We are now merging two disparate cultures together. So there's a lot I could say. Not every M&A activity ends in a successful purchase. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and so you go through all this process to ensure, are you a good fit? There's looking at spreadsheets, there's looking at the business statistics, there's looking at culture. Are the people going to fit in? Are we going to be able to create a?
Brenda,
Sorry?
can you be specific? Can you be specific? How do you look at culture? What does it boil down to when you?
Yeah, a lot of that's going to boil down to how do you work together. So I'm curious about. I'd like to talk to a team within this company that we're looking to acquire and just ask you some questions. How do you work together on a day-to-day basis? What's your process for escalating issues? How do you handle roadblocks? What do you do to celebrate wins? I want to see both the positive and the negative, because a strong, healthy culture is going to do both of those things. Not just, how do you deal with problems, but also how do you elevate people? How do you celebrate when they're winning, when they're doing something well? So I kind of like to have some insight into who are the individuals, how do they work together, how are their teams structured, are they hierarchical, are they more prone to feeling bureaucratic, do they have processes to follow, is it everyone for themselves, is it the Wild West? Every company's going to operate in a slightly different way, and so we're looking for, can a group of people who works in this way become used to working in a way with a suddenly much bigger group of people? Because most of the acquisitions from Adaptivist point of view, right now, Adaptivist group is over 1,000 people. We're often bringing in companies of 5, 10, less than 100. And so that is a very radical shift in culture if you're one of 10 people and now suddenly you're one of 1,000 plus.
Yes.
So how is that going to go? What are going to be the pain points for that? We're going through that with some M&A activities where we're now in the process of merging, and there have been some culture shocks. And it's, well, what do you mean you don't do things this way? So Ryan knows what I'm talking about.
And I would say that there, like for the Adaptivist group, there are high level conversations that sometimes go on years before.
Yes.
Years before. Simon and his coterie of genius lunatics need to feel a good, positive vibe with the higher ups of the other companies before there is any sort of further conversation. And
It's all personal.
What's that?
It's all personal.
Ultimately, all of this is.
Yeah.
Ultimately, this whole thing is people. So and they, the chief and the team are really familiar with, they live that. They really, they're looking for people who want to hang out at the tiki bar at the bottom in the basement office in London, as well as engage in the cooperation out on the field. There's definitely a deep person aspect that goes into these things beforehand. We've had some really tempting, really like, oh, that looks juicy, that's a steak, but we're like, nah, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. And
I do want to clarify that we do not eat any of our acquisitions.
Anyway, no, we don't eat any. I mean, okay. Anyway,
It's a metaphor.
Yeah, Andy and Yale. It's not a decision based on whether the M&A target uses Scrum or Kanban. No, but we do make sure that they're agile. I kid. I'm not trying to go there. I'm not opening that can of worms.
Ryan, we had a
There's your needle. There's the balloon. Want to pop it?
Ryan, we got together here at the team and we were like, hey, so if things go a little sideways on us, like we should or quiet, we should have some like thought-provoking questions and like agile and story pointing. Those are going to be our reserve questions.
Oh, don't do the story point thing. You're just going to get yourselves into a quagmire. Or do it. Go ahead. Good luck. Have fun.
I mean, it'll fill the time.
Rena's got a schedule and an agenda, and we're going to stick to it. This is my trip with the free.
It's on Rena now, is it?
No. I'm enjoying, like, I'm the only driver in my family. I'm the only licensed driver, so I'm always driving. And I just moved, and my sister-in-law helped us move, and I dropped off my car, and she drove us back. And for the first time since I can think of, I'm like, I'm a passenger. This feels good. I can see the scenery. So, Rena, it is all yours.
Look what you did.
I want to ask Brenda and Ryan if you have some life advice that you want to share with Anna, which could maybe what to look out for, what are pitfalls she may want to avoid in her next few months. What not to do when you enter a new company, let's say.
I just want to point out that she's the successful founder that is cashing out and not us, but
Yeah, I mean there's a list going on, right? There's Bureau, there's Chris
Chris?
Cook, and now
now
Anna.
Anna.
Probably have
Um,
the most to share.
dude, you know, it really is all about your people. That's my advice. And I know you didn't ask for that advice. Rena asked us to give you some advice, but there it is. Your people and the interactions between them matter more than anything else, and they are counting on some communication and some transparency, and you know, you being present for them and listening to them, and that's there it is. That's my 2 cents, and I need some change.
I echo that. Communication is the most important thing you can do. The places where we have run into maybe some bumps in the road were where the communication wasn't what it needed to have been. And then that's a people thing. Have your people talking to each other. Make sure that people know who they're going to be working with. Introduce people. Make the introductions. Talk about things to the best of your ability. In any M&A activity, and I think you're probably past this, but this is hush hush. We can't talk about it yet. Once you can talk about it so much, you think that you're driving people nuts, because that's the appropriate amount of communication in this sort of thing.
Yeah, that's very valuable. Thank you. And this is something that I fully share. And I'm lucky to used to have the partners who share the same values. I just wanted to make a note to something that you talked previously about the culture. Yes, it's very important to merge with to be acquired and to merge with a company with something similar in terms of culture. And the question which you have been asked how to check, I think one of the stuff you can take a look at is the founders and the management, because basically the people, the entrepreneurs who start a company, Rina, I'm sure you know, they attract the same people as they are. So basically you start to collect the people who are more or less the same in terms of commitment, values, and something like that. So if there is a match between the management and the founders and the company acquiring, there is more potential that this will better fit in. And as for the people, yes, it was one of the very important points for us. So for us, it was completely unacceptable to sell the company and let people go whenever they want or can. So it was very important to find a partner who will pick up all the team and to keep the team working and to take care of them. And this was one of the points to discuss with Tempo before everything happened. So what will happen with the team? What are your plans? Please tell us honestly and transparently to communicate properly and to take a proper decision. And it was crucial for us to know that the company and the team will continue to work and to live with less stress that is possible in this situation. And of course, people is something that your company is basically it's people. Even if you have great products are nothing without the team behind. So that's definitely something that we share. And I'm very happy that 2 other partners of mine who were owning the company, we had the same approach. And honestly, we paid exit bonuses to all of the team members who were staying with us longer than 12 months to thank to the people for a great job done in the last 5 years, because we do have people who have been with us for many, many years and who transferred from outsourcing project to AlphaSurf project. And in the very beginning, when we didn't have any external investment, so we started a company at their own cost. And you can imagine that you just take off money out of your pockets to pay salaries when you begin and you have no sales on the marketplace. And we did have some people who were underestimated in the very beginning, just because we had no revenue to pay the full market salary. And they were staying with us because they were willing to work with us and they were excited about the products, understanding that there's no guarantee that something great will be in the final end. So we decided to share with the team and to thank to all of the people, including those who are from the very beginning and those who joined later on. So yeah, people, I'm fully sure that people is the heart of the company. So nothing could have happened without a team.
And for what it's worth, I've gotten to spend quite a bit of time with Mark Lorien, the CEO of Tempo, over the years, and I think the world of the guy. I mean, like, if you're going to have to get bought out, or not have to, but if you're going to enter into a business arrangement with, that's a good dude to be doing it with.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
just like
also how to say, excited about Mark. I don't know. We have an internal joke because one of our partners has been always the CEO of AlphaServe. And I always joke, oh, you are my favorite CEO. And now I have joked, sorry, now I have another favorite CEO. So Mark won the competition.
oh, he's
And
just.
I have a question for you, because we've been talking a lot about the people that worked for you, that worked for AlphaServe. But I'm also very curious, what does that process do to you as a founder, as a member of, in that case, the board of AlphaServe? Like, from the moment you got the call, the first call, you said there were some talks and people approached you to say like, hey, we'd like to buy a company. So how was that process for you, and maybe also your teammates, your founder colleagues?
For me, the issue is that you always treat such things too personally. So the position of the owner is very different. Even though I work for the company, I have two roles. I am the owner, and I have been the owner, and I am the person who works. So I have a position in the company and do my daily job here and not in any other place. And as an owner is always sensitive, because on one hand you say, wow, great, we have been working hard and now finally someone recognizes it, so you become notable and someone gets interested in what you do. So that means this is kind of recognition, so you have done a great job. Yeah, it's like, okay, fine, nice. Another aspect which was very sensitive and important is that the world still wanted to deal with Ukraine. It's because sometimes when you're Ukrainian, you can face different hardships. Like, for example, I was not able to open a bank account in any European bank just because I'm Ukrainian and I reside here. So just because of this. And I can make many examples, but that doesn't matter. I just wanted to say that to know that people still want your Ukrainian team and the people still want your Ukrainian products and people still want to invest here was much more important than even to know that your products are just great. And honestly, we are pretty in good connection with Rosdom, which Ryan mentioned before. And we have known their CEO and founder, Andrei, before in the very beginning of our Atlassian journey. We got acquainted with all the solution partners in Ukraine and all those great guys. We have been talking with him already after they joined the Adaptivist group, and we asked him about how it goes and its war, and he was very not excited, but he was very open to say that Adaptivist is fully on Ukrainian side, and they were fully supported, and they have done so many things, and they supported all Andrei's volunteer activities. Because this company was from Kharkiv, and Kharkiv suffers. It's a city that suffers very much from steel suffers on a daily basis. So that was a very sensitive and important point, because there were companies which were interested in the products. I will be honest, but when they learned that all the team is the major part of the team is in Ukraine, say, sorry, it's too risky for us, we would not go further. So knowing that there are still others who are ready to take those risks and the benefits was very, very important for us.
I would say that there is an aspect of that existential element that went into our purchase of Rosdoom. We wanted to show that we believe in the tenets of.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to get too far into it, but we knew, and that was
Ryan
discussed
doesn't do M&As,
internally.
remember?
What's that?
Ryan doesn't do M&As.
Right. Just after the fact.
What a great story, then. What a great perspective. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
Anna, I want to ask you a follow-up on what Saskia asked, because you related to the feeling of success and tap of the shoulder and that type. As an owner myself and a co-founder, how do you feel about losing control over your child?
You know,
I'm just getting ready for when somebody buys me out.
it's a good question. The good thing is that we started conversation in April and the deal closed in January. So I had all the I know what you're talking about. I know very well. I have been feeling all those stuff like, oh, no, I will never do it. Oh yes, that's a good deal. That's a good company. Then and that is so I had enough time to pass all that way in my mind and to find answers to all concerns, to all questions, and to take a normal and true decision of my own. So the main advice here would be never to be in a hurry until you are fully sure that this deal is something that is good for you. I am a minor, I have been a minor owner, though we had a partner agreement with 3 of our partners that such kind of decision we take all together. So if anyone, even if it's me with a minor share, if anyone is against the deal, we don't do it. And that was, so I did have an opportunity to say, okay, stop, guys, let's stop, because this is something that I don't want to. And we had a lot of such periods in between April and January. And we had a lot of calls and talks, like, it was like psychological sessions for 3 of us, because we all 3 are very different in terms of situation, location, interests, strategy, life strategy, and that's it. So we did have a lot of sessions to be fully sure in the decision that we take. So now I'm fully okay. So I have taken all the decisions, I have accepted everything, and now I see my very personal target to make all that I can to integrate the team, because they didn't have that time that I had, and they are still stressful. They are still stressful. They are still unaware what happens next. They are afraid that they are no longer needed or something like that. Some of them do not speak English well. So that's also a point of stress for them. So now what I'm devoting all the efforts, besides like operational stuff and the integration tasks that come from Tempo, like please share this, provide access to that, and something like that. So my personal impact now is to let the people integrate smoothly, because this is something that only we can do. And honestly, I felt on one day after the announcement, I felt something like, okay, you are no longer with us because you sold your shares. So we were in the same boat, like the interests of the owners were fully aligned with the interests of the team. So we were floating in one direction. And then I felt no one told me that. No one told out of the team, no one said, okay, you are now in a different boat. But I started to feel it. And I think it's all because of stress. I hope so. So now
I don't know how many of us on the call are parents, but I would point out that the idea of control over something you've created is illusory at best. You are not in control. You are not in control. Yeah. And the ideas of control and power are illusory. They're not real. So the less you can attach yourself to those ideas, the easier your work in life becomes. Again, this is my existential soapbox, and I'm going to pack it into my hat filled with perfume. But the control aspect, you got to let that go, because what's going to happen is going to happen.
Yeah.
Namaste.
On that note, we have just a couple of minutes left. So I just want to remind everybody here that is watching to make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers here before the end of the 24 hours. So if you haven't subscribed, now's a great time to subscribe. And a special thanks to all of our guests here. This was phenomenal. Better than anything I could have predicted. So Reina, thank you so much for helping put all this together. I was very pleasantly surprised when the room just filled up with so much energy and so many new faces that I've never met anybody here other than Reina and Saskia.
And there's nothing up our sleeves. We this was a complete surprise to everyone.
Mhm.
And I want to say, in Europe now is Valentine's Day, and I thank you so much, Anna, for willing to be with us on Valentine's evening.
My husband is not that happy because he's watching the two boys, which I asked, please don't enter the room. So I will need to go and pay back when I finish.
The joys of being a work from home parent, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And Brenda, it was so good to have you again.
Rena, thanks so much for the invitation. Thanks so much for having us on here. It's been a
And I
joy.
look forward to see your post from a year from now on how awesome your life is going to be.
Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure meeting you, and thank you for having me. Holler
Alex,
anytime.
Right? Yeah, you're lucky now. I know. I would say now you're unlucky. I know that you exist.
Hey man, come get me. I'm not. You know, I'm wherever guys like me are found.
All right.
Cheers, everybody.
Well,
Take care.
very
Thank
Take care.
you.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Enjoy the further if you're. Bye.
All
And
right.
with that,
So, I think we can bring on our next guest now.
yeah, Miss
Oh.
Nikki,
The one, the only.
my favorite celebrity couple.
Oh,
Mine is a
sorry,
couple.
I'm alone. I'm sorry.
I know
think
mine is the other half, but I'll take it.
Aw, hi. You're going for this is the third hour now?
This
gonna
is
be
the
our
third hour.
Oh, well, you're doing great. So much energy. I was watching you.
It's been
Seeing
going
what's
well.
going
I don't know how you guys pulled up that PM72, but now my hat's off to you.
I mean, Rodney already said that we were cheating. Thank you, Rodney.
His words, man. If you're gonna be mad at somebody, you gotta be mad at Rodney.
mhm. I mean,
Just remember, I also got the community talk on, so temper your anger at me with that.
I'm not angry. I'm never angry. I need to clean my glasses. Yeah, no, so PM72, the PM72 summit that we were running last year was a 72 hours marathon where we were
2 years ago,
streaming.
no?
Sorry?
It was like 2 years ago now, no?
Oh yeah, 2 years. My years it's just all joined into one big year. I mean, like,
Big
yeah.
blob of success.
Yeah,
It's
it's
so much success that it's just like, you know what? It's all a blur.
it was
Yeah.
2022, I think, right? 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
Okay.
you see my quiz listing? I totally got the question on how long or when did Monday Coffee start, and I had it right. I just didn't know how to subtract correctly in my head.
Yeah. I didn't even know myself. It was just like Sajid
No, I knew
telling
because
me.
it's like, well, we were on the 100th episode, and it was like in March, and I only knew that the 100th episode was like in March because Ronnie was arguing over me about it. It was like 2 weeks prior, and I'm like, no, dude, it was like months before. And so I went to look it up, so it was fresh in my head that I knew that we did that recording in March. I'm like, well, if it's 100 episodes, assume 50 a year. So I was like, that's 2 years. So I was like, but I missed. I was like March 2021 because I went like because we had just entered the new year, and I'm like, I was still in 2023. So I was subtracting
Yeah.
two. That's what
Yeah.
screwed me over.
Yeah, it was quite. Yeah, I needed to count. I need to go to the spreadsheet where I actually wrote the year wrong because it was still in the beginning of the year. So for me now it's 23 still. I still write 23
Yeah, that's
everywhere.
exactly where I'm at. I just
Yeah.
moved this. I've been signing paperwork to 2023.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not very good at this. So I've signed so many documents already with 23 on it, and then I needed to read
Grade
it.
school
So.
prepared you though. Like I remember every time that you switched the years on grade school, you'd be like, oh man, I gotta start writing 24, 22. Where my kids was like 98, 99.
Yeah. Yeah, 90. I remember 90s at school.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Mm.
Rodney's like,
No
no.
comments. No comments.
No.
I'm not going to say what grade I was in.
Okay. Can I tell you how we pulled the PM72 then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we weren't sleeping either, but we had shifts. So that's why I was like surprised that I see all of you like in the same stream. Rob is not here anymore, but yeah, we had kind of like a shifts and we were in couples. So I was there with Jen. We were kind of like an early morning shift. and then Biro was with Mel, who was our designer, and then we had resolution folks. So there was Christian and Björn, the CEOs of resolution, and we were basically monitoring the stream, making sure to reply on the chat. There were live sessions as well, so like every few hours we needed to go live and talk about something, and then switch the videos as well, so someone needed to be like in the background and do all of this work. It was a lot of prep. Yeah,
There was another girl with you, right?
on the stream, yeah. Well, like we had a shifts in couples, just in case, because
Yeah, because I remember your face was the first one I saw, because I was looking for Chris Cook. Like I was just trying to, I was so new to the Atlassian community in 2022, right? Where I was just like, Chris invited me, so I'm like, let me go find Chris. Wherever Chris is at, send me that way.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I remember logging in for the first time, and I remember your face because your hair is very indistinguishable.
Yeah, and then Mel was there as well, and she was talking about the Velo space that she put together. She was doing like all of the 3D animations and the tracks and everything. That was very interesting because we just like, everyone at Jigsaw was always on this like a good idea train. So whoever had a great idea, we just like ran with it, and sometimes it went like sideways, and some amazing thing happened out of it.
Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't.
yeah, kind of, yeah. So this like a Velo space, it's kind of like a collaborative platform where you can log in and you can like meet people in different areas. So it was built for kind of like an offline office space, right? So you can have meetings in a different rooms. And the creative, like the marketing team was like, oh, this is amazing. So we can create kind of like a space, and people can go and like meet each other there and talk to each other, right? So we started with this basic idea, and it turned into our designer creating all of this like a 3D space, and she got obsessed with it. So she started creating like a little tiny plants there and putting our apps, and she made a beach and little rocks and a tiny tracks for every single vendor who was contributing to Mala Fund, to the fundraising. And yeah, it was amazing what came out of it. I loved it. And then we put it on the t-shirts as well. Yeah, so that was an accident, happy accident.
We'll never get to hear the behind the scenes.
Yes, yeah. And we also had a Monster fridge. So do you have a Monster fridge? Like an energy drink?
No, yeah, no.
Here's the thing, Nikki. I know we talked about this at Team 23. I do have a heart condition.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually limited to how much caffeine I could have. So I have to do this the hard way. We're not smart enough to think about doing it in shifts. No, not us.
Well, but you still can, theoretically.
I think we could, but no, I'm in it.
If
it was 72,
my partner in crime,
we talking shifts, but for 24 hours, I could do 24 hours.
I mean, is that safe?
Well, we're gonna find out.
Okay, I know that Brittany done a very, very long stream.
She did 12 hours, which I was open to 12. I was like, you know what, I could do 12. Like 12 is not bad, but I don't know where.
I still don't know how we talked Alex into it. You know, Bob, I still.
Alex has so many regrets. This is just so funny to watch.
It is. No, you have no idea how much I'm regretting this. Well, not to sound like a broken record, but this was supposed to be on my birthday.
Oh, you have a birthday today?
Tomorrow. His birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Remember,
Atlassian is sending server support on his birthday.
Remember, Nikki, I told you that I was going to do the live stream on my birthday, and you're going to join the Jira Live on your birthday?
Yes, I do remember that, but there's so many streams going on that you have that I wasn't sure like which exactly day it's going
Whose
to be.
birthday's doing what?
Yes.
Time zones too, man. I was like over here when we're trying to figure out you coming on. I'm like 8 hours later, -8 + 3 -3.
Yeah, I got very confused. Yeah.
My favorite and least favorite part about the Atlassian ecosystem is the diversity of the globalification of everybody.
Yeah, that's why I'm always saying send the calendar invite, because once it happened to me that I had an event, online event in India that I did not join, and I was supposed to speak. And yeah, I thought that page shows you like the times in your time zone. So I added it to the calendar, and then it was just Sajid messaging me and was like, "Oh, I was on a call, different call." Yeah,
Different
that's what
call.
happens.
Different day.
Anyways,
I-
I wanted to tell you that I actually lied. I did use Jira Server in my first job. So
Really?
mhm.
Oh,
The truth starts coming out, Nikki.
Yes, it does, right? It was so funny
So-
because it was running under the one of the developers' computer, so it was kind of like under the desk. That was the beauty of Jira initially, where when someone picked it up, it was usually from the development department because they just like the system, and project managers are not gonna like just give you tickets on the wall. You actually have some proper system and workflow and stuff like that. But slowly everyone started liking it, and then the whole organization is running on it, which is not small. And it goes from this secret computer, almost like in a basement. So yeah, that was quite funny.
that is actually a fairly common story. There used to be a joke in the day when I started that about half of all Jira servers were under someone's desk.
Yeah.
You can kick the box. That's how you knew the server was running.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we were like so dependent. I actually wrote a post about it like 2 weeks ago. We were so dependent on Jira that if Jira wouldn't be up, like we didn't know what to work on. So I was working on a QA department, and we were like a separate QA department. Like it was building, we had like one floor, so it was like 20 QAs, and then there was like a developers floor. There were like 50, 60 developers, and we had this system where we actually didn't even have like a meetings together. Like it all ran through Jira, and we had this like a magic JQL. So we had like a release candidates, and it was getting like your Jira tickets were getting tagged with the release candidates, and that's where you knew you go and test. So like every Wednesday you just refresh Jira and you get all of your tickets that you're supposed to be testing. And if that Jira wouldn't be running, you didn't know what to test. And everyone's just like, okay, waiting for the developer to fix
We
Jira.
still get that today, though. The cloud goes down more often than I'm comfortable with going down.
Yeah.
Easy to
I
go ahead
remember-
and see the status page.
Yeah, I remember at one point I was working for a large organization, and the development floor was like this massive room, had some 400 people, desks for 400 people in it. And Jira had been down all morning. It was the
Time to go
issue
home,
with
man.
the index wild fix, but I got it fixed right before lunch. And one of the developer managers came up to me. He's like, "Look, are you sure you can't have it down for another couple hours? I was hoping to at least get through lunch, right?" I'm like, dude, with me, I got to show you some math. So I actually start showing him like, here's your average salary of an employee on this floor. This is how many is on the floor, and this is how many hours has been down. And that total number is bigger than my salary, which is a problem for me.
For
So
me.
no.
So you're gonna wait. Yeah, I think I only ever suffered one Jira outage, and that's because our hard drive got corrupted. But it was a quite an outage, and it happened right over lunch, and actually everybody was out. But I do miss the days of being in a server room, and we created a war room, and we started trying to figure out how to get it all back up and running. And all the documentation we had it in Confluence, which also went down, it was all on that same server. And so we quickly learned the value of offsite backups and printable configurations.
All the documentation to get Jira back up was on the Confluence. That was also
Which was
down.
on the same box as Jira. So it all went there.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah,
That's
we
kind-
realized that. We realized how severely screwed we were.
So how did you manage to save it? How long did it take?
It took us like the whole day because like people fragmentedly like had printed out little pieces and bits. So we literally had like on the floor like every document that we all had in our desks, and we're like, okay, we got to bring this back together. And it's like memory and just like this document goes with this page. Like I think this was the IP address, and I think this is the password.
Uh-oh.
It was so bad because like in the defense world, like you're not allowed to print stuff out that are sensitive like that because like classified life, it's not you're not prone to leaving classified material out, even though passwords and stuff's not classified. But it's still like a sensitive topic, right? So people tend to not print things out. They tend to keep it hidden until the server goes down. Then you wish you had a physical copy. Have you ever changed the name of a status on Jira Prod? Is the question.
Alex, I know how you feel about this one, so I'm going to let you answer.
This is my fireable offense one. I will fire somebody if they change the status of the name of a Jira status.
Why? I actually did it, but
did it?
we were
I would
small.
fire you on the spot, Nikki. I have two things that you can do, and me as your Jira admin boss. Whoa.
Congratulations, you're fired.
Dumb apple. Yeah, I'll give you the heart.
Oh.
You're not cool like us.
No, I'm not. I'm fine with that.
So I have two fireable offenses. Number one is if you make a field required incorrectly, there's a way to completely kneecap and kill Jira and bring it down to its knees, like immediately, just by making a field required. I will fire you. And number two is if you change the name of a status in production, or in any production for that matter, or any system for that matter. But yeah, if you go in, right, if you're in the workflow and you go in and click the little pencil for the status and you change it, like let's just say instead of it saying in progress, you want it to say like in development, right?
Mm-hmm.
Harmless little mistake. You just delete it in progress for everybody, not just for that workflow, for everybody.
Oh.
And so
See, but I work in a team managed project.
No, I don't think it cares. I don't think it matters. I think in progress is in progress. Like it changes it for everybody.
Oh, you mean status category?
The name, literally the name of the identity.
I can be changed open to anything else, or in progress to not done.
Like literally naming changing the characters of the actual status name.
Oh, right.
I think team managed projects might not be impacted. I've never actually tried it. I gotta go try it. But also, team managed projects is my next problem. If you use a team managed project, I can't be your friend.
Don't say that.
Should I leave?
Don't say that.
Is it a time?
I think he'll still be your friend. We'll kick Alex off the stream.
Okay, let me say another swear word then. Jira work management. How do you like that?
We like Jira work management. We don't like Trello. Trello would be the other word.
I think QuizWiz officially put to rest that Jira work management is better than Trello.
Even the paid version?
From the paid version?
Okay, maybe not the paid version.
Yeah.
You can't beat those automations.
Paid version of Trello is really good. And I think Jira Work Management is really, I've seen the limits for the automation. It's like quite limited. You have just like a few of them to run and then you run out, right?
I'm a Jira boy for life, so don't even get started with that. I tried.
I mean, technically, officially, I have to side with Jira Work Management because it is in the name.
The Jira guy.
But Trello, I use Trello a lot.
Let's be honest. You know you own the TrelloGuy.com too.
Oh, that exists?
The redirect.
Yes, you should try going there. See where it takes you.
The TrelloGuy.com. Is there the Confluence guy?
No, I do not own that one. That one was taken out from under me.
Oh, it was taken.
Yeah.
Oh, someone new.
Yeah.
So
guy. You should get the
Cholo guy. You guys
guy.
can't see Nikki's screen. If you go to the TrelloGuy.com, it forwards you to the JiraGuy.com.
You should have just like literally put a picture of you right there, just going.
Oh yeah, like what are you doing here?
Are you lost? Did you mean Jira?
Yeah, you've done a mistake. Let me help you with your research. Go to Jira.
Yeah, you should literally put one that's like literally you going, did you mean Jira? I think you meant Jira. Let me show you.
You know, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea.
You're missing out on a lot of marketing here.
And then you can put a Brittany's face next to it if you're looking for a Trello go here.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, not to get too graphic, but
to be fair, I have told Brittany that if she ever requests that domain, I will give it to her no cost.
We love Brittany, though. And all jokes aside, we do love Brittany.
I mean, just like Does someone not like Brittany? I don't think I've ever met the person.
I mean, I have yet to meet the person who doesn't like Brittany, but we riff on her a lot. We riff on Trello a lot, but Brittany is awesome.
No, we mainly just riff on Trello though, because
yeah,
they're standards in life.
yeah, there needs to be some like rivalry. Okay, so what's your favorite product? Atlassian
My
product.
favorite product out of all of them?
Yes.
I will tell you that the Atlassian plugin that I use the most has to be custom charts for Jira. I use it almost every single day, like every day. Sorry.
What do you do with the like? What kind of dashboards are you creating?
I create the dumbest dashboard because I hate metrics. I hate reports.
Mhm.
All right, Andy, I don't think your answer counts because we already knew what it was.
I know. Andy should just rebrand himself to just like Dr. Confluence.
I'm surprised he didn't buy the Confluence guy.
Yeah, give it to Andy. What are you doing?
If I had it, I would.
Oh yeah, maybe it's Andy. He's creating a new project to overtake the Jira guy with the Confluence guy. Andy, you would be happy that I actually started using Confluence when I moved to Appfire. I haven't used it really before. I just used it for documentation, which is very limited in startups.
I think this one sums it up correctly. You know what? Like I appreciate Confluence. I just don't get excited about Confluence.
Yeah. Well, I got excited about it when I realized that it can replace a lot of meetings. And then I was like, if I
I love the whiteboard capability, but if and when they get whiteboards to be like up to Miro's level, then they got me sold. Then I'll convert 100%.
But they're still in beta, aren't they? Confluence whiteboards.
Kind of. They sent out an email saying it was going to exit beta, but they haven't actually exited the beta, as I found out.
Yeah, they did a. Yeah, we're going to exit beta. Actually, hold that thought. And we're still waiting for them to decide what they're going to do with it.
And you know how to shoot some shots over here, man.
Jira is for those who create chaos conferences.
Andy.
Okay.
I could agree.
I'm a Jira person.
Andy, all I know is that you got to go find me people that use Confluence and send them over to my videos because nobody cares for my Confluence videos.
Oh, is it? Maybe they know.
I don't know what it
they
is
know. They know that you don't get excited.
I will tell you that Confluence's UI, they completely revamped their UI for like the administration of it. So now I'm excited to I was like, ooh, nothing is where it should be and nothing makes sense. So let me make a video on this.
I really love that. Sorry.
We're gonna go from hating on Confluence or Trello to not hating on Confluence. Let's talk about HipChat. Just kidding.
So, well, did you use HipChat?
I used HipChat for a little bit, for like a week.
Was it good?
That was a little longer than that. We were using it for about a year and a half.
It was revolutionary for me at the time because, again, I worked defense industry, which is where we had server, and all we had was Link. Do you remember Link?
No, but I remember ICQ.
So Link is what Microsoft rebranded their Skype for Business to, it was called Link. It was like the internal chat that you would get if you had Outlook. It was before Teams.
Okay.
And
in fact, I think Teams was built on some of the same code that was on Link.
Yeah, but Link sucked because you can only have one-on-one IMs. You can have group chats, you can have channels, you couldn't have any of the functionality that is in Teams or Slack or anything. None of that existed, right? You can just have one-to-one. Let me send you a message.
Oh,
and that was it. Like that was the power of Link.
It's the perfect tool to create more silos in your project.
Right. So when we discovered HipChat, we're like, whoa, this is cool. Group chats, emojis. It was so revolutionary. But then the price, then we did the back of the napkin math. We're like, okay, so we got HipChat for our team of 10. But we're like, if we were to roll this out company wide, it'd be so expensive. So we ended up our manager was just like, yeah, we're not doing that. So we kept it on for a little bit, and then we forgot about it, and then because everything ran on Link back then.
Interesting stories. Yeah, no, I think I entered the workforce a bit late. I just started on Skype, and Skype had a chat, but I told you we didn't need to talk to each other because we had Jira. So, and you have Jira comments. So why would you need?
Yeah, why would you need to do that?
And at the tool, like everything just went through Jira comments. Like, there were like long conversations there, and then Slack, yeah. And it was.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw Slack, I was like, "Wow, this is crazy." I was also very concerned. The very first time I saw Slack, I started at a startup, and so a lot younger, right? Because the average age in the defense contractor world is like 55, 60 years old. 58 is a sweet spot. Almost everybody that I knew was 58 years old.
But you didn't get them on Slack. That was still Link.
That was all linked.
Oh,
but
yeah,
so when I left when I left the defense world and I went to the startup world and they were on Slack, the average age was like 23, 25. And I'm like, wow, okay. And then I jumped into the Slack channels and like all of them was like pure memes and like pure like I was like, how in the world do you get requirements off of a meme?
Oh,
It's talent.
I can have a whole conversation in the memes. I think that was like, that's how I knew how I clicked with one of our developers. I was like, we are best friends now. So I was a QA. He was still a developer, and we just communicated in memes. So basically, you just like read the top part and then you did ha 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 on the meme, which was really good because when you send someone that there is a bug and something's not working, you say that, but also there is a joke there, so you don't get that upset. Right.
I think memeing get started out in the QA world because that's how I started out in tech as QA, and memes went hard.
Yeah, it's I think that's how I also learned how to be like a really nice person, because I felt always so sorry when I found a bug, but I needed to say it. So I always went like, I am so sorry about this. I'm so sorry for doing my job, but and for existing. But there is this thing that happened in the code, and I replicated this, and then you have those steps like click here, click there, click here, there, and people are like,
when you find a bug and you can replicate it on demand, that is a great feeling as a QA person.
Joanna thinks I'm turning 60 tomorrow. I am going to be 35 years old.
Soon. I remember IRC, forget ICQ.
Internet Relay Chat, IRC. I was going to bring that up. This is Slack really reminded me of IRC when I first logged into it, because it's the same kind of format where you have different rooms that start with the pound sign or hashtag, and it's what hackers and technical people were using way back in the day. Oh, now we got some real celebrities.
Yeah, so this is Peanut and Gigi is in a bug. Let me just
Hey, Nikki, the $1 million question: are you coming to Teams 24?
That is.
She hung on that for a little too long.
I mean, it's not 100% yet. I'll let you know once I know.
Shameful. I might have to then go to Brighton then.
Oh, you need to come to Brighton. Like, that is.
I need to get a passport. Then
I didn't understand that. Like, how did happen that you didn't have a passport? By the way,
I don't.
Just to finish the conversation on ICQ, and we can continue. Yeah. I wanted to do that sound. Yeah. That was when the message came.
Yeah.
What was it? Who had the AOL Instant Messenger had the little envelope or something? No, or who had the birdie? Was that tweet? That was Twitter.
Really?
AIM used to have a specific AOL Instant Messenger used to have a specific sound. The passport, and I just get around with my ID. I have a real ID.
I mean, US, you don't need a passport to fly domestically within the US. You do need an ID with a special marker saying, yes, you are verified, this is who you are. But you don't need your actual passport unless you're going out of country. That being said, I usually take my passport when I fly just because it's an easier identification.
I do need to get one, though.
But it's not a difficult task, isn't it?
It's not. So I used to have
not.
a top secret clearance with the government here, and while you are allowed to travel abroad, it's a pain in the butt to travel abroad. And given the fact that I lived, I don't know, 35 minutes from Mexico, I can never leave and come back. And so I just never got it because my wife and I just had this classified life, which they don't. I mean, again, you can do it, but it's a pain in the butt to leave the country. So I'm just like, I don't need a passport, so they're just gonna expire on me.
I see. I've seen some great Netflix stories on when people don't have a passport, but I don't want to get there. We talk about you and Peanut and JJ, who I don't know what they're doing there.
Are they fighting?
I
That's
think
just
it's
playing.
a game.
They're
Yeah.
playing Get the Collar Off.
No. Well, it's getting quite serious right now. They're fighting. Yeah.
You didn't. So in the last chat, we had Anna had 2 boys, or she had 2 kids, right? I don't remember if she said 2 boys.
2 boys.
2 boys, and her husband was taking care of them. You didn't get them over to Bureau to take care of?
The dogs too. No, I think he kicked them out here.
Them out.
It's like, no, not happening.
How do you guys like your new house? The last time you and I spoke, I think for Reels one-on-one, I think you had just moved in, no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so this is my like office and a guest room. So there is a bed there, and I can't move the camera because we have set up the camera for me. So because it needed to be a good quality video, but I have a little Pikachu.
Nice.
Nice.
It's beautiful. I like that because it's like a cut from like papers. It's like 3D kind of. It moves. I don't think you can
I've
see
seen
it.
people take like a lot of the Pokemon cards and they'll trace out the Pikachu and like cut out like 20 copies to make it 3D.
Yeah, and then I have like this one, which is 3D is cool. I have also this one. It's
Man,
also
well,
3D.
that was Mew, right?
Yeah, it's really
Yeah, that
cute.
is Mew.
Oh man, they're taking us way back.
Yeah, I mean, but I got like stuck on the first generation of Pokemon, and when the second one came, I wasn't really interested anymore. So
Neil is on the iPhone says that not having a password that's experiencing Jira Cloud and not having an idea about Jira Server or DC. Let me tell you that this is not necessarily a bad thing, Mr. Neil on the iPhone. This is a great thing.
okay, so yeah,
You know how amazing it is to be a Jira admin on the cloud and not have to worry about server?
no, I don't know
See,
because I've
that's
always only
not-
seen
That's
cloud.
not great for me. That worries me. That
is the
concerns me
best.
greatly.
That is the best. I don't have to worry about all the dumb things. It's like when you learn like C# and you grew up learning how to code in C++ or in C, and you're like, wait, I don't have to worry about my like garbage management.
I mean, there was one app that I've seen recently that on the London event that I literally had an aha moment as a Jira admin, which I'm not, but I was like, this is amazing. Salto. Have you heard of Salto?
I have.
You have heard of Salto.
I mean, that was just mind blowing. I was sitting there and my mouth just dropped.
I'm about to do an event. This is why I have to leave in 20 minutes because I'm gonna go do an event with Salto.
So you're leaving Rodney alone here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
Bob will
but
be back
in
here
10
shortly,
minutes-
and then yeah.
In 8 minutes, Bob should come back. Hopefully. He said
Good
So
Bob
you were
has-
mentioning Pokemon. This past weekend, I actually completed all 1,025 Pokemon. I've caught them all.
How much time did it took? Oh, since
We're
it was
not going
launched.
to.
That's like
We're
2000.
not going to discuss how long it took me.
That's 2015, so that's 9 years.
I have Pokemon dating back from like 2010, so it's been much longer than that.
Oh, well,
That is
congratulations!
so cute.
Hold on,
Any
how
up-
could I?
Sorry, Nikki, but at the beginning, we're trying to figure out if we can get Scott, Anu, or Mike in here. So, Atlassian, any updates on your emails?
Oh, is it all of them? Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought that they said they're getting all of them, as in Anu, Scott, and Mike.
No.
They meant Pokemon, right?
Yeah, the Pokemon, yes, all of them, and even the dog was shocked. But yeah, if we could get, I think that's Alex's secret goal for the live stream is to get either the founders or Anu on to the stream.
Hmm.
Hello.
Well, Alex, if you joined that community leader club that you wanted to join,
Don't even go there, Nikki. Don't even go there.
then the chances are higher.
So Atlassian, I maybe it's Kaylee. I don't know who's running the Atlassian one, but Anu, I have spoken to Anu, and I have an email from Anu with her saying she will come onto the Jira Live. We just need to
Really?
coordinate a date.
Oh, congratulations! That's a big one.
Yeah.
Her and I had a one-on-one like September.
Yeah,
August,
right around
September?
September. That was a pretty big deal.
Yeah. So I asked her, and she said she'd come. So we just got to get her someday.
And that's awesome. Who do you think will win the fight? By the way, we can do a bet.
Peanut, because Peanut's the only one I
Gigi.
know. So Peanut for the win here.
Gigi's going to win. She's got youth.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Sometimes it's Gigi, sometimes it's Peanut. This time it looks like
Alex, we're going to save this for any kind of time hole we had or where we didn't have any guests. But we were going to spring a surprise Jira duty on you and have you answer some questions.
No, don't do that.
So let's have answering questions. So what is it? What is the challenge there?
He's trying to become online community leader. Of
No,
course, you have to answer a lot of questions.
You guys want me to become community leaders. I have officially determined that I am pulling the plug on that ambition.
And you said the same thing about certification. How did that turn out?
Well, I got one. I was so mad at myself, Nikki. I went and got the ACP 520, and I was like, when I got the result at the end, my knee-jerk reaction was like, could have gotten 100 on this.
How much did you get?
92.
What? It's good.
He got a 92 on ACP.
Wow.
But I was like, like literally the moment I saw that 92%, like my first initial thought was like, should have gotten 100 at this point.
So you need to do it again.
I know I might have to do it again, but no, it was. Now I'm scared about the other ones because
Joanna, do they allow retakes if you've passed with over a 90? Because I don't think that should be allowed.
It's like a lifetime now. You don't even need to.
Yeah.
I mean, that is so overachiever.
There were a couple of questions that were really, really hard though. That I was like, well, I don't even know what to answer. Sean's like, we're retaking.
They only allow Alex to do retakes.
No, what I told Joanna, and I'm gonna ask her again a little later when we jump on the call, is like, I think out loud, and I was like, Joanna, I'll be more than happy to take the test so you guys can observe me and see how I take the test to see if it's like to gauge the level of difficulties.
So you're saying you will take take any certification exam as long as you are in a quote unquote undisclosed location. It's almost like in a room by yourself, nobody else there. You got
to have the one-way mirror.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say I'm very happy I took it at a test facility, although they scared me more than I probably should have been scared.
Did they check if you have a microphone and devices?
It's been a while since I've been in like a test facility, and the last time I took a test was just so. I walked out trauma test because I took the CISSP, which was a really, really hard test, and I just never wanted to take it. I never want to take a test ever again. I
can see that there is a trauma, like even the way you say it.
Well, it was a really hard test because it's like 300 questions. So the CISSP, not to turn this into a cybersecurity talk, right? But the CISSP can be like anywhere between like 200 to 300 questions. You don't know how many, right?
I think we found Alex's next testing location.
And Siberia. And then you can't go forward or backwards, right? So once you answer the question, you answer the question. And you only have 3 hours, right? And so you don't, like, if you don't know the answer, then you can't come back later, right? Like you got to commit to it because you also don't know how many questions are on the test. Like it could be, you can have 20 more, you can have 100 more. Like you don't know. You just know you're running out of time. You know you got to answer questions, and you know you got to get it right that moment because you can't go back.
Oh, that is frustrating.
It's a really frustrating thing. And to make it, to add insult to injury, out of the like 4 questions, like 3 of them can be correct, but only one of them's the most correct.
Most
Almost
Right.
correct. Yes.
So out of that, so that's just traumatizing. Where I'm like, I'm never taking a standard test ever again.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
at
a
least
big
somehow convinced him.
Yeah, I needed it. I'm not a certification person, so even if I do the course, I'm not taking the cert in the end. Like I just never really felt like doing it because no one forced me to have certification. So the only one that I acquired was one that I needed to have to do my job, which was some radiation certification. I forget the name, radiation protection. And then the second one was ISTQB certificate for testing.
Wait,
because
what were
that
you
was the way
doing
to
in
get.
radiation?
I was sorry, how's the English? Radiation
say it in English?
radiation physicist. I was working on the oncology department and taking care of like testing the linear accelerators that you use to
Okay.
cure
The atom smashers.
cancer.
Yeah.
Atom smashers.
Yes,
So yeah.
I got to meet the this chief technology officer of the Boeing company, and he has a degree like in physics. And he was talking that early on in his career, his very first job that he got out of college was to like come up with calculations to like handle like nuclear energy or something like that, right? And he was like, I had to go in and like I had to do the calculations to handle this material. But the guys weren't idiots. Like they put me to do it too. Like I had to handle it because if I didn't trust my math, they wanted me to be at the front of the line just in case things went sideways on the math. Like, so he's like, the pressure to do the math correctly was just so enormous because if something went wrong, like it was my life on the line first. That just reminded me of what you were saying.
Yeah, it's quite stressful, the job, I say, like in those fields.
Yeah, I'd rather do Jira on the cloud any day.
Yeah, so when you say like you're gonna fire me for changing the Jira status, I'm like, go. This is fine. And then the fire behind you. Yeah.
I mean, Joanna does have a good point here. If you do get your certification, you do get some cool swag.
Is it after 1? Like, should I expect something soon?
Yep.
Because Joanna, I can't even get my little badge. I get rerouted to a 400 pager. Or we try to do it earlier. Bob and Ronnie are my witnesses.
Yeah, I need to get you the URL for the support desk for certifications and training, unless Joanna has it on her bookmarks.
Yeah,
And
there
she
is
can't share it through YouTube chat though.
Bob's like, you haven't told anybody you passed the test. I'm like, 'cause I can't get to the little thingy.
I told him to steal my image.
Little thingy. Oh,
Yeah.
is there a badge with Rodney's face? I'm gonna get that one.
So Alex didn't even.
When I announced my last cert, I did a instead of Ash holding a Pokeball, it's Ash holding my new cert.
When the world is Nikki?
Ooh.
Oh, one of those.
It's not gonna focus. You need to read it from the.
So last year, and I think I gave one to you too, Alex, didn't I? I had some custom pins made up for other creators, and I handed them out. Physically, I only had like 10 of them made. One of them broke in transit. One I kept. So there's only 8 out there that I gave to specific creators.
All you did was vandalize my team's path.
She's got both versions.
Oh,
yeah, you said they're very limited, and that I should keep them. So I'm saving them until they I can trade them for like a few 100,000. And
yeah. So I will tell you that my wife adored the morning Monday morning coffee stickers from that you guys passed out at Team 23. They're all over her laptop.
Oh, yeah, we had so much fun with them. Alex, it's just the 3rd hour. I'm having a feeling this will be tough.
This is what I wanted.
I'll pull this off at 4 a.m.
What you should do is wait till I nod off a little bit, put that on, and then yell at me.
I got the I haven't played Halo in a while, but apparently in one of the new modes, you have like no freaking way or something, like the announcer does it after like a kill streak or whatever. But on my Tesla, I can change the lock sound. Oh no, unfreaking believable is what he says. So I have the sound, so when I lock my Tesla, it goes unfreaking believable. I'm also changing it to I used to have Mario's like, let's go. But everybody sounds like it's Mexico, and like everybody got freaked out. Every time Mario yells out of my Tesla, goes Mexico.
Yeah,
Aw.
well, you know, we already know that you can't even go there because you have no passport. So
I can go there. I can't come back. There's a difference.
I still don't
There's the
understand
trick.
it, but I'm sure you're gonna explain me in person on Teams.
Which part? The one that I can't leave the country?
Yes, but I mean,
I can go out. I can't come back in. You need the paper to show that you were from here.
yes. Yeah,
Um,
you need a passport, of course. Yeah,
Right, I
that's
need the
fine.
passport. Mexico doesn't care. Mexico will accept you, right? So I can go
Yeah.
out to Mexico any day.
I don't know. They still checked my passport when I went to go there for my honeymoon.
Yeah, but oiga, mijo, if you start talking like me, you're gonna be fine.
That's not the problem.
Yeah.
I don't talk. So, Nikki, you showed my pin earlier that you got at Team 23. I saw some pins that you guys were handing out at Unleashed.
I still have
You
them.
have had some. So, if you do go to Team 24, I'd be very, very appreciative if you just happen to have one on you.
I will probably have some with me.
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
there are like 20 of them left.
We're gonna have to start a support group that Nikki is still going.
Of course I will. Don't worry. Yeah. So yeah, I will bring them with me. I might do some other pins as well. Let's see. I like to make merch. It's like
Yeah, we
my
gotta
favorite
partner
activity.
up. We came up with a lot of cool shirts like a few months ago, but I'm not very good at designing anything on there, and I didn't want to just put text.
Yeah, the shirt ideas are still coming in, by the way, in chat.
I got your t-shirts. I just didn't take a picture with them yet, but I got the story, and Bear got the bug. So I said it's an amazing couple t-shirt because you can say that like every story has its bugs.
Mhm.
So yeah,
That is
it's quite
Jeff's kiss.
funny. Yeah.
Oh,
So I like
that's
it,
the ultimate
but
couple's Halloween costume here.
so Bear, but then I said that Bear was like, "What? But why there is no epic? Like I want to be epic." So you need epic t-shirts as well.
No, I have the epic in there.
No,
I mean, technically, they're the not an epic shirt.
Well,
not a
all of
story.
yeah, for licensing rights, they're all not a bug, not an epic, not a story, not a task.
Oh, so now you're publicly saying that I purposefully didn't buy not an epic t-shirt.
Well, we're trying to go with the same philosophy that Elon Musk used for his
The
not
flamethrower?
flamethrower.
Do you hear that story, Nikki?
No.
You made a flamethrower, but you can't ship a flamethrower.
Oh,
So
it's
he
a
renamed the product.
Not
So he
a
renamed
vine.
it to not a flamethrower, and now it's okay. Like it'll go through customs and stuff.
Incredible. I love those hacks. This one is amazing.
That's why, yeah. So all the shirts, I just call them not a story, not an epic.
So if Atlassian has any concerns, well, it's not a story.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, it's not a bug.
Well, I'm pretty sure that those specific icons are not
I
trademarked.
looked. So yeah, so I looked. All of their product icons are. So you can actually use. So from what their documentation said, you can use their icons as long as you don't alter them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So what does
So they're
this
not
guy go and do?
I didn't alter them. The only one that we altered was the Jira Amigos, where we put the Mexican hat or the sombrero on.
Yeah, and that has never seen the light of day after
that day.
after that day. So you know, I think we might be in the clear. It's not like we're selling Jermigos t-shirts or anything like that.
Yeah.
I would totally buy it. Is there a black market for Jira Amigos t-shirt?
Not yet, but we have the Jira Life stuff.
It's like not on the stream, Nikki. After the stream, I'm gonna message you.
Yeah, I think the farthest we got was like when I went over to San Diego and saw Alex, and we went sombrero shopping. So
Yeah, I have my hat, and I have Ronnie's hat too.
We got it ain't illegal, just like tweets. What about Midjourney to plot shirts ideas to first design iteration? We can use, you can use Midjourney to do the designs. That is true. Have you used Midjourney?
I haven't.
I used it to create those animals as a product. That was quite fun. Have you seen it?
No, but I do know you're
Yes.
very clever. So we do need to collaborate on something.
Okay, so it's like, no, Nikki, I'm not gonna use Midjourney. You're gonna make it for me.
It was last year's Valentine's Day, right? That you made all the really cool like stickers and stuff.
Stickers.
You had some like love
in
stickers.
the shape of the sweetheart.
Oh, the story that went from Jigsaw account about like the Jira quotes and Valentine's Day. Yeah, that's great. So anything that comes out from the Jigsaw account, people think it's me and Beer, but it was actually Jen and Mel who were doing the work. So so there is a team. There was a team
You
dedicated to
forget
that
there's the whole
account.
team behind Jexo.
Yeah, it was like more people in that company. But yeah, it was Jen Velasquez and Mel Castan, who are from Mexico. We are talking about Mexico a lot here, so they are originally from
You're
Mexico.
talking to a Mexican.
Yeah, see, what city are you from?
I was born here in the U.S., but my parents were from Zacatecas, Jerez, Zacatecas.
Zacatecas. I don't know where that is.
I don't either, but if you find out, let me know so I can go with you. I'm actually not allowed to go. I do need to drop for this webinar, but I will tell you that my family is not allowed to go to Mexico, specifically our region of Mexico. And I probably shouldn't be saying this on the internet, but the Mexican cartel and my family's last name don't like each other very well because of money. So our family tends to get decapitated if they go to Mexico, especially that part of Mexico, for ransom. So my mom says I'm never allowed to go to Mexico ever.
Is this the last story you're saying and leaving the stream? Because this is pretty dark.
Come back tomorrow.
Now we get to deal with the consequences. Thank you, Alex.
Come back tomorrow for the rest of the story.
Nikki, I need a new
If he is
business
back,
partner.
I don't know.
Are you
He
in the
might be going to
market?
Mexico and staying there.
It's gotta do so. My great grandpa came for the gold rush in California and got money, and so it's not my last name. So I should be okay. But like our family's last name is pretty well. Like my uncle ran for president of Mexico and like threw money out of planes to the villages, and so our last name, or at least my family's last name, is pretty well known in Mexico, specifically in our region of Mexico. So I don't go because like there's scouts that are just waiting to see who comes from the US because we tend to have money coming in from the US, so they'll hold you up for ransom. But my cousin had a bulletproof Hummer that they stole, and so now the cartel owns his bulletproof Hummer.
I was just like waiting for how this is gonna get better, and you can just sort of plot the joke. But I was just like, I can't say anything.
Nikki,
like...
I need a better business partner. Do you know anyone?
Chris Cook is on the market.
No, Rodney already turned him down.
Yep. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm beginning to rethink that, considering who I'm partnered with for this.
All right,
this
I got to go because I'm being summoned, folks. But Nikki, always a pleasure. Hopefully, I see you in April.
Yes, I will. You will see me next week.
Okay, and for everybody else, I'll see you all in like 5 hours. Bye.
Bye. Enjoy.
Guapo,
Bye, Alex.
Okay, what are we gonna do with this situation that happened here?
Oh, I almost hit the end stream button. Wrong button.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, that was one of the most important things that we were like on that 72 hours live stream. It was a nightmare, which was like clicking that end stream button. And then after that 72 hours, you were like, should I really do it? And then it's done. Yeah.
It is Lead Studio. It's right there at the bottom.
So
end stream is at the top.
Yeah. Shall we talk about next week, Nikki?
Oh, yeah, I'm not really sure, but like it is very hard to pick up the conversation back right now.
Well, I mean, we could talk about QuizWiz.
Oh yeah, there is a
that would be kind of mean. I mean, it's like she's here her barbecue and coffee. It's almost like 2-on-1. It's almost like we're getting.
Are you saying we need to get Ed back in, or we need to get Ed in early?
Is Ed available?
I mean, Nikki would probably be able to find out before we could.
I'll check. I'm checking right now.
Or maybe anybody else from AppFire.
No, is not available. I mean, there's a lot of people, but I think it's quite last minute, and it's like 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
Of my time. Yeah, might not enough. Okay, fine, I get it. There's Jen. Yeah, I don't think she's camera friendly.
So let me tell you that as it just like with as far as like the timing, like next week's Jira Life, it all kind of coalesced where you were the guest, and then all of a sudden it was the end of QuizWiz, the finals for QuizWiz, and it was something like along the lines of, it would be unreal if we set up the Jira Life live stream, or next week's Jira Life live stream, basically timing it pretty close to the end of the QuizWiz final.
Yeah.
And you would still be up. It would be an hour friendly to you, but it would also be an hour friendly to Sajid.
Isn't it like midnight for him already?
No, it would actually be about 8:30 p.m. for him.
Oh, that's friendly.
Yeah, it'd be, and so it's just like, why don't we try and set it up? And this is kind of a preview of next week's the Jira Life. Yes, we're not doing 2 p.m. Pacific time. What we're trying to do is we're trying to set up a QuizWiz final special. Nikki is a guest as well as Sajid. So that's
perfect.
And again, this is no matter who wins, we know we're going to have an awesome time. So you're still welcome, even if you beat us.
I mean, I wasn't like that hopeful because I wasn't really good in the previous quiz, but somehow Ed just like knows answers to all the questions.
That
like,
and yeah.
Yeah, like he just knows, and then I'm there like, yeah, Ed, and then he just has the answer, so it's great, yeah. And then there's Atlassian questions, and I'm like, yeah, I know that, and it's always wrong.
Yeah. We know who the drivers are on these teams. It's like
yeah, pretty much. Ed pulled it off. Anyways, on the teams, Ed promised that there's going to be a special edition of the barbecue sauce. So I'm quite excited about that.
I will tell you, I'm excited too. And
do you know what kind of sauce? I mean, I can't tell, but like you can guess, and I'm just gonna be like,
he's. So I had heard rumors that it was I think it was a rub that is made with coffee. So it's a barbecue rub made with coffee, and so those are my favorite kind of rubs for doing something like pulled pork with something to kind of give it some flavor.
Yeah, let's see. See.
So that would be a really, really fun thing. So looks like Cremo, aka Atlassian Community Cologne, is asking when. I'm
pulling it up right now.
Yeah.
When are we having a live stream? Next week, right?
Yeah, next week. Like so the QuizWiz final is what, like I know it is like 7:30 or like 6:30 Pacific time to about 7:30, and then we're gonna try and maybe do like the top of the hour or something like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be loads of fun.
I just put the link to the QuizWiz in the chat. It'll load up. If you're logged in, it'll show it in your local time.
Yep.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
No.
On community pages, they always put it on your local time zone. That's what I've been seeing. Because now the Jira Life has its own community page, right?
We do.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Show me. I need to see that. So if the Jira Life has its own community page, does that mean that Alex is a community leader?
It means me and Bob are still community leaders.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Alex. I'm just registering for the quiz so I don't miss it. Thank you for a reminder. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be bad. Don't leave Ed in a lurch.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. He would
I
message me.
mean,
He would message me. I just saved it. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. I can't wait for that. Oh, is Jens after me? Who is after me here?
actually, it's Lauren from the Atlassian Creator Program.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they already waiting?
They're
Not quite yet.
Oh,
So
I have a few more minutes then, and then
you do have a few more minutes.
then I need to eat.
That if you don't want to leave, we could host up to 10 people on this thing, so you could stick around.
Yeah,
Vicky is also a part of the Atlassian Creator Program.
that is true. Yeah, I posted a meme today. It took a lot of time.
I saw your post today, and with Epic Sax Guy, and I'm like, Provision. I'm not allowed to know about that, right?
I mean, it was, yeah, I had a fun. I really like those memes, like that you can now create on the CapCut and you can put whatever over it. It's quite fun. Oh yeah, why everyone keeps on receiving merch and I got nothing when I'm part of the program? I don't know where to sign up for it. Like, was there some special link that I missed? Or
I don't know, but Lauren has just joined and she could fill us in if she wants to.
Hello, Lauren.
Hi, Bob. Hi, Rodney. What questions do you have about rewards?
She's so I and not to put Nikki under the bus, but I think she feels as an original OG Atlassian creator, the swag that maybe she wants the new swag.
I didn't get the old one either. So
You didn't?
No,
injustice, major injustice.
Speak up. Tell me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I moved the house, so maybe it's my fault. But
No, I got you.
I'm sorry.
We'll get it taken care of.
Yeah,
See?
we'll done. Taken care of.
Yes. Thank you. Check.
But you realize you are required to wear your Atlassian Creator hat at Team 24 now.
I will wear. I love hats.
Great.
It's my favorite thing. Somehow, these hats, like that's what I wear when I go out. It's like very convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm gonna go have
right,
dinner.
thank you.
I'm gonna check in on you on the chat.
Oh,
Good luck.
absolutely.
Don't fall asleep.
Good to see you, Nikki.
We shall try not to fall asleep. We'll see about
We'll try
that.
not to fall asleep.
Try not.
We're
Okay,
doing
see
good.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So, yeah, we're entering hour 4 now. We are fortunate to have Lauren Siegel. She is, as of the start of this year, the program lead for the Atlassian Creators Program. I know this is something I've been really harping about. I'm really excited about this. Since I've started putting out content, I've wanted some more official way to interact with Atlassian because, I'm putting a lot of work in here, and it's nice to be seen.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me, you guys.
Thanks for being on, because we have 24 hours to fill, and we want to try and do it 1 hour at a time. And I think people would get tired of just me and Rodney and Alex just yammering away. So
I don't think it.
great to,
Is Alex
with
taking a break?
Yeah, Alex had some chores and errands to run today.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that they couldn't be rescheduled. So he's going to be out probably for about the next 6-ish hours, give or take.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take a well-earned rest after he's done.
Yeah. So you're on hour 4.
We are on hour 4 now.
All right. Cool. Well, that's awesome. How has it been so far?
So far, it's been pretty good. We're 1/6 of the way through. It's been a lot of great conversations. We had,
Yes.
I'm already forgetting names. How could I forget names?
So we had Jaime Capitel from
Resolution.
He kicked us off, and that was just a fantastic hour. And then after that was Rena Nur from Radbeach, and she brought friends. She
Ooh.
brought Anna from Alpha Serve, soon to be Tempo, and a few people from Adaptivist who ironically were the precursors who had done the precursor to the Jira Life. They had done the Atlassian ecosystem podcast
Oh, cool.
as part of Adaptivist. So it's kind of interesting to see kind of like previous generation and the now.
Yeah.
Right. And it'd be kind of like, and they had done it to the extent that they had. And this was before there was even a creators program. So,
yeah.
And we, at this point, we are getting I think we're definitely getting a boost from the creators program, from the work that you and Andrew DeBell have been doing, because we've called upon you. We work with you, and when we put stuff out on LinkedIn, there's almost instantly a boost, and so we do appreciate that.
Yeah. And, the whole reason why the creators program exists is because you guys are already out there creating this content. And we wanted to recognize you for your efforts, and make you feel seen in all of the things that you're doing, and reward you and bring you together as a community as well.
And I think that's important too, because I more often than not, I think it stemmed from the community itself. There were definitely some creative people. Hey, I can do this. I can talk about this, and it just kind of flowed. These people that are passionate about Atlassian and Atlassian products, and they meet either on at specific locales or online. And then from there, it just kind of accelerated. Where else can we fill the void? And it was books and things like that. Now it's these kind of things like the podcasts and the
YouTube
and the YouTube and the live streams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember when I first started Your Guide blog, it felt very lonely because I'd spend hours researching and writing something together and editing it and getting all the screenshots and everything. And then I put it on the world. And then maybe someone see it, maybe someone wouldn't. Turns out a lot of people ended up seeing it, a lot more than I was expecting, but it was still very lonely work because everything I was doing up until the point I released it was never seen. It just something I was doing on my own. So having a place where I could go like, hey, let me bounce this idea off people, or hey, let me talk about this problem I'm having or what this experience I have is, been immensely helpful, at least to me. And then the collaboration where I could go, hey, we have this crazy idea where we want to do a 24-hour stream. Anyone want to hop on with us?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that when you look around the room, you see people like yourself and you're able to connect with them within the micro community that is the creators program, and do crazy things like a 24-hour server apocalypse stream. So yeah, it makes me really happy to see you guys collaborating in this way.
So, so that makes me kind of have to ask the question:
Yeah.
Has in what way has this program, the creators program, kind of gone beyond your expectations?
Yeah. I think first and foremost, just the way you guys support each other, and provide each other feedback. There's it warms my heart in many ways to just see how supportive you are of each other. And I'm not saying that wasn't an expectation. It's just this like really delightful surprise, because when I was putting together the plans for this, I was thinking like, me and Andrew would need to be sort of sustaining this program, and we do. And there's definitely things that, we can provide you that, that are on maybe a larger scale. But to be able to see you guys collaborating and working with each other has been really fun to watch and very surprising. Yeah. And then just like seeing that you guys like are making new friends, like when we introduced the new cohort, and it wasn't a requirement to be a leader, a community leader, like that was, it was something we had never done at Atlassian before. Like we had always just had the community leaders program. And so this was the first time that we said, we're going to open the door to people who are specifically creating content, and you don't have to be hosting events, and you don't have to be active in the online community. And we weren't really sure, how that was going to be received from the leader side of the house. And you guys have been super welcoming. I mean, the day that we welcomed the new creators into the program, like you guys were just the best. I mean, just arms wide open, and that was really great to see.
I think we might have had a little bit of sway on the don't have to be a community leader, because we knew of people, aka Alex, who's not
Alex,
here.
yeah.
So it was just one of those where it was we need to throw him a lifeline.
Mhm.
He's not a community leader. We need to have a way of allowing him to have support in helping him create his content.
Right.
And
And not
so
forcing
it
him
was
not forcing him down a specific path or journey that really wasn't aligned with like what he wants to do as a member of the Atlassian community. So yeah, sorry I interrupted you, but yeah, that's
no,
Alex
it's all
is
good.
Alex is a really great example of that.
I remember when the new cohort was announced, and I was just seeing all these names, all these people pop in, because how we found out who was joining the new cohort as the existing creator cohort was people suddenly started appearing in our Slack.
Yes.
It was like, oh my God, see, they got in. Oh my God, they got in. And I mean, I remember commenting this last year at Team 23 that I was so excited and surprised that all the creators were each other's biggest fans.
Mm-hmm.
I was not ready to have like Nikki and Sajid and all these other people fangirl over me. Same time, I was doing the same thing to them.
Yeah.
And that seemed to increase exponentially when the new cohort came in. And we've got a lot of the new cohort as well as the old cohort kind of helping out with this endeavor. But it was so amazing to see everyone. And then all the posts, like I never thought Jira Guy would be posting about me. Like, I'm just Rodney.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's great.
One story I want to bring up, and I don't know if you remember this, but this was about 2 or so weeks after the new cohort got in.
Yeah.
One of our fellow creators, he actually he voices our closing on the Jira Life, Rob Heen. He posted a story about a comment he got that was just straight troll.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
the way everyone's like, no, man, don't listen to him.
Yes.
They don't know what they're even talking about. It's just, oh my God, it was really incredibly encouraging that just the moment he had an issue, we were all there, not only in defense of him and surrounding him with good vibes, but also on the chat in the YouTube video, putting so many good comments in there that it absolutely drowned out the one bad comment.
Right. Yeah. There's no room for that trolling in this crowd. And yeah, they were totally wrong. That's it, by the way.
And by the way, if you guys have not checked out Robin's channel, I'll post a link to it here in a moment in the chat, but absolutely do it. He's a great source of content for, right now he's focusing a lot on Confluence, but he is also doing some stuff on JQL, other Atlassian topics, as well as just general project administration. So definitely give him a check out.
Yeah.
Although he kind of straddles the fence between JQL and JQuil, so I think he gins up that fight.
He does better than me, where I intentionally change how I pronounce it every other time just to annoy people.
And I am jealous of his better radio voice than mine. So Rob Heen, I'm a jealous fan. So
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I had a little anecdote, but it's lost. So.
Oh, okay. That's.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. So I can talk a little bit about the Atlassian Creators Program if you would like, just so some of the viewers can kind of have a little bit more context in case they don't.
By all means.
Yeah,
yes,
no,
please.
Program. Sure. So our Atlassian Creators Program is a group of Atlassian community members. We like to call you guys champions that are focused on creating user-generated content. And these are, super fans of Atlassian and our products. They are already making, quality content, whether it's short form, videos or blog posts or long form, news, what are they called? Like news articles and long form learning videos. So just really bringing in those people. And one of the things I always like to, call out is that you guys are not paid influencers. So you're 100% volunteers. You are volunteering your time and your effort to create this type of content. And you guys have many different, motivators in there. A lot of it is to just help your community, to help other people learn how to use the product as well as you do, to be a thought leader or an expert in the field. So there's really just, you guys kind of make up this whole like ecosystem community of people who are creating content in many different ways. And you guys really like, you have your own kind of like niche, what you like to focus on. But then I really, you guys have been open to experimenting with new things and things like that. And yeah, the program has people all over the world, primarily in Europe and the United States, but we've got people in India, in Dubai. We have some people in South America. And then there's a whole host of different languages that people speak. And we really think that there's a lot of like, there's a lot of Atlassian created content out there, especially in for learning content, but not all of our customers speak English. And so it's really nice that we have people within our creator program that speak Portuguese, speak Spanish, so that they can communicate with our customers and our users in other countries and learn from them without having to solely rely on Atlassian's own pieces of content.
Yeah,
that is so such a succinct way to put it. And that's one thing I noted in the Slack channel when the new org was coming in is, and I remember this quote very, very specifically. I'm like, I love how many new languages are joining this program, because yes, I primarily speak English, and that is what most of the world understands. But there is a certain percentage of the world out there that will never be able to get the full benefit of the content I make just because I'm not able to speak their language. There is something lost in translation there, even if you use a tool like Google Translate. And the fact that they now have someone in their own language, essentially, who could take that baton and create content that speaks to them on to their culture, to their identity, to their way of life is such a blessing that I was just happy to see all the different people joining the program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially since it's new media, right? It's one thing to do a just a blog article and run it through Google Translate. These are people that are native speakers producing content in their native language with their idioms, and so that it's more comprehensible and easier to learn than us kind of going in there and trying to dub something in another language without understanding local or cultural context. And so it's I think this is one of those cases where more and different is better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think the more diversity that we can have in the program, the better, because that's going to reach customers and people who use Atlassian products from all around the world. And, we have one community member who is in Vietnam, and, he's the only Vietnamese speaking community member within the program. And so it's really important that people in, certain areas of the world are able to digest and understand the content in as easily a way as possible.
Right. And so we're going to kind of counter Mario's little comment here about AI helping us. I don't think AI is there yet to kind of help us, overcome the cultural barriers. So so at this point, it's easier and better to have people from other spots in the world.
It's also more authentic, it's there's, I think, the most valuable piece of user generated content is the authenticity of it, right? It's not the corporate company, it's not the marketing language that's coming at you. It's the genuine experience and insight from somebody who sits in front of a computer and hands on the keyboard, uses the product, and that has so much value, so much authenticity to it, and there's a lot of trust in that.
And the thing that I'm still thankful for the program for is I still feel I have the ability to say what I need to say, in spite of being an Atlassian creator. I think our friend Ed Gale put it best. He says, sometimes I poke the bear, the bear being Atlassian. I've known when I have something that I feel needs to be said, I'm not afraid to say it. And I still feel, even as a part of the creator program, I have that freedom to say, hey, Atlassian, your values are no BS. This is starting to feel a little bit like BS.
Right.
Can we get the record straight here?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure you're familiar, but one of our values is open company, no BS. And it doesn't give, everyone the free ticket to just, attack people or say that they're wrong or anything like that. But it does give us an opportunity to say, hey, I don't agree. Can we talk about that more and things like that? And we do that every day internally.
Yeah, I'm thinking about after Team 22, I wrote an article specifically said, Atlassian, we need to talk about data center.
Yeah.
And it was actually an open invitation to say, look, I have some concerns about what's going on here. Let's talk.
Yeah.
And to my shock, Atlassian responded. And I think that was actually my next article was, oh my God, Atlassian responded. What do we do now?
I do. Yeah. Well, the other thing with the creators program that I think is really important too is to, not force you guys into a box and to create this, a very specific piece of content, because there's really not a lot of value in all 50 of you creating the exact same piece of content, right? So I want to give you guys ideas. I want to give you guys prompts or, training on how to do something new or different, or encourage you to do something. But really, at the end of the day, this is your content and it's your face on that content. And so I want to make sure that you're creating the content that you want to create. And I can bring in, early access to product news or special campaigns and things like that. That might, excite you guys and you'll want to talk about it, but from your own voice.
Yeah, and I think understanding that each of us have our own voice, but be in the chorus is really, really important. And I'm going to circle back to the example of, and Nikki was just here when Monday Coffee decided to close up shop. I was to me it was bittersweet. It was kind of like they were doing kind of the same thing as us, but different, in that they were more of a short form 10-minute type of thing, where we are different in that when we do the same type of content, we have the Jermigos, we have the peanut gallery kind of chiming in there with their opinions.
Yeah.
And Andy is still a little despondent about that. So but I felt it was kind of I thought it was to me it was a little bit of a sad thing where if we're the only game in town, that it's just a little bit less of a chorus. And actually it also means more work for me, but that's that's what I'm kind of crying about too.
Yeah. Well, maybe something will spin up, will inspire others.
Well, that's what I'm kind of hoping for. If there's anybody out there that wants to do Monday Coffee-esque that isn't Alex Ortiz,
Yeah. And again, it doesn't have to be Monday Coffee. It could be Tuesday Tea.
Yeah,
there you go.
Tacos.
There's plenty of drinks that alliterate with days of the week.
Yeah. Wednesday water.
Yeah, Wednesday water.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. That's a whole, that's a big part of the program, is for you guys to find those collaborative moments together.
I think
Andy has better.
Yeah, sorry. Wednesday water sounds so stupid compared to Wednesday whiskey.
Well, it's kind
that's
of
the
same
after
thing.
hours version.
Okay. That sounds good.
I did say earlier in this is the server apocalypse is kind of an Irish has an Irish wake type of a vibe. So
yeah, this has been a long time coming. I can't believe it's here. It's crazy. I mean, we've been, this date has been looming on the horizon for years, right? And it's here. So how are you guys feeling about it? I mean,
apprehensive, worried. I still feel that there are people out there that this change is going to leave behind. And I hate to see that. I really do. I've done the fighting for and I've raised awareness, but some people are going to be missed by this kind of change, just the nature of things.
Right.
And the big thing, though, is, and big change from when I first heard about this. When I first heard about this, I was sharing earlier that I literally did not sleep the night I learned about this.
Oh,
I was just, the anxiety was real. Now when I look at this, I'm like, no, things are changing. At the end of the day, we're still the Atlassian community.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that so like a lot of changes it's not it's not 100% joy and it's not 100% sorrow.
Mhm.
There's just kind of a melding, and I kind of looked at it in terms of like there's a gradient, right, of grief and relief. So it's somewhere kind of, I don't know if it's equal parts right now. I mean, we're here as it happens, equal
Right.
parts grief and relief, and so it will I mean, there's grief in it, in that it was my gateway drug into Atlassian, right? I
Right.
started with it. I started with server. It was kind of a no-brainer to kind of learn what Jira was all about, because all I had to do was spend $10 and
Yeah.
my own
Starter license.
my own server license, and but we're at a point where Atlassian's big competitors aren't offering on-prem solutions. They start out with when they start out developing something and releasing something, it's cloud-based.
Mhm.
Your Mondays, your Asanas, there's no on-prem version for
No.
those.
Yeah.
So and believe it or not, they're using the same playbook that Atlassian had all those many years ago. Keep the barriers to entry low.
Yep.
And so, how does Atlassian compete with an up and coming competitor that's using their old playbook? Well, we've got to marshal our resources to it. So that's where the kind of the relief part comes in.
Right.
We want to see we've been big fans of Atlassian. We want to see them succeed. But we so and so by necessity, some of the older things have to go away, and to so that Atlassian can be that better company. And earlier I had mentioned that this is on the level of Apple discontinuing the iPod. I mean, the iPod was
Yeah.
a product that put Apple on the map.
Oh
I mean, they
yeah.
were no longer runner-ups to PCs. They were now a leader in technology. And so and but the times have to have to catch up. And I want to kind of let you kind of answer this question about Atlassian withdrawing from the EU market.
Atlassian withdrew from the EU market with the cancellation of Jira Day in the EU. What would you say to creators in the EU to create more content? Interesting. I mean, I don't have a lot of context there with regards to the cancellation of Jira Day in the EU. However, I would say that the creators program and creating user-generated content about Atlassian, if you are maybe not in the program but want to apply to the program in the future, it's really not solely dependent on the participation in Jira Day in the EU, right? So, I think really, committing to a content calendar and creating various pieces of content to that speak to your audience and that put you at the level of an expert and then to a thought leader is really, I'd say, the way to create more content. But yeah, I don't really see the cancellation of Jira Day as a dependency of creating content in the EU.
I think that's actually kind of a really, really good answer, because I mean, there are specific events that are kind of those tentpole type of things, those team, and then high velocity and unleash, and and for those events, there's still a lot of gaps in between on the calendar.
Absolutely.
And there's got to be somebody that can fill in those gaps, and I think content creators have a niche there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you're, if you're in the program, then you're, granted access to embargoed product news. You are brought in for specific campaigns and things like that. So I don't think like event specific content is the only type of content creation that there is. I think that there's just a whole host of, you can, share your opinion and your thought on a specific, type of work or system of work that you're experiencing right now. You can talk about remote work and distributed work. You can talk about AI. There's really just a lot of things that are really big topics right now, and they can relate back to your own personal experience, and then they can also relate to how you use Atlassian in our products.
When I started, I had not been to a summit, now Teams, in years. It's been a while since I've been a company large enough to do that. The only reason I got to cover some of my first summits as the Jira guy was because it had went digital with the pandemic. Had it still been in person, I would not have been able to attend as a creator. Most small creators are still looking at like, how can I possibly do this? And that's even after a great benefit that we just got with the program, where you could get the cost of your pass covered. It's expensive pass. It's an expensive trip. Vegas is not a cheap place to be.
It's not.
Really just being able to be there and put out content, because again, Team, Jira Day, Unleash, all these are one-day events, really. Team might be stretched out to a week, but even then, I may only get 3 articles out of that, period. Everything else you have to be there and show up for. You have to do that, and that's the hard work. Figure out what content I'm going to make, what I'm going to write, getting it written down, edited, all that. And that is event independent, as Bob and Lauren have both said. And that really just comes down to committing, I'm going to do this. And I hide my first articles for a reason. Before you're good at something, you will suck at something.
Oh, yeah.
My first articles are terrible. I go back and read them myself, just to remind myself, wow, I have come so far from where I started.
Yeah. I like that.
But just keep at it. Keep doing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Figure out ways to improve, ways to do better video, ways to do better audio, ways to write better. Hey, if I use Grammarly, I can catch a lot of these grammar mistakes that I keep making. Stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a muscle that you can't let atrophy. You've got to keep at it, and it's a constant drumbeat, right? Like every week you've got to have your content planned, and as we learned from Richard Vanderbloom earlier this week, right? Like there needs to be pre-engagement before your content goes out. There needs to be post-engagement. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's a commitment. It isn't just a post and ghost kind of thing.
So
If
I think
people-
that.
Go ahead, Bob.
Good, Rodney. All right. Well, what I wanted to touch about were some of the tools that, as a creator, you've been able to get to us, so that we can not only survive on this, but actually kind of thrive in terms of making our content better and more accessible. And obviously the session with Richard, who is for our audience, he was basically he's a LinkedIn coach. He's a guy that can go in there and kind of explain and help creators plan out or strategize how to improve your physical footprint, or kind of catch up as far as like LinkedIn type of marketing goes. And I really appreciate that, because you throw stuff out there, and you use LinkedIn obviously because it's more of a professional tool, as opposed to like X, aka Twitter, and Reddit and Facebook. And so you don't want to just kind of throw it out there just to see what will happen. You do kind of want to be able to kind of track it. And so yeah, I think it's fantastic, the tools that have kind of come with creator access.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, I don't, and that's this is something Andrew and I have talked about. But do we try and get everyone sort of like on the same tool, so that we can like sort of provide better support and training, so that everyone can kind of grow and mature with the same tool? Or do we let you guys just choose the tool of your choice because that's the one you really like? And so I guess where we're at right now is, BYOT, bring your own tool, try the tool, use the tool that really helps you a lot. But yeah, we found that like, Canva Pro, like that's been a really, really, that is just such a great creator tool. There's so much possibility and flexibility, and it's really easy to use. And it's not like getting started with Illustrator or Photoshop, which I learned how to use those tools in college, and I don't really remember how to use them now, but they're pretty heavy lifts, right? And back then it wasn't, these cloud-based products didn't really exist quite yet. And so, yeah, Canva is just, I'd say, one of the best creator tools for individuals who are really trying to create a brand and create content that is recognizable for their audience, so that every time they see those colors, they see that face, they know exactly what to expect from that piece of content. And it kind of like, it generates a recognition for them. And they share it, they comment. And yeah, I'd say that's one of the best tools so far out there.
Yeah, and I actually think it's evolving beyond BYOT, right?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a community aspect to it, because some of the things that we're kind of seeing on Slack are like the Robert Heens. Hey, what tool?
Right.
This is what I did on and these are the tools I used to make it. And there's a little bit of back and forth. There's I use this tool, and so there's you get from this community aspect of it, you get these discussions of I use this tool, it worked for me, and people kind of learn about other tools with it, and it's just such a level of difference.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you can kind of, if you've never used the product, but you see that, Robert is saying he really likes this product because of X, Y, and Z, but then, maybe, Nikki's like, well, I didn't really like it because I found it hard to do A, B, and C. Like, you're able to assess and say, like I'm like that, the way Robert is using it may not, be as applicable to the type of content that I'm making today. And like my content's more like Nikki's, and it lets you make more educated and informed decisions, especially because these tools cost money. And you want to make sure you're getting value out of these tools.
Yeah. There was a point 2 weeks ago, after Rob did his live learning session, where I think it was actually Alex who said, "Hey, I saw you right on your screen. What did you do that with? That is awesome." And that led to a whole discussion about these best free tools.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, it kind of goes back to what I said earlier, where, I want you guys to look around the room and be like, these are my people. We can have conversations, in-depth conversations about topics that really are important to me and resonate with me, and we can learn from each other. we've got another question.
Yeah, we do.
How does Atlassian see creators as a marketing channel for the products? Help for the beginner Jira administrators, other paths to learn, to self-education, something else. It's kind of an umbrella, right? So yes, the marketing, product marketing people at Atlassian are super excited and super jazzed about working with creators. So there is this and I really try to make sure that they understand who you guys are, that there needs to be an incentive for you guys to talk about the thing that they want you to talk about. But it is a marketing arm, in a sense. It's also it has an educational piece to it. So I think that there are educator learner, or what am I trying to say? Creators who are more focused on learning content, right? And so they can live under that creator umbrella as well. So maybe somebody who falls in the more aligned to the marketing type of stuff is somebody who is in the thought leader space that's saying here are my thoughts on AI and how great Atlassian AI is and things like that. And then there's also sitting right next to them somebody who is I am a Jira admin expert and I want to help small businesses get started and get off the ground when getting started with Jira. So it's kind of both. And I think that, there are, and I don't see them either being mutually exclusive. So that's why we kind of have them all in the same program, because I think that you can provide educational content and also still be really interested in some of the marketing campaigns too. So yeah, it's not, I don't want to say it's a one size fits all. It's just this sort of there's a big tent and we're all in the tent together.
Yeah. Oh no, I completely agree, and I totally get that. Just speaking from my creator experience, where I am focused on educational content. I'm, I wrote a book. I may be in the process of writing other books and involving Atlassian tools in. But that's one aspect of me, and then being a part of the Jira Life podcast, where I go around wearing silly hats and being able
about what's new. Talking about what's new.
Yeah, and be able to talk about what's new and not and kind of divert from just educational content. So I think the answer is really, I hopefully they see this big umbrella where the kind of answer is just all of the above type of thing, and probably even more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like I'm missing, Nikki creates really just fun little short videos, right? That are it's more about kind of ways of working, or it's can be higher level sometimes, but it still kind of relates to Atlassian. It's a piece of content. And it's just a really fun and entertaining piece to watch as you scroll through LinkedIn.
I've seen pretty much all sides of it. I've done educational content. I've done news pieces. I've done marketing pieces. I think Atlassian sees it in an umbrella, but more importantly, I think is the partner and wider Atlassian ecosystem, because they see a lot of potential in the creators. And I'm seeing them reach out more and more to more diverse creators saying, hey, we really like what you do. Can we help you with something? Can we do something? The first time when I first started blogging, I'm like, look, if I could get my trip to then Summit, now Teams, paid for, that's when I know I'll have made it. And that was last year.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it took 4 years, but that was last year. I got my entire trip to Team paid for. That was through a combination of the community leader program, paying for my
Yeah.
pass, and then sponsorships. But a lot of the marketplace partners out there are seeing value and potential in what they're calling influencer marketing, and
Mhm.
they want to be in on the ground floor. And that is where we're at right now. And it's an exciting time to be in the program.
Yeah, and you could, it'd be safe to say, hi, Alex.
Hi, I just wanted to say hi and thank
Hi.
you
Yeah,
for this amazing opportunity to be a content creator.
of course. It's so nice to see you.
Alex, you were a content creator first, and then the program came along.
Yes.
Because I just know, Lauren, I've never had a chance to say hi or anything with you. So just want to say
Yeah.
thank you. And I do have to run because I got to go do an hour and a half drive. There you go. But thank you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I was going to say that really, what the marketplace partners are doing by reaching out to you guys, they see you as an opportunity for marketing their products and their services. And again, with a more genuine voice, with that message coming from a more genuine voice, it's a very attractive piece of marketing.
Yep. Sorry, just a little bit of organization on the back end.
Yeah.
Are you prepping for the next guest?
Who's the
I
next
am, but
guest?
if you want to, I could ask the next question.
Go ahead. You do. You ask the next question. I'll do the prep.
All right, so we do have 10 minutes left.
Okay.
We're trying to make sure we get our next guest on board it and smooth manner. But while we got the last 10 minutes, we've talked about the history of the program, where it is now. In, let's say, 5 years, where would you like to see the Atlassian Creators Program?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would like to see the Atlassian Creators Program. I think there's some internal work that needs to happen. I really want to be able to, I want to see you guys on a website that's got a list of all the Atlassian creators and your specialties and your pictures and links to your LinkedIn profiles. And I want the public to be able to come to a place and to see all of the content creators in one place and really get a feel and an understanding for not just a Confluence page, Andy, something more external that lives on something even bigger than community.atlassian.com or so I would really love to see that. And then I just think I in 5 years, I hope to see the quality of the content just continue to improve over time. And I want you guys to just really feel like you've grown your followings, you've grown your expertise, you are considered thought leaders, and I also want to bring more people into the program that are creating high quality content that that don't necessarily fit, like I said, down that leader, that specific online leader or events leader path. And so I want to see the program grow with more quality, more high quality creators like yourselves. And then I want there to be this space on the internet where people can come and really, see all of the work that you're doing. And they can even, go to a page that's all about learning, UGC learning content, right? So that's where they can, absorb all of the types of learning content that you guys are creating. Let's say they just started with Jira Cloud and they want to learn how to set up, workflows or something. I just really want you guys I want your faces and your names to be out there more on Atlassian owned properties. And so in 5 years, I really hope to see that.
I mean, let me thank you, because a lot of times, especially in my productions, it still feels a little bit amateur hour. So the fact that you're saying we have high quality content is just, it's always a lift up, because it always feels like we're trying to figure things out as we go along.
I mean, yeah, like there's always going to be a path, like you said with your blog, right? Like you've got quality content today, but you might look back in 3 or 5 years and be like, oh man, I've come so far. And that's what I hope, you know?
And that is always the case. That it's always a journey. You're hopefully always striving for that little bit more improvement, that always a little bit better, especially in your content. I know for the Jira Life this year, which we're calling our season 2 because we're doing annual seasons, the word that we started out with when we were doing our first planning meetings was professionalism. How do we make this a more professional appearing presentation without losing the fun that is 2 guys talking about what's happening with Atlassian who kind of know something about what's going on.
Yeah, it's one of those where it was like, I decided maybe they need some extra help, and I sort of said, all right, I'm going to help you out as a producer. Somehow they didn't send me a cease and desist, so I suppose I'm doing something
at a
right.
certain point I kind of forced the producer credit on you.
I think what happened was the first the first solid booking. So
yeah. Well, I just want to call out Andy's idea of an Atlassian sponsored event that features Atlassian creators as the panelists and presenters. I really love that idea, so I'm making note of it.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be very cool.
Yeah.
Labor laws, neighbor laws.
Actually, so this brings out a question. So not necessarily what your plans are for team, but where do you plan on being at team? Are you part of the kind of the community / university area, or is it somewhere else? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I sit on the community and learning team. So the creators program, is part of the community and learning department. So I'm actually on the same team as the ambassador program manager. So Caroline and Maya and Morven and Tamana. So so I will be a team in the community and learning booth. And I am working on lots of stuff for you guys. I know that there's leader specific programming, and then we do have some creators who are coming to team that are not leaders, and so trying to kind of understand some of the programming for them, and then how to bring all you guys together. I will be at team. We will be at the community and learning booth, and I hope to see you guys there.
I mean, absolutely, you will. I know me and you, Lawrence, already had some talk. The Jira Life is going to be at Team 24 in a big way. We're still finalizing some of our plans, but we're stopping short of guerrilla marketing.
Okay.
And that is much to my chagrin.
Well, I'm
very much a fan of guerrilla marketing.
If you're open to sharing your plans with me, I would love to see it, just so I can support you, and maybe be prepared.
It's more whose booth can we steal to do broadcasts?
Yeah. Well,
so far we have several people who said we'd consider it.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll have some space. And it'll be, relatively quiet, at least as quiet as we can possibly get, so that you guys can.
I was going to say, the expo hall at team, quiet is not one of the words I would use.
I know. At Unleash, they really found it difficult to find some quiet space. So, it's kind of a balance, right? You want to be in the crowd and in the mix, but you also want to be able to, create some content that doesn't have a lot of distractions and noise in the background.
Me and me and Alex, we actually did what we consider episode 0 of this podcast in a corner of the community area in the middle of the expo floor. So we are not bothered by noise. We've
Okay.
got good microphones. We will make it work.
Great. Well, it was really fun, you guys. I've never done this before, so I really enjoyed talking about the program with you for an hour and sharing with everyone who tuned in. So yeah, good luck for the rest of the day. I'll be popping in and out as my work day allows to check on how it's going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So be honest with us, and this is the first time. I don't know if this is the first time, or have you been the subject of another Atlassian creator's product?
No.
Oh,
Ever.
First.
Yeah, you're
First.
the first. Yes. Yeah. So maybe I have a career as a guest, in content.
And speaking of that, we do have on tap our next guest, and I would be remiss if I didn't tell everybody to do the traditional YouTube thing, like, subscribe, hit the bell, whatever you want to do, so that we can get 1,000 subscribers. We have on deck and ready to jump in another Atlassian creator. He is the Throwback Thursday guy. He is also the Did You Know guy, and that would be Christian Matheson. So just want to give everybody a big old hello.
Hello.
Hi, Christian.
Hi, Lauren.
How are you?
Doing pretty good, thank you.
Good.
Good
Good to
listening to
see
you.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to hop off and let you guys have at it.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Bye.
Lauren. Thank you so much.
Bye.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Well, hello. Thanks for having me on, Rodney and Bob.
Hello, my 70s
And thank you
brother.
for being on. That you were one of the first people when I put this out in the creator channel. You sign up and say, yes, please put me in.
One of the stupid guys, huh? But then I realized later that what today was, actually. So my question, I got 47 questions.
Okay.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Are they for us, or is
Yeah.
it?
They're for you.
And are keeping with your persona, are the first words to every one of those 47 questions, are they did you know?
Or TBT.
TBT.
So the first one is, and by the way, there are 47, but they're in multiple bullet points underneath each one of them.
Oh, okay. Well, there's actually a first question for you, and that's from Online Andy. He's wondering why no virtual background.
Well, because I didn't know how to set it up and I didn't have time. So maybe I can put it on here. Is all my junk showing? Actually, on my wall and stuff.
Just the flags.
I mean, I see treasures, not junk, but each man their own.
Yeah, that's true. No, but and people out there also. So we chose this day to be on 24 hours of a live YouTube marathon. The better halves, did they know about this or what?
So we have to give kind of mad props to our better halves. So I'm sure there's going to be like a thank you list as long as my arm. And near the top of the thank you list is going to be all of the guests, like yourself, like Lauren, like Nikki, that are helping give us energy. And then also maybe at the same level or above are going to be our spouses, significant others, and families, because I'm kind of doing this. But then again, I did do the Valentine's Day thing last night, so you know.
Yeah, we've got dates planned for Saturday because my better half is attending a class today for work, and is going to have no energy to go out on dates tonight.
Okay. So it's gonna
But
work
the
out just fine, huh?
flowers, I'm hoping she's not watching the stream. She might be, but flowers are waiting for her downstairs.
Oh, okay.
That is
Good.
important to say.
Good. Oh, this is great. You're doing an awesome job. So check this out. As we speak,
There we go.
there is
Nice.
a friend of mine. Oh wait, I got all my screens messed up. There's a friend of mine who is upgrading Postgres and then to Jira 9.12.3, and then going to swap over to Data Center Key.
Wait.
Yeah.
He's one of the very, very rare people that have on-prem Jira Line. This is so to help out our audience. Jira Line is mostly
No, not Jira Server.
Oh. They're on,
Jira Server.
you're
Yeah,
talking
Jira
about Jira Server.
Yeah.
So
They're
they're
on
doing Jira Server.
Postgres. Then they're upgrading their Jira server.
Yeah, upgrading
Then they're
Postgres.
putting in the data center license.
Yeah. So
Okay.
hey, there's still quite a few hours to go. So what's the rush, right?
So the one thing that I would actually kind of gets the red flags in my head are what apps do they have?
Yeah.
And
that's
you
the
have to
big
kind of
one.
convert those over too. I mean, doing the actual Jira server to Jira data center is easy. It's a license swap.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
If you're not looking to like expand out into a clustered environment.
Yeah,
it's
a couple
just,
minutes, right?
Yeah. Right.
No,
but
they've gone through test and staging environments, and now we're actually replicating the steps on the production. But still, quarter till, plenty of time. Why sweat it?
yeah. That's
Anywho,
kind of some of the things I've been seeing. There's been just kind of this. I've been kind of busy on kind of the pre-sale side with a lot more interest in data center, so to speak. So I've been like kind of talking about that, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with this date and making sure that they can kind of close things out and move on from server to data center, because of the fact that it's kind of an relatively easy switch as opposed to a migration to cloud.
yeah, exactly. And they were. My friend told me the plan was to look towards cloud, but then there were some complications that in the organization, politics, things happening that kind of made the task bigger. So and that's the thing too, it's not just the technical side of it. You also have the organizational and the politics and whatnot that muddles up the waters when you're trying to do a project.
Well, and that's especially true if they're in a specific regulated industry where, items like data residency, governance are kind of in there, because right now, I know I'm waiting for FedRAMP. Rodney's waiting for FedRAMP. Alex is waiting for FedRAMP too, and we have clients that are waiting for FedRAMP. So
yeah. So 4 hours and 7 minutes into it, how many cups have been consumed so far?
I've had
3 for me.
3.
Okay.
I had one this morning before we started, and now a full bottle of water that I have to go refill at some point.
Okay. Okay, not too bad, huh? I guess. Well,
we have another question for you from Marius. He's wondering
think
about
this is
your
exciting.
lovely new KGM merchandise.
Ooh.
And wondering if that's you on the shirt.
Yes, it happens to be me.
Did you know it's KGM on his own merchandise?
Yeah.
My sister-in-law made this for me. I asked her to make a head of a Viking with a helmet, and then as she was doing it, she thought she should make it look like me, because I made a couple of things with like stickers and things, like vinyl stuff, and in the past, then I thought, oh, it'd be kind of cool if I owned the graphic instead of just snagging off the internet. So we had a wandering Viking for a bit, an RV that we had. So we had that on the back. Anyway, so I asked my sister-in-law to make a head, and she started doing it, and then she got this far, but she never put the helmet on. She has yet to do that. So we thought we'd just play around with it and put it on some shirts. Who and how?
And
we just barely started, launched last week. So I don't know what the best way to upscale merchandise is. Yeah.
A merch in the Atlassian ecosystem is something that a lot of us are still trying to find a good solution for. I'm using Teespring for my merch for the Jira guy, and I'm already looking for something better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think after you went to Teespring, Alex moved all of his stuff to Teespring just because it's a better selection of
Other way around.
Oh,
the other way around. So
yeah.
Okay, I dropped the link here if anybody's interested in the shirt. I don't know if you can share that out. It was just in the private chat.
Oh,
I know
sure.
somebody's been using what was it? Printful. And I guess there's quite a few places to go and do it. But yeah, it was my sister-in-law. It's pretty neat. And just to show some of the stuff that we're making out, we got these stickers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're trying to promote people to be nicer and better to each other. So we got this one. Vertu kind. So vertu in Icelandic means be, and kind in Icelandic is actually a sheep, but that's also a word in English which means kind. So it's be kind. It's a mixture of Icelandic and English. So therefore you have the picture of the sheep. So be kind stickers.
Something I will probably grab.
I saw a sign somewhere in the U.S. The other day. It said, "Remember, German kids are always kinder."
That's good. That's very good. Exactly along those lines that I was thinking about this.
So, Christian, we're going to ask you to model your shirt and see if there is anything on the back.
There is not. It's just a black.
Okay, so you don't want to stand up and do a twirl then.
I can. If you really want me to. There we go. However, we do have one of these shirts. It's called Inspirational Tea, and it has a short inspirational phrase on the back that is just going to be random. Oh, sheep falling. Oh, jeez. Thanks, Andy. So, I don't know if you guys know, but Bob and I are brothers.
We are brothers. We are 70s brothers.
And then we have Ed Gale and Daryl Lee as well. But Andy sorry?
I will never forget how we got that. It was something where it was my first in-person team. It was the first time as a community leader, and you're there in the workshop and you're asking whether or not anybody was born in 1970, and I said yes, and he said, "All right, we're brothers," and and kept and then you did the due diligence and found other people, and we kind of became the 70s brothers. And then last year, we knew we were coming, so you even made us shirts on that, and so I have the picture. I've kept the picture. So
do you remember that,
I
Rodney?
always call you my 70s brother.
I do.
That was fun, huh?
Yes, absolutely fun.
Well, and Andy has kind of become a half brother, step brother. As That's about Andy's a great guy.
Andy's a great guy. Was you know, is that an insult to him, kind of like prematurely aging him to be a 70s brother? I mean, you know, we're not getting any younger.
You could be a 70s brother in heart, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we, again, we don't want to exclude anybody really. It just started as a joke and fun, and I don't know. I don't even remember why I started asking people if they're born. I think I was talking to somebody, and one of us, and just kind of referencing an era or something, and then we started.
Does anyone know how these inside jokes ever really start?
No, probably not. It's just Oh, Jimmy, good. Yeah.
There we go.
Mature, exactly. Mature. Yeah. I don't know how mature.
And Andy's response, he is if we call 70s as far as like the entire decade, he is a brother, you know.
That's true. That's true. And when I say 1970s club, as a foreigner, I'm not using it properly, the possessive, because it's supposed to be 1970. But yeah, exactly. We'll just expand it, right?
I mean, it's English. What do words even mean, anyways?
Oh, that's funny.
As a certain Norse god of thunder would say, all words are made up.
Oh yeah. Or if you go to my Big Fat Greek Wedding, remember? Have you seen that show? Movie?
I have seen that movie. I've seen. Are you talking about the original one or the sequels?
Yeah, the first one. How her dad is always saying, "Oh, the root of this word is actually from Greek," and then every word is Greek.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm starting to do that. I guess I'm aging. I'm starting to do like, oh wait, the root of that is probably, Norwegian or Icelandic. Anywho's, so I was thinking about what fun things we could talk about, and I was going to do some server history type of thing, but I didn't find a lot of material. But I thought maybe we could. I found a little bit. Can I share the screen?
Yeah.
Oh,
just hit
by all
present down
means,
at the bottom.
You should be able to hit that present button.
Okay. Let me see if I know.
And then
did I do share the screen? The easiest with 2 monitors. Okay. Oh, here. Maybe I can just. No. Here. Do a window. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. So I thought we might,
Oh, this is a trip down memory lane.
Right?
Oh.
I started using Jira as a user in 2010. So that would be 8 years when Jira was 8 years old.
Yep.
But this is 1.0. Kind of crazy, huh?
That first iteration of Charlie or Atlas or whatever he wants to be called today.
Yeah. Yeah. When did you guys start using Jira?
Much later. Almost I would say probably around 2015, 2016. I probably at the point of Jira 6.
Okay. How about you, Rodney?
I was January 2014. I think I did the upgrade to Jira from Jira 5 to Jira 6.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see if you can see some other fun stuff. Look at that. The filter, the search on the left. I mean,
ow. That is so
archaic, isn't it?
This is back before anyone thought to combine the 2 letters U and I.
And then okay. so on yeah, this version here, the Atlas is on the right, and it's right here. And then I think some of the later pictures, it swaps is on the left. So it looks like the results are on the right, and the searching criteria is on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty fancy. I don't have a clue what version this is. And then, dang it, I thought I loaded all these before. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's the same one. That's the same one. In the spirit of Throwback Thursday, I did ask this question a couple of years ago. What version of Jira Confluent did you start using? So I looked this up because I couldn't remember. So back in 2010, it must have been version 4.1. And this should be a picture of it. Look, now the Atlas dude is on the left and got the 3 dots there. Mind you, it's, it's kind of the same, the menu, the top.
Yeah, it's very, very similar.
Yeah. After you got this look, it hasn't changed very much.
Yeah.
So anyway, so this is 2 years ago when I asked this question. And 4.1, 2016, 709. 4.1.
Mary Hughes is saying that they used Jira 3 in 2006.
Yeah. 8 something. 4 in 2011. Anyways, so the winner so far at this point here was 2 point something. Nick, bro. Man. Goes way back, huh?
It makes sense that Nick Bro, who is kind of one of the elders in the Atlassian community, would have been there near the very beginning on version 2 so, of Jira, as opposed to us younger folk, I suppose.
Oh, and Greenhopper. I remember Greenhopper when I was.
I remember Greenhopper. Yeah.
I still had the label. I still had the independence. What else did I hear? Oh, look at this. The dashboards and with the tabs on the side. Pretty archaic, huh?
Yep.
And look at the browser. Firefox. Those beautiful icons, huh?
I mean, some of us are still using Firefox.
Oh, and I use Firefox. It's just I just meant the look of it, the version of it. Firefox is
this
great.
is like looking at in the life of server. This is akin to in our Irish Wake 24-hour celebration. We're looking at the baby pictures, so it's always nice to look at the baby pictures.
Yeah, true. And it's fun to see how things. It's amazing how fast we forget. As people. I mean, that's why we have elections every 4 years, right? Totally forgot who we voted last time, and the boss job they did. That's probably why women have more than one kid. We just forget and move on. And I found this video, Angry Nerds. So this is 2011 Summit, and they're teaching about GG, Alex's favorite short key, right?
Yep.
2011, and look at the icon up in the left-hand corner. GG being demonstrated. Look how quick it was. Got to my projects right away. Yeah, look at the left. So this is the project administration.
Yeah, this is project settings.
Yeah. And it has kind of tab looking thing on the left there. Yeah. So 2011, that's a year after I started using Jira. I don't remember Jira this way. Yeah.
I saw
Anywho,
Jira like this maybe 2 weeks before I upgraded it away to something new.
it's kind of funny to see, huh? All right. Okay. So how do I stop sharing? Oh,
Yeah, well,
there we
there we
go.
go.
Thank you. You got me covered, brother.
Does that make me honorary 70s? Because I must admit, I was born in the 80s. Early
Okay.
80s, but still the 80s.
Hey, sure. Again, we don't want to be, exclude anybody, really. It just
So, what I've heard really marks a generation is the tragedies that have shaped them. So,
Okay.
those type of moments that you always remember where you were when you heard the news, and for people in my generation, it was where were you when Challenger blew up,
Mhm.
right?
Okay.
And then
And
people younger or
the
people
Berlin
older than me
Wall as
would have
well,
been
Bob, right? The Berlin Wall when it came down, right? Where were
right,
you?
Berlin Wall when it came down,
Yeah.
or when for older generations it would have been like where were you when you heard Kennedy got shot?
Yeah.
So, and then I think later on it's as we get to like the younger generations, it would have been like where were you when the
Well, 9/11.
or
Right?
yeah, exactly. Where were you when 9/11
Princess
happened? Or
Diana,
yeah,
with the Oklahoma City bombing,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oklahoma.
9/11.
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly. Those kind of at least big and tragic to our local, our culture, where we live, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the real one.
There we go. And that's kind of leading up to this.
That's a great one, right? I was on YouTube. Right?
Yeah.
We can
I
literally say
was.
that. We were on YouTube. YouTube
We
Live.
were celebrating the life that was Jira or Atlassian server.
Yeah. Or maybe you guys should have dubbed this as the Jira Server funeral, 24-hour live stream.
I mean, we wanted to, but
That's
Server
too much.
Apocalypse had a certain ring to it.
Yeah.
And
that's true. I take that back. That's not
the Jira or the Atlassian server funeral did come up in discussions.
Okay. But yeah, this is a better way to say it, though.
Yes.
Totally.
And because we are of a certain generation, and the idea of having like an Irish wake where there's plenty of drinks and rounds for the dearly departed, I don't think any of us could handle that for 24 hours. So I think we're just going to be raising our glasses of coffee.
Yeah, that's true. True. But yeah, now I'm curious how the progress is with that, with the Postgres upgrade and the Jira upgrade. I wonder how many are upgrading or switching over to data center today.
How many are switching over to data center today? I also wonder how many that are just staying, because server license is perpetual.
True.
You can just keep running it, but
Yeah.
you also don't get any security updates.
But then you probably want to put it behind the firewall and not make it accessible to the outside world. So I guess I'm sure some of the people pulling the plug that way today. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. So that begs the next question.
Okay.
What do you guys feel about data center? Is Atlassian gonna have a retro meeting in a month or so and say, hey, people, good friends, we had a pretty good this pulling the pulling the plug out of the server bathtub. That worked out pretty fine. We're okay. We're still alive. Nothing went crazy type of thing. Should we become a cloud only company instead of cloud first and pull the plug out?
I think that is going to be Atlassian's path. I don't think they're ready to announce that. And I will say right now, speaking as somebody whose main job is working for an Atlassian solutions partner, these are my thoughts and opinions only. I think what gets in the way of that path right now is they are not FedRAMP certified.
Okay.
As soon as FedRAMP certification comes through, at least FedRAMP moderate, because a lot of federal agents still don't consider FedRAMP moderate. They want FedRAMP high. As soon as FedRAMP moderate, that's when we're going to start seeing the beginning of the end. And then there may be an October 2020 announcement, just like you're hinting at, where it's we're announcing the end of data center.
Yeah.
X number of years down the road.
Because I'm just speaking, I don't know nothing. Okay. I don't know diddly squat. I'm just, contemplating it or whatever, thinking. But this is the way I saw it. 4 years ago, becoming a cloud only company seems to be higher valued than, okay. Jimmy thinks it's going to be in 5 years, final. Seems to be, okay, companies that are cloud only seem to be valued higher by Wall Street than companies that have mixed. I imagine something to do with the subscription, being able to lock people in. If
it's more of a subscription model.
Yeah, right, subscription model.
Yeah.
Okay, so Wall Street is really pulling that wagon, right? That's fueling it. And yes, I'm not saying that they shouldn't. That they should kill data center.
Right.
I'm not saying that at all. Just thinking about, they've been talking about cloud first for a while, and they think, the first step is to get rid of server, and then those that need data residency or need to have the data on site, they can use data center, right? So still an option. So taking the server out of the picture wasn't as painful as it will be if they in fact do take data center out. And look at this also. What happened when they announced that server's end of support for server? They actually put the pressure on themselves to get some of the certifications, HIPAA compliance, data residencies in more countries. They put the pressures on themselves.
That's true. I think that is very true. At the very beginning of 2020, there was a lot of screaming at Atlassian. Why are you doing this without a really solid roadmap of what the alternative is? And Atlassian really had to step forward and try and make cloud a viable alternative. There was always the easy path with data center, but
yeah, exactly.
At least getting up to cloud and making it. And I'm not saying that cloud is that there's parity there, in terms of scalability and things like that you could have on a configure your own type of situation that you have with data center. But they definitely needed to ramp up the resources for cloud and ramp up the features for cloud, and make cloud a compelling option.
And by saying that we're gonna end support on server, that kind of put that pressure on them. That's kind of like when you set a goal, but then you go and tell your family and friends about the goal you've set, then all of a sudden that there's a pressure to do it. If I just set a goal and keep it to myself, I'm more likely to not achieve it or break my promise. But if I tell other people, then now I have a reputation to live up to, and I got the pressure on. Sorry, Rodney.
Yeah. Honestly, I see a lot of people saying data centers probably going to get the same announcement. I don't think so. I think they're going to take a different tack with data center because they're definitely going to need to keep something on premise, even if they have a cloud offering with DMC and security and all this. It's always going to be a need for on premise work. What I see them doing is they're going to keep raising the price little by little every year. I mean, we're already seeing them do this.
Yeah.
It's going to eventually just get to the point where the only organizations that are going to be able to afford data center are militaries, governments, or mega corporations. If you're not one of those three categories, it's not going to be a viable option for you just because it's going to cost too much. And then they're going to let people make the decision themselves that, oh, it's better for me to be on cloud because it's just cheaper.
Yeah, but and look at the price increase that's happening with data center. It's higher than the cloud increase that came in October. Right?
And it's higher. And the thing that I always say with that is, yes, it is higher, but what are you getting for the increased price? There's been no, and I've said this to Atlassian before, I'll say it again, there's been no appreciable end user features added to data center in about 5 years now. So you're paying more and more for something that, yeah, you get admin features, you get security, you get all this, but at the end of the day, my users see none of that. They see the same product they were using in 2020.
So you think Atlassian just going to price the product out of the market type of thing?
Yeah, that's where I think it's the ultimate fate of data center, and that's going to get them that cloud only reputation that Wall Street wants, without having to go through the pain again of holding another end of life.
Yeah, and I don't want to. Sorry, I didn't want to bring it down to gloom or doom or anything.
We're gonna talk about anything that you want to talk about.
But I personally, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a retro meeting in a few months. You know, Atlassian says, okay, how did the end of server go? Oh, it didn't go too bad. Okay, where's the cloud today? We're a lot better place now than we were 4 years ago or 3.5 years ago when it was announced. Great. You know, we pushed through, we set ourselves that goal and we did it. Why not set another goal for data center to come out, you know, to be end of support and do a similar approach that they did with the server. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, you know, but not right away. You know, give a little breathing room. Like Jimmy, was it Jimmy that was predicting 3 and then 5 year end of support after 5 years. Wouldn't surprise me if they did similar to that. Yeah. The final data. But again, what do we know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What do we know? This is all.
As we said in the last one, we are outside voices, independent voices. We don't know what Atlassian has planned.
Yeah. We don't have a clue. Okay, so what other? Oh, I've been interested, Rodney, with you holding down a job and then doing everything you do on the side. How many hours are in your day?
I plead a fifth on the grounds that the labor laws may. No, seriously, the worst boss you will ever have is yourself. Because the moment you slack off, you do anything other than work, you're in your own head yelling, "Why aren't you doing more?
Yeah,
be doing something." And it is tiring. I force myself to take breaks, to play games, to do the things I enjoy, because I know myself, and if I let myself go unchecked, it would be from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed, I'll be doing something.
My problem, my DNA, because nothing that I do, I think it's just DNA really, is that if I get an idea, I have this urge of executing it, doing it. So I have to do something with it. And sometimes it's like, oh, I should write this person about that. And then before I know it, I'm clicking on send. And then I'm thinking, wait, maybe I should have thought about this a little more. But what I've started to do is to add to my to-do list. I use the to-do on my iPhone a lot. That, what's it called? Yeah, to-do. And just, put it out into the future, some of the ideas or things I get. Especially when you're already busy doing 2 or 3 things, and then an idea comes in, like, I don't have time for that idea. Not that I get a lot of great ideas, but it seems to be like where things are going, right?
That's when you put it on the backlog, right?
Yeah, the backlog. And I love the schedule send in Gmail and Slack. I use that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just for work as well, when you're doing something and thinking, oh wait, you're in the middle of something and you remember, oh, after a week we're gonna have to do this or that. So I just schedule a send right away while I still remember it, even though it doesn't get sent until after a week and pop up. And I think it's good for our brain to offload, because instead of thinking, oh, I have to remember it, then it's, part of the brain is, okay, I'm trying to remember that, spending energy on remembering that thing. And the more stuff you have to remember, the more taxing it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm into mental health. Okay.
I mean, it's part of the Atlassian community too. The other night, it was about 30 minutes before we go to bed, and I'm sitting there looking at one things I enjoy doing is home automation, and I have this whole system or the subsystem set up that takes radio signals from weather stations that are nearby.
Okay.
And converts it to something that my home automation platform can read and understand and use as a sensor. And I thought of a better way than what I had been doing of organizing some of the data it stores. And I'm like, ooh, great idea. I need to do it now. I'm like, no. Got 30 minutes before bed.
Yeah.
Get started on this. We're going to be up all night. Write down the new format. Don't do anything else. And it took a lot of willpower, and I finally, that's all I did was write down the new format, shut my laptop, and got ready for bed because I'm like, I am not doing this tonight. And a part of it was like, I've got a 24-hour live stream I know is coming up in 3 nights.
Yeah.
I don't have time. I need my sleep.
Yeah, last night it was just like okay, I'm going to bed at 8, just in preparation.
I mean, I tried to go bed at 8, but then I kept getting pings on Slack.
From certain people that are in the room right now?
No, he was the one trying to talk sense into the one that's not in the room.
I think it's great that you were able to, you filled up the whole list, didn't you? You got a guest speaker every hour?
We have guests on every slot. Yeah.
Every slot. That's
it
awesome.
Was last one was a bit stubborn to get filled, but we got it filled like 3 hours, 4 hours before
good
started.
Good job, man. I think it's awesome also to see the people on the list that, they're obviously in different time zones, different parts of the world. So you got some of Europe.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. It's like APAC and Europe and the States.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So when do you know exactly when the support ends? Is it like midnight Pacific time tonight, or?
I think it really depends. As far as being able to upgrade your system, it depends what your local system clock is.
Okay.
You hit midnight on the 15th on your local system clock.
Oh, okay.
It will not be upgradable anymore.
Okay. As
far as putting in tickets, I think that comes up at midnight, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Midnight where?
On it.
Which time zone? Oh, we don't know. Okay.
Pacific time.
Oh, Pacific time. Yeah.
That's when Atlassian normally times these things for, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay.
That's just an educated
Just a
guess.
guess, yeah. Well, it would make sense, that Pacific time kind of. At least we know it's not Australian time, because then it has expired already.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I come from Iceland. We're just compact. We got one time zone, no crap. So when I started to work in the States, so I was working for an Icelandic company until 2 years ago. And when I swapped over to an American company, we have all the time
I'm
zones.
sorry.
Well, no, not really. It's great, but it's the time zones. In the beginning, I was just all, counting, wait, before, after us, all that jazz. So I can't imagine being like Atlassian, a global company, headquartered in Australia, and then big market in the US and in Europe. It's going to be pretty hard to keep everything on tabs.
I worked for a while at VMware. Yes, the one that's been in the news because of Broadcom, that VMware.
Okay.
And I had people using my Jira instance in, let's see if I can still remember this, China, India, Israel, Poland, France, obviously East Coast with us, and then Pacific time zone.
Oh, wow.
And it got to the point of where I had to look at some of my management says, look, I have to do upgrades on weekend, because tell me when I could do it on the weekday.
Yeah.
Give me a time zone.
Yeah. Because every time zone is being used 24/7.
They're spread out enough that someone is actively on the instance 24/7. And weekends were it. And they didn't want me to work weekends, and I didn't want to work weekends either, but
yeah. What do you do? So you just started doing your upgrades like 9 o'clock in the morning on Eastern time?
Yeah. I would insist on being on the office because I did not trust our VPN server. I have reason not to trust the VPN server at that time, but I didn't trust the VPN server. So I would wake up, I'd come into the office, I'd do the upgrade, make sure system's stable, then go eat lunch and continue the rest of my Saturday. And then the following Friday, I would take the afternoon off. At that point, we know the system's stable, and the issues that we have been dealt with, and I recoup that time.
Yeah. I knew somebody that used summer vacation as a deadline to get things done. And in Iceland, if you're 16 or older and you go out to the labor market, by law, you get 2 days of vacation per month that you work. So you work a full year, you got 24 days of vacation, right? And that's just default. That's the starting package. And then as you get older, you get more days. So, and that's 5 weeks, right? And his approach was to, I don't know, somehow use the summer vacation. He was going to go for 3 weeks to use the summer vacation as the deadline, as the carrot, right? But the bad thing about that is you do a lot of changes at the end, and then you leave. You don't show up the next day or the next 20 days after that. And if things go wrong, or wait, what's this? How come it's not working? Or what's this new thing? Not really good, So that was part of the things that I learned is whenever we were going through server maintenance, things like that. Okay, are you gonna be here 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Right? We're upgrading tonight. You're upgrading tonight. Are you gonna be able to wake up even if you fall asleep at 2 or 3 in the morning and be here at 8? Because that's just as important as the work that happens the night before. The DBA, Linux admins, they need to be there in the morning if something that was missed the night before comes up.
The worst feeling is coming in the morning after an upgrade and you already see the line at your desk.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
the day you don't want to. That's the day you don't want to accidentally sleep in.
No. I've had it happen to me once. Thankfully, only once. I am not the perfect sysadmin, guys. I know people try to put me on a pedestal, but no, I am human. But we're using an app called Field Security. It's not an officially supported app. To be fair, it actually requires you to modify Atlassian system files, which is breaking support.
Yeah.
So not a fan of this, but I was overruled because they had to have field security. I didn't know that there was the element that updated the system fields.
Ooh.
So what happens when you run this app and you don't have those or those system files is some of the dashboards break, like the pie chart completely fails to show on the dashboard entirely.
Oops.
So I
Minor
come
detail.
in. I do the upgrade the night before. I come in. I'm like, okay, the upgrade went really smoothly. I was really happy with it until I walk in the final security door and see that line.
Oops.
And I went, I'm about to have a fun morning, aren't I?
You felt like turning around and just going back to bed, huh?
So no, I did the responsible thing. I sat down, pulled out my laptop, hooked everything up, and just like, how can I help you? And just started documenting the evidence, getting the logs together, sending stuff to Atlassian, like, okay, what do I see if it's not right? And between us and Atlassian, we finally figured out that it was this one app and this is one thing I need to do. And this was important enough because the managers depended on these dashboards that I was able to get an emergency maintenance for midday to restart the server.
Yeah. And speaking of support, I think it's so important that we show our human side and sympathize, empathize with the people that are struggling. And I feel like when we do that, it brings them. They're already really strong, high-strung, right? They're really tight and angry or frustrated or whatnot, and it just brings them down a little bit because wait, even though I'm frustrated, I'm talking to a human. And when you empathize with them, and it's probably not your fault, go through the whole thing, right? And then all of a sudden, they kind of end up with, so sorry to have bothered you. Thanks for helping me.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. No,
and
totally.
as I said, I knew what they had was a problem. I knew why it was a problem. I recognized, look, I appreciate it. I'm going to get on this first priority. And look, I know need this as soon as possible.
Totally.
I'm here for you. We're going to get this fixed.
Yeah.
And that does a lot to just, it could take someone who's maybe angry or upset and say, look, at least I'm heard. At least they're working on my problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and speaking of which, when you say that, another thing I've found out through the years is that communicating, we're still actively working on the incident, is so much better, even though it's the same text over and over every 30 minutes, is so much better than saying nothing. Because
absolutely.
when people get silent, they start thinking, right? But if you just tell them, hey, we're still working, we're still actively working, right?
What I used to do when I had a team is I would designate one person on the response team, and your entire job is communication.
Great.
Communicating with stakeholders, communicating with the users, communicating with anyone. That is the only thing you need to do. We'll have someone else work on the actual problem, and they'll talk to you. But you need to focus on getting the word out so they can focus on what they need to do.
Yeah.
Two heads is not going to solve that problem faster, and it will help with this problem.
That's actually one of the tenets of, Google created the SREs, site reliable engineering, and as far as incident management, that they have that in the handbook as well. One person's job is as the communicator, one person is the incident captain, and so on and so forth. So there's really just kind of some areas of responsibility laid out when something goes wrong.
Yeah. And Andy, you're totally right. Yeah, over communication is a lot better than silence. It's just amazing how our minds, when there's silence, how our minds just start drawing up the worst case scenario, and they're just not listening to me, or they're not working on it. No. Yeah, it's so important that everybody knows the role and does it too, right? It's people, process, and technology. You got to have the three things, and they got to mix in the right ratio to be able to get a good, successful system going.
Yep. The best teams I've ever worked with, as far as incident response goes, you don't even have to tell them. They see, oh, Bitbucket is down. They automatically know, okay, Bob over there, he's the best one at Bitbucket. He's going to get started on solving it. Ronnie's the Jira guy. He doesn't need to worry about Bitbucket. His job immediately, he knows it's going to be communication because he wants to free up the Bitbucket guy. Our build systems, they're not a problem. So the guy who's in charge of build systems is going to be the captain or lead or whatever. And they automatically know, based on what's acting up, what the roles are. And when you're on one of those teams and you have an incident that you're responding to, it is, I don't use this often, but it's really like music. It's like watching a symphony orchestra.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And it's just beautiful, right? It just is awesome to experience it and to be in the flow, to be in there, and it's just beautiful. Yeah, totally, I agree. All right, we're winding down.
Yeah.
We are winding down. We are waiting for our next guest, Stu Lees.
Stu Lees.
I know Stu has already been watching because he's already been pinging me a thing or two on LinkedIn.
Stu is amazing.
Yes, he is. That being said, I'm a little nervous because he says he has something coming for me early in the morning my time to help out with the stream. I'm wondering how much coffee he's having delivered.
And then the big question is, are you going to be awake to receive that shipment, or?
I will. I'm going to be taking breaks here and there. I'm probably going to have to take one, at least a quick 15-minute break here in a few minutes. Just fill up my water bottle and whatnot. But I will try and be online at least some of all the 24 hours.
So you guys took all of today off, I assume?
Took part of the day off, all of tomorrow off.
All tomorrow, okay.
As soon as we finish, it will be noon my time, and I will be hitting the sack for at least 3 or 4 hours, trying to get my circadian rhythm back in cycle for bedtime normal.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a question for you before you hop off.
Okay.
So they want to know how you came across or how you came to.
Okay. Come on. Okay.
Did you know?
Yeah. Okay. I can, because I'm on again later tonight, so I was going to talk about it then, but we can jumpstart that. It really started.
I'll talk about that. I'm going to take a quick break.
Okay. Well, Nate, see you later on. It really started as a way to do enablement training. So I got hired onto this company, and part of my role, like every other Atlassian admin, is to do some enablement training. And I was thinking about, how can we do this? Everybody's busy. It's hard to get people in. And even when you get people in a meeting or in little training sessions, they're on different levels. It's just kind of hard to. So I was actually going to do some material and on our intranet, and I talked to the people ops, And they're like, well, Jira and Confluence, that's kind of niche software. Not everybody's using it. So I just kind of got no's in a couple of places that I looked at to do. And then I thought, well, I do have write permissions in Slack. So I thought I can write these little nuggets of tips and tricks and just post them in Slack every other week. And that's how it became to be. And then my boss encouraged me to brand it somehow. It would always be the same. So people would, when they saw it, they would know instantly what it was. Well, not the content, but yeah. You're on mute. Well,
I was saying, sorry. So it would be a feature.
Yeah, be a feature.
Like a weekly feature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't think this way. I'm from small Iceland. I don't think of these big words, but just branded the same thing, feature, whatever, so people instantly recognize that this was, some tips and tricks. So that's how it started. And then when I became a Atlassian creator, I was thinking about content, what I could share out and what I could do. I'm not really good at making videos. So I thought, oh, maybe I can syndicate my material that I already have and I'm using for work. So that's kind of how it came to be.
Yeah.
And then, of course, growing up in the glorious 80s, it just had to have some 80s vibes to it. So there you go.
Yep. Oh yeah. There's some definite 80 vibes to that, because those were the public service announcements that you had during Saturday morning cartoons, in between the cartoons.
Yeah. The star flight thingy. See, in Iceland we didn't have the early morning cartoons. We didn't have that much TV. So I just, when somebody started putting that emoji on my Slack posts, I had to look it up and see what the heck it was. The more you know, and yeah. But yeah, that's basically how it came to be. It was just I'm trying to do part of my job, and since I already have a list compiled at work that I'm sharing out, then I thought, hey, I might as well share this with the rest of the world on LinkedIn.
That sounds great. So hopefully you'll explain that a little bit later. And Andy,
Brian knows somebody who did that as well. Yeah, I'm sure. You probably know that person intimately pretty well, Brian. This is just not I'm not the only one to come up with this idea at all. Not at all. But then I guess just sticking to it and branding it was kind of and it was just nice to use the same image, and kind of helped with the flow.
Well, we thank you. Feel free to stay on as much as you like, but right now on deck is our next guest of the hour, Stu Lees. He is a product marketeer for Revise, if I got that correct. Stu, if you want to step into the studio, it'd be fantastic. All you have to do is just, maybe I can just directly
there he
is.
How
are you doing, Stu?
Hey, Stu.
We're good. Me and all of the personalities in my head are amazing right now.
Hey, nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, totally.
I might have enough water.
Oh,
I might have enough water.
Actually, Rodney, I think you have a different problem now. You might not have enough bladder.
Oh, I also fixed that problem.
He's got another flask the same size.
Hey, I gotta jump, but Stu, I just wanted to say hi and nice to meet you in person. I hope we will meet in Vegas in a couple of months.
Yeah. Likewise. We'll do shots.
Yes. We'll shots with you. Bob and Rodney, it's been a pleasure. I'll sign off.
Thank you, Christian. See you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye. So, Stu, first question before we I don't know if we should introduce you and to the 23 odd people that are on right now, on YouTube. Yeah, maybe it's fair to give you that introduction, because I have a question already at the ready for you. So why don't you tell the folks out there in the Jira life who you are?
Okay. So firstly, thank you guys for having me on board all the way from Auckland, New Zealand. My name is Stu Lees. I work at a marketplace app company called Revise. I'm a marketer, but I'm a recovering IT nerd, so don't hold that against me. And my career started kind of me lying my way into a job in London, a software development job in like 1994, I think, 1996 or something, and kind of winged my way through as an unqualified IT guy into all varying types of roles, which culminated in me owning what would be in the Jira world a managed service business like a solution partner, but without the niche of Atlassian. So I had a whole lot of IT guys working for me. And what I kind of fell into was this weird love affair of tech marketing and of tech communities. And I realized that, sure, I was okay. I could get the IT principles. This has been an enduring theme for me, but I was never genius enough to really code properly. I was never smart enough to become like a Cisco networking engineer. I was never like going to become a specialist. But I found I was reasonably okay with dealing with humans. So, now I just kind of think of myself as this tech human translator, right? You can call me a marketer. That's fine. That's kind of like current title. But Bob, I'm so much more than that.
Okay. So you're a marketer plus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever.
You're a marketer plus.
Whatever you want to call me, you can call me it, right? My job right now is to just spread the word to Revise about the good stuff that we're doing. So, and what I'm loving, I think in terms of context for this too, you're already, because I've been watching, interviewed so many people who have been involved in this kind of marketplace and industry for so long, and you've got like original server versions of Jira being kind of risen out of the depths and demos and things, and I my first relationship with Jira was kind of 2013, where I was running a software company and my team used it, right? And then and so I kind of feel a little bit like a fraud in that I'm not like this lifelong Jira veteran. I've been in IT for a long time, but I feel like a Jira noob still, and I feel like an Atlassian community noob, and I'm okay with that. But that's a good context to drop in there too.
Well, we welcome people. Actually, the one question that I have in my head right now is that, given that you are in New Zealand, you have been there. You are currently right now in a world without server. Right now, it's still February 14th, where I'm living, and technically server is still alive last day, but you've already crossed the threshold. How's life like in the future?
We are in the future, and I feel a little bit like Marty McFly. There's hoverboards. We're riding on Jira clouds. I've got some Nikes, which you just push a button on. And I don't know. Like I have been using. So for our marketing team, I use Jira. I've only ever been using Jira Cloud since I joined the company. So I kind of feel like, my previous experience with Jira back in the day, sure, we had our own servers, and we were running it. Some dude installed it on our kind of VMware cloud, on our VMware platform that we had back then. So I remember back then, because we were in charge of things, and we were worried about security and stuff like that. So, but right now, it's nice. In the future, it's sunny. I don't know what time it is where you guys are, but it's bright and sunny. And I have a treat for you. I thought we'd finish the session off, my hour. I thought we'd finish it off with something special that I've prepared for you all and for Atlassian. It involves me going from laptop to mobile. So I have my phone queued up and ready to stream you out in. So Bob, if you're the producer today, I'll be joining on another screen, and I'll get you to pause this one. I'm going to take you all outside to the farm, and I promise you it's going to be very, very Jira relevant. And
Okay.
it's going to involve an axe. It's going to involve some wood, and it's going to involve some emotion. And that's your teaser for 30 minutes from now.
I would say leave it to a marketer to just kind of set up the package for the end of the end of the hour. So I can't wait for that.
It's the hook, right? It's the hook. Hey, and I've been watching. Kudos for being on screen for so long, guys. Which was one of the reasons why I thought, look, I'll take you outside later, because you're stuck in these rooms staring at these screens, kind of like with this thing. So we're going to see some beautiful New Zealand countryside later on. But I would love to do some reminiscing, some on-prem reminiscing, because back in the day, because I feel like when we talk, we've been talking about end of life for a long time, because it's a big deal for our business. A lot of companies, when they want to kind of move to the cloud, they've got to really look at data security in a different way. So that's kind of why we've been focusing on this date quite a lot. But a thing that I've been talking to my CEO about that's been quite interesting is I'm getting all nostalgic on it, right? I'm like, I made a comment on one of your posts the other day around kind of ice SCSI cables connected to servers in the back room with DLT tape drives and, running backups there. And so I would love to share some and it doesn't necessarily need to be Jira, but some on-premise kind of war stories, right? Because I think we're going to go into some like big cybersecurity battles in the next 5-10 years, because AI is going to do some creepy stuff to us all in cloud. But I think 4 people in this room now. I might bring Vishen a little bit later. I'm not youthful anymore. It's just the Botox. I've been around the on-prem world for a little bit of time, and geez, I would love to hear some of your stories around kind of, what were some big on-premise like server room disasters that you guys have lived through? I've got a couple.
I think I'm going to point to Rodney first. I do have to step away for a bit for a quick bio break. So.
And can you guys hear me okay? Cool.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
It worked.
You're coming in a little hot, but it's fine.
It's warm out here. Iron Mountain's the only story I got. We used to so I worked at a pretty big company, and email can never go down, and so waking up at 2-3 in the morning to hot swap hard drives is as bad as horror stories as I get. But it was more annoying than scary. And then, of course, there's that Iron Mountain, which is that magical place where all the backups go to die. Here, at least here in the United States, it's a pretty cool place. Apparently, there's like these bins, and whenever you want to get rid of any data, or I guess you don't want to get rid of it, but when you want to store your data, you put it in this Iron Mountain place, and they'll take it, and it's just like a landfill of like the last 100 years of backups.
Wow. Some archaeologists are going to find it in 100 years and go, what are these things?
Yeah, old school tapes. Some companies still use tape to backup.
I'm sure. What's the oldest type of data storage that you guys have encountered in the real world? Like literally, you're in the server room
Floppy,
and you're looking down at that thing.
floppy for me. Although I will say there was a brief moment that zip drives were a thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
floppy was my very first foray into saving a Word document from my school computer to take it to my home computer, because I was the only student in my school with the computer in 1998.
I was that guy too, right? I was the guy who did the newspaper assignment, like make a newspaper, and I did it on I don't know, PageMaker or some like old school DOS word processor, and then I got like an F for it because I cheated. And that's when I gave up on the education system as being useful for me. I worked at a bank in 1993, right? It was like a little building society bank called Countrywide Bank in New Zealand. It was really cute. And I remember being walked into the data operations center, the server room, and the storage, like the mainframe storage. They were these like, remember that movie Alien, where they walked into like the cave and there's those pods which had the things that came out and jumped on your face? They kind of resembled those. There were these like storage pods, like big hunk of cast iron on the ground with these big thick cables linking them all up. And they were in this line, and they went into this big chest freezer size computer system. And there was millions of dollars of, I believe, Hewlett Packard equipment back then. And I remember asking, what are the storage units store? And he said, they're hard drives, and they're redundant hard drives, and they store, I think it was something like 32 meg each, or something like phenomenally small, right? They were just, and they had like these banks and banks of these, hugely expensive pieces of kit. And then the backups were reel to reel, right? They were like real tape drives, and they would take like all weekend to run a full backup.
Yeah, I remember 2016. We spent like $500,000 on an HP system for backups, but HP builds these LUNs, LUN, and the HP guy was setting up all of our backup solutions, and he kept saying LUN, LUN, and I'm thinking lungs, and I'm like, what in the world does a lung have to do with the backup solution? And then I'm like, and then I stopped him like 2/3 of the way through. I'm like, what is this lung? Is that lung, not lung, lung? Because but man, that system was expensive. It was all flash storage. Like, so talk about like transitioning from like paper or tape to flash. Like, flash is expensive for storage.
Oh yeah.
No, I think the earliest storage media I've ever used is probably the 5 1/4 floppies, the old ones they used like the Commodore 64. Literally Commodore 64, because before I got a real Windows computer, my dad gave me his old C64 and made sure I knew how to use it and play with all that before I could get a modern computer, which is the best thing the man ever did for me in my career.
I should specify I used a smaller, what was it, 2.5, 3.5-inch ones?
3 and I believe it's 3 1/4 floppies.
Yeah, those are the ones I was using when I said floppies earlier.
The actual floppies
Andy,
were 5.5, weren't they?
5 1/2, 3 1/4. I think those were the sizes.
Yeah, but the 5.5 was old school from when I entered the scene.
and they were floppy.
Yeah,
they were actually
the 5 1/2 were actually floppy.
Yeah.
But
I can one up you, because I've just realized that when my dad got me the first computer in the house, it had a audio tape drive as storage.
Oh.
It had like a few kilobytes of RAM, and so you would put your audio tape drive in. You would boot it up, push play, and you would take the program off that audio tape drive and play Pong or whatever else you could do, and it was all of the code was in BASIC. So I had this big book which was BASIC programming language sitting next to it, and it was right around when the movie War Games came out, and so kind of me was like, I'm on my disconnected home computer. There was no internet. There was this guy on a movie with like a modem cracking into the American nuclear. That was my persona back then. Was like, I'm going to be that guy, right?
So I think you missed the last stream then, because the last stream was all about the '70s family. I'm assuming you would echo that you. Like, would you relate to the '70s kids?
Me? I'm born in '73, so
Well, yeah, so there's so I don't know if you know this, but there's
kids. So my family were all in this.
Stu, I just learned there's an entire '70s club in the Atlassian community.
Oh no!
Yeah, Bob's apparently their chairman.
Oh right, okay. Well, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, no, it's Bob and Christian. What was his name? The previous guy on here.
Christian, and then there's a whole bunch of them.
Ed Gale. Yeah, there's quite a few. They're the '70s crew. They got like literally an official. They were talking about they had T-shirts made for Teams 23 last year that they were '70s kids.
I hope there's '70s vibe though. Like
I think they were in previous. I think they were in previous years, but last year's looked relatively normal for TE shirts. No. Also, when I was in high school, we set up this little group of student aides to help the school IT, because that was one teacher that was her side job, was to do IT for the entire school, because it was 2002. No one believed IT should be an actual department yet. So there's one point in one of the storage rooms where I was having to work on an old computer. And I don't know how big this hard drive was, but it was probably about twice the size of a normal modern hard drive. So it was like this big old thing that I pulled out of the computer. I'm like, okay, I'm going to just tell you now, we don't have a replacement for this.
Now, I guess on a similar vein, we should be talking about what was the size of your first hard drive? Because mine was 6 gigabytes.
Mine was in megabytes.
My family's first computer I know of that had a hard drive was in megabytes.
I remember getting the AOL Instant Messenger, America Online. Sorry, the American Online Internet that they used to provide.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was having some technical problems, and this was like late '98, '99. And I couldn't get online, like it couldn't connect. And I remember the guy asking, like, how many megabytes do you have in your memory? And I'm like, 512. And the guy's like, no, that's not possible. That's too much. I also remember when I first signed up for dial-up internet, not knowing what an area code was, I just randomly picked the number until we got like our first $100 phone bill. Because I knew the wrong. I was calling long distance the whole time.
I've got an admission to share. This is kind of like when I'm talking to a priest or something like that. So you're gonna have to Hail Mary after this. So I'm gonna say 11 or 12-year-old. I've got this computer at home. He's given me a basic programming book. I was crap at programming, but I could basically I just wanted to program mischief, right? And so it was the same computer he had in his office. And on Saturday mornings, Dad used to go into his work mornings, and I'd go in and just hang around, right? Because I'm too young to leave at home. And so they had the same computer at work. And the office manager was quite high-strung, which is quite well known to be quite high-strung and used to get stressed out. So I wrote this code, and this has been triggered. Thank you, Andy, by putting runstar.exe into the comments. I was triggered by that comment because it reminded me of this. So I wrote a little bit of code, and it was just like a batch script, right? It was like a script that when you used to put a floppy disk in the computer, you could set it up so it was like auto exec.bat, and it would start when the computer booted up, it would start whatever was in the floppy drive. So all I did, this was like my 6 lines of code that caused chaos on Monday morning at my dad's company. So I put this in there. She rocked into work on Monday morning, got a coffee. She was well known to like sit in the cafeteria with 2 hands on her coffee because her life was so bad. And then she would drink this coffee with a scowl on her face and then walk up to the office and cause chaos. So she wasn't that well liked, bless this woman. And she turned on the computer as she did. And what my 12-year-old brain had coded was a message which said, catastrophic system fault, all data lost prior to backups, right? Ooh. And she nearly left the company that day. I mean, I was only a kid, so I kind of like kids' mischief. But my dad was so angry. She had to have the day off. She was so stressed. And looking back upon it now, it's the first time I've thought about it in decades. It's like kind of my first foray into like the world of backup, right?
I was going to say that this almost precipitated your maybe why you wanted to join Revise, just
because I know that there's guys out there like me.
Hey Bob, I was telling Stu that you're the unofficial chairman of the 70s club. Stu's 73.
I'm not the chairman. That was actually our previous guest, Christian. He found me out, found Ed out. Also Daryl Lee, who's another Atlassian community leader. We were all born in 1970, so we are unofficially known throughout team as the 70s brothers. So with t-shirts and everything, we got those t-shirts last year.
Yeah, that's funny. All this talk about backup though, and it just blows my mind. Here we are in the year 2024, and I still get phone calls from friends and family saying like, my iPhone died and never backed up anything. Like, just at the personal level, I don't think enough people know about backup solutions.
Oh.
I got backup to the backups. I have a picture. I was with my sister-in-law this weekend, and I have pictures from like 10 years ago. And my sister, when my baby was born, right, she's holding the baby. She's like, "Where the heck did you get these pictures?" I'm so like, how some people don't like seeing pictures of younger versions of themselves. And she's like, delete it. I'm like, I can't, because even if I deleted it, I have like 7 backups, and they're all backup to backup to backup. Mm-hmm. You know how long it would take me to go through all my backups to find every instance of this picture?
I love it. I've got a backup horror story to share. Right. Some fool put me in charge of IT for $1 billion logistics company back in, I think, 2001. And so we were the second largest freight truck moving firm in New Zealand. We had something like 14 business units, thousands of end users, and we had an ERP system called JD Edwards, which is now part of Oracle. And I was in charge of IT for all back office and a team of people. And talking about expensive equipment, Alex, I remember, I think the server that I talked to was $385,000 US. Sun Microsystems, Solaris, like super robust piece of kit. We were really in awe of it. And yeah, go JDE. And we had a pretty resilient kind of backup strategy with disaster recovery. We had offsite this and everything like that. The tape, the courier would turn up at 8 a.m. and the tapes would be shipped off and all of that sort of good stuff. I remember getting this phone call at 5 a.m. one morning from our sysadmin guy. who it's great to have a sysadmin guy's an insomniac. So we had an insomniac sysadmin guy who used to wake up at used to get up at like 3, 4 in the morning and check his server logs. And he phoned me at 5. He says, I'm in the server room. You need to come in. Right. And anyone who's in charge of anything, that's never good news. So I was on mobile phone on the drive into the office and I said, like, what's gone down? It's like, well, came in, backups failed. I'm like, so why am I driving in? It's like, during the failure, the Oracle database got corrupted. I'm like, oh. It's like, I can't mount the database. And so we had like 3,000 finance end users who were going to log in at 8:30. And we had a gazillion transactions that would go through all day. And so many of those transactions were relevant to yesterday's transactions, right? So we were like, oh God. And so I got in there, grabbed a coffee from the, like an instant coffee for him. We went into the server room. I put a sign on the door, like, do not enter. Phoned the COO, gave him a little debrief. I'm like, we're in the you know what? We're looking for we're in that creek. We're looking for a paddle right now. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I'm going to sort of call it now. We're going to be down until lunchtime because we don't have a recovery state right now. And so, bear with me because it gets worse, right? So
that was just the intro.
Right? So here we are. We've got this massive server. Essentially, the database won't mount, so it won't work. The ERP won't work. None of the users will be able to log in. It's by now like 6:30. We're sitting in the server and planning it out. I've pulled in one of those wheelie whiteboards in because it's like we're planning out. Like, here's exactly what we're going to do. We have to be precise. We have to be meticulous because we've kind of got like one shot at recovering this thing. And so, the plan was, Brett, bless him. He had it all organized. He's gonna he's already phoned the security company who are going to fetch the previous day's backups. We have this thing called redo logs, which means the data is backed up into a number of different locations, and there was hard drive backups that could probably replay all of yesterday's transactions, and then we can restore from backup, and we'd be fine. Right? We had this plan, right? So he says, but before I do it, and while I'm waiting for the tapes to come in from yesterday, I'm going to run a backup of what we've got in case we need to use that, right? And I said, that's a good move. You go doing that, right? Walked out of the server room. I was on the phone to the COO, and our server room was in the middle of our office. It was quite weird, like a fish tank in the middle of the office. So it was like a large office with glass, and you could see all the servers, and it kind of looked kind of badass, but it was like a dumb move, really. And he's in there on his little desk doing this thing, and then I just saw his hands go on his head like this. And then I saw him go like this, and then back down to the keyboard, and then he was just like this. And I was talking to the COO of the company. I was like, I need to put you on hold. And I ran into the server room and said, what happened? He goes, I just made a backup of what we've got, which is the corrupted system, over yesterday's backup tape.
Oh, no.
Right? I've now destroyed the backups.
You destroyed the golden copy.
The golden copy, right? And one of our procedures was to push the little plastic tab in the tapes, and he hadn't done that either, just to prevent like the pristine copy, right? You push the tab and overwrite doesn't work anymore. So didn't do that. It was a good ending. We were down, so I'll take you out of the, no one got fired. We were down till 1 p.m. because of this wonderful feature that Oracle database has. We had 2.5 days of redo logs. So we were able to take the backup from 2 days ago, restore that from tape, and then run the replay, and we were back up and running. But even now, I sort of have this adrenaline shot of like that moment, because it was like, like we were in that creek, we'd lost the paddle, and now there was a hole in it, and there was no bailer, right? So it was a...
Yeah, Jimmy, this is definitely a fireable offense. I would have fired that person.
Oh, I think you were watching earlier too. I think you were watching earlier. Alex has 2 things you can do in Jira that is instantly fireable. And these are personal pet peeves of his. One is overriding the name of a status, of an existing status. What was the other one?
Required. If your configuration
Oh yeah,
required field,
making a field required that's not on a form or not on a screen.
fired
And
on
I
the spot.
think you just found number 3 for him.
I will tell you so too. I don't know if you've ever heard my story, right? But my biggest horror story is a backup problem. We had a hard drive that filled up, and when it filled up, like it started overwriting the old data. You know how when hard drives with fragmentation, right, they just start finding spots wherever they can on the platter.
Mhm.
It got to the point where it corrupted itself, and we're like crap. And then like everything went down. Like the servers went down. Like it was just we couldn't do anything. And so we pop in a new hard drive, and we're like, well, we can't use the old hard drive because it's corrupted. So we're starting to reinstall all the Confluence and Jira and Bitbucket and everything. And then we're like, we get to the install screens where we're like, okay, so what's the port numbers and the right and all the configuration stuff that you had to do back in the Jira Server days. And it dawns on us that's all in Confluence, which is also in the same hard drive that went out the door. And nobody had like a solid full copy of the data. We had to restart from scratch. It was one of our worst stories. All right, Coach. I think you're gonna have to kick me out here because I'm ready. I'm gonna start embarking to my San Diego home for the last few hours that it's mine. So kick me out of the stream because I'm gonna get mobile again. Stu,
All right.
it was great talking to you, but I don't know if I'll get to see the surprise, but I'll catch it on the replay.
Okay, my friend.
So, Bob, I see your message in private chat. Is that accurate?
Let me show you on all things Atlassian, the status.atlassian.com.
Do we have a flashing light? Are we allowed to go blant, 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 blant?
I don't have one of those handy.
Wow. This is as it happens.
This is, again, how you know it's live.
Hard-hitting news.
The day Atlassian. We joked about this earlier today, Bob, didn't we?
Yep. We did.
Is this our blue screen of death moment?
It might be.
Does that mean that I'm Steve Jobs or no? Wait a minute, it was Bill. Does that mean I'm Bill on the podium doing the BSOD?
Actually, I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to talk about Revise.
I believe so too. Especially your newest product.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not reading your What have we got down? Tell the people who may not be looking properly what's happening in the world.
Okay, we are investigating reports of intermittent errors for all cloud customers across all Atlassian products. We'll provide more details once we identify the root cause. We have identified the root cause of the increased errors and have mitigated the problem. We'll continue to work on resolving the issue and monitoring this closely.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make a note here. If you're a major company and you have a major milestone coming up, maybe that's a good time for a change blackout date. Just as a best practice.
Oh, look, we've got a question. Are you okay if I answer Atlassian Community Cologne? Who probably has a real name.
That's our friend Cremo.
Sure. I think it's a really good question. So did the experience influence? I'm taking it's the experience of this kind of Armageddon moment that I had in the server room with Brett, and for sure, like that was kind of one of those moments where I truly appreciated having layers of protection. right? And that isn't just within backups, that was within. So going forward from that, when I was looking at, what was my job, and my job was kind of CTO, was to run the company's IT and keep it running. Like, my job was uptime. My job wasn't playing with servers or buying or selling things. It was like, keep the lights on. And so every decision I made going forward from that was, okay, well, we've got this protection, might be antivirus. We've got this protection, might be intrusion security. We've got this protection, might be monitoring. What other layers are mitigating it? We can't just rely on the backup tape, right? Or we can't just rely on redo logs. We can't just rely on RAID, right? You go into these rabbit holes of like, is RAID 0+1 or RAID 5 better? Or what's more resilient, and blah, blah, blah. And you get all nerdy. And I ended up going, look, what's fastest? And then how can we mitigate on top of the mitigation, on top of the mitigation? How can we be truly enterprise? So that was kind of like, that forced me, that moment kind of forced me to grow up from a understanding what's at stake when you're in charge of IT. And it's kind of like, I'm in marketing at Revise, but I'm talking to the product team going, okay, cool, but then what happens if X? And then what happens if Y? And right, because I'm the protector of our brand, right? And touch wood, like heavily touch wood, you don't want to be restoring your data and find that your data's not there, right? And that's our responsibility at Revise. And kind of segueing back over to like the fact that there's active events in cloud, right? This is what we exist to do, is to make sure that people understand that there's no, in my opinion, right? And sorry if this might upset anyone who is a massive cloud advocate. Cloud servers are just servers, managed by humans, constructed by humans at a massive scale, right? And anytime the world goes with cloud platforms, you're giving away a little bit more control to someone else, right? So us as Atlassian customers, when we go to Jira Cloud, we're giving away the control that we had of our perimeter security, of our data latency, of our speed of our disks, of our speed, of how much resources we put into various areas in order to serve the productivity of our platform. That's number one. But what's often overlooked is Atlassian as a cloud provider are also a cloud infrastructure customer. So they're giving away a ton of control to AWS, right? They're giving away a ton of control to whoever's managing their DNS servers, right? Right. And to all of these other things. And so that control, and so when people go, oh, it's all taken care of because it's in the cloud, like I laugh a little bit and go, oh, no, right? Us as advocates for our business, as the IT advocates for our business, we just need to steer our expertise at other areas. We need to be always asking the vendor, how are you mitigating against these risks that I used to mitigate myself? Right? What happens if your disk array blows up AWS? What sort of forget the uptime percentage that you're showing me. What about when the data, how often is my data being backed up on those platforms? Right. And so if I steer over to where we go, sorry, Rob.
I was going to say, and AWS doesn't have a stellar track record as far as kind of uptimes in their zones, and in particular, at least for the Americas, US East 1 is, excuse me, is really prone for the when that zone goes belly up, it starts to affect Fortune 500 companies. It affects your bank. It affects a lot of commerce.
Yeah. Now I remember there was a major outage of one of the zones quite a few years ago in AWS, and the whole cause of it was one network engineer updating one server node, which when you have which caused a mass replication problem, right? So the server node fell over because essentially it disappeared from the network. So it went on to its peers and said, hey, recover for me. But at the same time, it was updating them. So it was essentially this network engineer created a virus, inadvertently. And sure, they recovered from it, but many, many billions of dollars were lost in terms of e-commerce businesses who were reliant on that uptime. And that those customers weren't coming back, right? So, and that just highlights that kind of, right, there's an old school thing is, as soon as they make a foolproof system, they create a better fool, right? And back when I had teams who were writing code and when I had engineers doing things, it was like, the whole PEBCAC thing. You can put in all sorts of automation and resilience within your systems, but if you've got a human who just does something irregular that no one anticipated, then that is potentially a catastrophic outage waiting to happen, right? Let alone the humans who are giving away user credentials with man-in-the-middle attacks and things like really, really sophisticated stuff. So, one of the things that I want to do in terms of, we'll call it a plug, but I think it's more of a readiness warning, because I think that's our message as Revise is, Atlassian Cloud is relatively mature right now, and they're doing good things, right? But they've made it really, really clear in the shared responsibility guidebook, which if you haven't read, you need to read, which says that user intervened data damage is your problem as a customer. You've got to have some sort of backup solution in play, because what they are backing up within their cloud is for platform-related events, right? So if there's a platform-related event where the data's damaged, they're going to restore it back to their last backup, right? And it's not particularly clear exactly how old that backup will be for you, right? So I wouldn't want to expect it's a 15-minute incremental that you used to get on VMware, right? I would expect it's probably yesterday's data if you're lucky. And then your in-state backups, the backups that you might be running with off-the-shelf Jira as an example, it could be up to 2 days of data and there's only one copy, right? Unless you're downloading that copy and putting it into an archive somewhere, you've kind of got those types of things. So my advice to people out there is to make sure that you're doing a risk assessment of your own, cybersecurity, in terms of penetration, virus, all of those sorts of risks that are out there, but also how many layers have you got to protect your data and get back up and running, no matter what happens. That's what, and identifying what are the vendors looking after and what do you need to look after, and then just implementing. We're not the only app out there that backs up data. Just go out there looking. Of course we're the best, but we're not the only ones. It's out there looking fit for purpose, right? We've got our CEO joining us, which is a great segue, I believe, given that I've got 15 minutes left, for Vish to share a little story. And I'm going to dive into my mobile and I'm going to do the little end of stew session in about, I don't know, I'll keep things, I'll go on mute, but I'll keep listening to Vish and then I'll kind of dive back in. And Bob, you'll see another connection coming through into StreamYard. Cool?
Okay. First of all, thanks for inviting me. Appreciate it. I was just on a customer call, and I just noticed I was caught unaware that there was an outage today. Did you guys hear about it?
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. We actually showed the status.atlassian.com. There were intermittent errors on that affected all Atlassian products in Atlassian Cloud.
Yeah, I was completely caught unaware. I'm trying to help him debug something, and I'm like scratching my head, like I don't see these types of errors at all. I've never seen this. But anyways, then we later realized that there's something else going on. But coming back to, I think what Stu had mentioned to me was he asked me to talk about how did I get into whatever I'm doing now? So I used to be in the cybersecurity space for many years, worked at Cisco, McAfee, and Symantec. Primarily, as you would imagine, dealing with enterprise customers, banks, and governments, looking at their cybersecurity needs. And I joined an email security company in 2021. I was running the product team, and obviously Jira being pretty common, used everywhere in a lot of enterprises, we used to use that for our roadmap. And the startup or this email security company got acquired by another larger company. It was a bad acquisition. Nobody was happy except for the investors and I think maybe the founders perhaps. I was relatively new, so it didn't really matter to me much in that regard. But I started seeing things disappearing from the roadmap. Imagine, like, you remember things, right? You ticket numbers, whatever, ABC-20. It's there, and after a few days it disappears, and I'm like, how did that happen? uh, you know, I've looked around again. I've been a user for Jira for many years. I've been in companies which were using on premises. Then I guess later at this startup it was cloud. Actually, if we date it even back, Bugzilla, if people remember that, used Bugzilla for I guess many years. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the name Jira came from. It has a connection to Bugzilla.
It is. So Jira is just basically a shortening of Gojira.
Yes.
Which is what the Japanese call Godzilla, the movie monster.
That's
and so they were kind of having Godzilla or Gojira up against Bugzilla.
If you guys are going to be there at team, I have a special treat for each one of you. I'm going to make the shameless plug right now. I don't think it shows up very well. Can you read what's out here on this?
Give me a moment. I'll make sure. There we go.
You read it?
We see it.
Gojira equals Godzilla, and then the bottom one says
revise.
Revise equals secure data.
That's correct. But there's a more interesting thing at the back, which Stu, who's sitting there, is responsible for. I'm not going to reveal what is there on the back. I think a lot of you guys are going to really like that. The front part looks cute, interesting history of Jira, I suppose. But the back is more interesting. I'm not going to show that. I think Stu has got some surprises on that for later. But coming back.
Vish, you go ahead and show it because I've got a different surprise.
Oh, you do? All right, Rodney, if you don't mind, okay. So you can read it.
Back up your data, and I'm not going to read the blue part.
Now this one this is the PG version. There's another version which is there, which I guess you can pick and choose which you want.
Yep. Those are incredible shirts. Always love a good joke in a shirt, so I'd definitely be stopping by to pick one up.
I can't wait to pick it up at team. So yes, I'm planning on. I can't wait to reconnect with everybody. Hopefully, I will see Stu there at team. It'd be fantastic to meet face to face for the first time. So,
yeah, Stu is going to be there. There are going to be a bunch of us. Looking forward to meeting each one of y'all. They're planning some things out. We'll keep you posted. But coming back to the story, so there was somebody who was deleting things. Some disgruntled employee, I suppose, was deleting stuff. And what I did not know until then was if you delete something, it's gone instantaneously. there is no audit log. I think that's the even worse part, right? Okay, sure, accidents do happen. You fat finger things, and yeah, things happen. But having no log in the enterprise was something which I was really surprised about, and I guess that's what led me and Sanket to where we are today. If I hadn't seen that happen, probably maybe be doing something else now.
Yeah.
One other thing which I can't erase from my memory, not related to Atlassian or Jira for that matter, is I used to be a semiconductor hardware chip designer. Um, this is early 2000s, and once you have the design ready, you send it off to this is TSMC. You would ship it off to TSMC. They do the checks. It's a very expensive thing, right? To take the design, to get it to fab, and so on.
I almost want to ask you if you're a Verilog or a VHDL kind of guy.
Oh, I've done both. Hold on. I will show you something. I guess, can I turn my camera? This is I'm just trying to pull out. This is one of the wafers.
Wow, that's a really nice wafer.
Yeah.
I've got one of the chips from Intel. This is the Itanium. I don't think they make it anymore. That was the first 64-bit foray into RISC architecture. I guess they call it the Itanic because it never made it up. But coming back to the story there, I made a mistake in how the tape was getting generated for this to shipping it out to TSMC, and I did not realize that mistake until 2 days. They had started their the fab process, and luckily there was it was money which was going to be spent, but then it wasn't as much, but it was just going through the initial checks. We caught it at the right point of time. If we did not catch that earlier on, we would have gone through the entire process, spent a whole bunch of money, and would have been completely wasted. What came out of it. And the only reason that error occurred was I pressed the wrong button by mistake. It was not intentional. It was the wrong button which I pressed. And I'm like, things happen, right? They're out of your control sometimes. So I always remember that and say, okay, mistakes do happen. How do you recover back from that? And how gracefully can you get back from that situation? Anyways, that's at least that's the story which I wanted to share with you guys. I wonder where Stu disappeared. Maybe he's having.
He's back.
He's back.
He's back.
I'm back. All right. So I've set up for you guys here a little moment. I'm going to take off my headphones, but I just wanted to sort of finish off our session, my session today, with a little reminder of what we're talking about, which is kind of the celebration of life, like the moment of like the end of life and kind of moving forward of our fabulous Jira server. So I've prepped something. In the background here is beautiful Auckland farm in the distance. We've got Auckland coastal countryside, and we're on top of the hill overlooking the land. And I'm going to take my headphones off, and I've just got a little memento for us to remember Jira Server by.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm hoping you can see the little memento there. We've got Jira's name in there and a beautiful hibiscus flower, which is part of the area that we live in is called the Hibiscus Coast. So I don't know if you guys want to say anything emotional or say a few words
I think
to send
Atlassian
off.
says it best.
We're
Atlassian
letting
says,
you
and
see
this
it.
is official Atlassian channel, by the way. Can't say we were expecting this.
Well, you know, us marketing guys, we've got to do something different every time.
I mean, now, in all seriousness, we've known this has been coming for a while, but it's part of it hasn't seemed real until very, very recently. Even like I wrote the stories, I knew this was coming. I was one of the first people to tell the widespread audience, "Hey, this is coming." But even then, it's like we're finally here. It's finally the day. Jimmy Wickman adds, "Jira Server. It's the reason the 70 brothers have so little hair."
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
No, that was awesome, Stu.
That was fantastic. The first thing I was thinking of in my head is we are so marking down the timestamp for this too. And even Lena is crying. So
I'm just sitting up on my desk to say goodbye. By the way, there's a reference that Australians might get that you guys might just think is pretty standard. So this hat is not a cowboy hat. It's an original Australian Outlander that my brother gave me, who lives in Australia, when I bought the farm 23 years ago. And you know, those I've never worn it on the farm. I do trucker hats and things like that, but I thought it was apt to sort of signal kind of a bit of homage to the Australians who founded Atlassian and their ingenuity and their you know, and what they've look what I think is you know, this moment or this day, bearing in mind that I'm in future. So you know, we've been in, you know, Jira was dead yesterday. Jira Server was dead yesterday, as far as I'm concerned. But I guess what's really interesting to me and worthwhile noting is, you know, it's a really exciting time going forward with cloud. Like, you know, the days of having to worry about CVEs, the days of having to worry about waiting for updates to happen, and the rapid pace, which I believe the features are going to start being rolled out, I think it's going to be pretty exciting for all of us. And you know, that's the end of life, sure, end of a kind of era, but I think it's the era that we're moving into is something that no one's really able to predict. And you know, I think why I'm in IT, why I love being in IT, is because I love the chaos of unpredictability. You know, of this unpredictable marketplace that we're in, and you know, what job will we be doing in 2 years' time is not what we're doing today, right? And so that's what I really enjoy. And I guess if we're marking the time, you know, thank you for having me on board. Thank you for having us on board. We've really enjoyed it. We always enjoy your show. We always tune in. And kudos for the next, how many more hours, Rodney?
So we're at hour number 6, 18 more to go.
Yeah.
And so I think we should transition. Thank you, Stu. Thank you,
I
Vish,
have lost my volume
from Revise. And we will transition now to Ray, who's I think we should be able to add her. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? So this is the first time that you're meeting not Rodney, the just a Jira guy, and the real Rodney. So
I know. I haven't gotten a chance to see Rodney face to face since the very first episode of On the Roadmap, so it's kind of kismet that on the day of the last episode we are back together. I love that.
Oh, that's true. Today was you called it your season finale. So you're kind of kind of having like a season of about, if I counted right, it's like about 10 episodes.
And yes, yeah. So Fate of the Show is kind of up in the air right now because, you know, it is sponsored through work and everything. And obviously the direction I would love to take it is more mental health focused. So if there is a season 2 of On the Roadmap, it'll be a little different than what we're used to. But it was a great season 1 and I couldn't be more grateful, and had some great people on the show. Rodney was like the perfect first guest. I couldn't have asked for a better interview. I told him that. So yeah, it was really fun. I'm not glad that it's over, but I'm excited to have some time back in my day to pursue other projects. I've got some like personal fundraising things that I'm doing on the side now. So I just moved from one cause to the next.
We had our guest last week actually brought up Mark Brickley, who will be on later, brought up that he had watched the first episodes On the Roadmap and commented that he loved everything I shared on the show. So definitely have a fan with him.
Oh, good. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, no, it's been so interesting to have, like, I know we had the Atlassian creators when we had that whole LinkedIn content class where it really is, it's the people who don't really interact with your content at all who then are like, hey, I've been watching your stuff. And I've had that happen a couple times where people are like, hey, I've been watching On the Roadmap. We're like, oh my God, I know Brittany or I know Rodney and I saw their episode and it was so great. But I know that you guys, I felt pain in my heart and soul for you when you said you have, like 18 hours of this left? So I did prepare a little activity for us to keep you guys awake, alive.
Well, you know, we appreciate that. We're still kind of, to us, it's still kind of normal day because we started at mid-morning. And for me, it's 4 p.m. in my time zone. So it's still kind of near the day, you know. A few hours from now, we'll see what happens. But you know, and you know, Rodney is a couple hours ahead of me, time zone wise. So
yeah, we're me and Ray are both Eastern time zone people.
Yep.
And strong. It is 6 p.m. for us. This is normally what I'd be ending my normal run of the Jira life.
Yeah.
So this is when things will start to get interesting, but because I work IT and I've done migrations and such before, I have had to pull late nights. I know for a fact my hardest time will be between 2 a.m. my time and 5 a.m. my time.
Mm-hmm.
Those are going to be hard. If I can push through that, I'm good through the rest of it. I just got to get through that time frame without nodding off.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I don't think I've ever done anything for 24 hours. So more power to you guys.
What? No, you never done like all-nighters or anything like that?
Ooh, well, I have. But it's a little, it's a little different. I feel like I think the last time I pulled an all-nighter was my college graduation. And I think there's a difference between like sitting and being a functioning human being for 24 hours and whatever I was experiencing at that time. I don't know if I'd call it functioning. So also you will see Trent make a guest appearance in the background. So
yeah, I'm not going to talk about my senior year of college.
Fair.
My last week there, I had fumigation coming for my apartment because I lived in a terrible apartment with the neighbors got bed bugs. I was president of the pep band, and we were wrapping up our basketball season, so I had to plan the trip for the band and manage the band because our director had a conflict, so I was technically the adult in the room somehow. I was setting up and running a on-campus mass event, Humans versus Zombies. And then I still had all my senior classes, so all my capstone, all my last classes, all that, trying to get all that taken care of so I could graduate. And then the natural disaster hit.
Wow.
I'm not even joking. We had F5 tornadoes run through the area and knock out power to the city for 2 weeks.
Oh my gosh. That's a hectic. Where I'm from in California actually just experienced its first tornado. So Central Coast, there was a tornado that went through Grover Beach. I was living in San Luis Obispo, Pismo Beach area previously, but it's wild because like we're like an earthquake state in California. Like it's very much like we like when the ground moves, and that's a casual thing for us. So this tornado like threw everybody off. So 5 tornadoes. Like, how do things survive 5 tornadoes?
No, that's not 5 tornadoes. There was many more than 5 tornadoes.
Category
the big
5.
one was a category 5.
Okay, and is that the
Like a
highest
mile
category
long.
they can be?
For now.
Okay, fair. Yeah, until a category 6 comes along.
But over where I grew up, it's the exact opposite. Tornadoes, they're like, yeah, we know how to deal with them. They're annoying, but you know what to do. We're in a non-active fault zone where I grew up. So we don't have tornadoes often, but once in a blue moon, you'll get like a Richter 2 or maybe pushing it a 3.
Wow.
Something Californians would absolutely laugh at if they even notice. And it freaks us out.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, the natural disaster stuff is wild because I remember I spent some time in Miami, and hurricanes to them are like earthquakes to Californians, where you're just like, this is just a thing that happens here sometimes. And, and everyone's underwater and it's very chill and it's very zen. But then they're like, wait, the ground moves where you're from? Are you okay?
What?
And I'm like, no, none of us are okay. Like,
no, me and some of our California coworkers had long conversations about our natural disaster fears.
Yeah. It is really interesting. I've only really experienced one earthquake, and it was really funny because I was in 6th grade and we were learning about it was like environmental science, and we had just learned about earthquakes and how they work. And I was actually, the house I grew up in, if you're familiar with architecture, the style is called an Eichler. So the entire back wall is glass, and I used to always lay on the tile in front of the back window and do my homework. And I was doing my earthquake homework, and all of a sudden it sounded like animals or something were running on the roof. And I remember just kind of like looking up, and all of a sudden my mom's just grabbing me and she's like, you got to get in the doorway. And it didn't feel like shaking. It was just really loud. Eichler homes are great. But yes, it was really, really interesting. And that's the only one that I've really experienced. A lot of them I sleep through, or sometimes like you'll just log onto the news and people would be like, oh my God, did anyone feel the earthquake? And I'm like, maybe I'm just blissfully unaware or just decidedly unobservant, but that's the only one I've ever like consciously experienced.
So if I remember right, you're a New Yorker now.
I am. Yep.
What is the natural disaster that they're zen about?
For me personally, it's snow, which happened yesterday. As a Californian, anything below 50 degrees is a natural disaster for me. How pale I am right now is a natural disaster for me. But maybe hurricanes. Isn't hurricanes like the East Coast thing? Cockroaches. True. Oh gosh, yeah.
Joanna is speaking about plenty of natural disasters for the East Coast. Roaches, bed bugs.
Yeah. But thank God I haven't had to deal with either.
But I think also it's also to some extent hurricanes, because sometimes the hurricanes come up along the up the Atlantic and hit like Sandy about 10 years ago, I'd say. Isn't it about 10 years ago since Sandy?
Yeah, part of financial district ended up being underwater for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well, I did make you guys, as promised, I made you guys a little quiz to take if you want to take it live.
Uh-oh.
It's not bad.
Well, I'm kind of wondering, did you do this of your own volition, or were you prompted by Alex, who is mysteriously not here?
Oh, no. Alex is just avoiding me because he knows he owes me a hamburger debate. But I used to always love doing stuff like this as a kid, and I thought it was perfect.
So wait a minute, what kind of hamburger debate would there be? Because I think you and him are in the same boat as being like In-N-Out fanatics.
So here's the thing. Like as a California girl, right? It's the same thing with the Warriors. Like, do I watch basketball? No. Are the Warriors my team because I grew up near San Francisco? Yes. Like, is In and Out like my ride or die because I'm from California? Yes. But at the end of the day, if I had to choose a burger joint, I am a Red Robin girl, and that is such a hot take.
Well, okay. So
where is
I
Alex?
am with you because bottomless fries are the shiznit.
Their seasoned salt, I used to, okay, please don't arrest me after this, but one time, maybe, allegedly, no one can prove it. Did I steal the seasoned salt off the table to take home? I might have. And was it a phenomenal choice that I would 100% repeat? I would. It was just,
I suddenly went dead for about 5 seconds there.
Yeah, right? Isn't it so crazy how that happens? Yeah, no, it's so weird. I plead the fifth. But no, I think that's one of the only things I've ever stolen in my life was the seasoned salt from Red Robin because I loved it. Like to the point where I used to just like smell it, which is kind of alarming and a little bit like strange to say out loud now. But I would literally just sit there at the table and smell it when I was a kid. I went there every year for my birthday. I know the birthday song by heart. There are bottomless fries. So literally what they do is they show up to your table with fries. And then when the fries are gone, they just bring you more fries. And it just doesn't stop. They also have bottomless lemonade, and you can get the freckled lemonade, which is like a strawberry lemonade. They should hire me for their marketing team. I love Red Robin so much. Oh man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love that. Love the bottomless fries. And it's not just the fries. It could be any of the appetizers, right? Any of the sides, right? Bottomless onion rings, so. And Joanna's already hungry.
Oh yeah.
So-
Anyone who wants to hit up the Vegas Red Robin at team, I'm your girl.
Well,
Find me, we'll go.
I think we need to get it sponsored by someone.
We should. If someone wants to sponsor the Jira Life trip to Red Robin so I can put Rodney and Rob on, then let us know. It's cheap.
Here's
It's
the
like
thing. Here's the thing. When me and my wife go to a burger place, about a good 60-70% of the time, it's Red Robin.
I knew we had something here, Rodney. I really there was like a soul connection here. And I love to find out that it comes in the form of bottomless fries. I really do.
We didn't even have to wait that long.
Oh man.
The Jira Life's Red Robin trip sponsored by Revise.
Let's go. Thanks, Stu. Oh man. Well, I saw that one of you had the quiz pulled up. So do you want me to give a little spiel on what we're doing here? Because I don't think there's a title page.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I've got it pulled up. I think I'll be the first one to take it.
Perfect. Yeah, and then we'll have Rob go next.
So Joanna says that if this were an Atlassian certification, as she is a member of the team that creates the Atlassian certification exams, she's already given it a number. It's ACP 999. So
perfect.
I don't know. Yeah, it's all set. I don't know how related that is, maybe to ACP.
I was hoping
but
I'm hoping ACP 999 was that bigger, harder test I keep threatening Alex with.
Well, we can bring it up with her in a couple of hours. She's at the 5 p.m. Pacific time slot. So,
all right, yeah. Go ahead and bring this up.
All right. So in honor of the delicate departure of Jira Server, I've created a quiz that tells you which of the surviving Atlassian products you are based on a quiz. So there's 5 different options that you can have. But yeah, Rodney, why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
All right. So first question, which word your friends use to describe you? I don't think I even know anymore. I mean, as a Jira guy, is it popular? Is it helpful? Is it technical?
Just jack of all trades. Then how would you describe yourself?
I'd probably use technical for myself.
Okay.
All right. You're at a party. Where can people find you? Apparently, already making plans to go out next weekend with someone you just met. Again, Red Robin, Team 24, talk to us. In the corner, hanging out with the dog. Hope the host set up the ox. Maybe. In center of the crowd in center of a crowd of people asking you about your latest project. Refilling snacks, you notice the chips are empty. I mean, considering our previous exchange about Red Robin, I don't think I'm allowed to pick anything else. Okay, which high school after-school activity fits you best? Sports, IT club. Well, I just said I did that, but that's not what I was doing after school. Student council, debate team, pep squad. Okay, 2 of these fit.
Mhm.
I mean, IT club, but I literally was talking about how I was president of the pep band.
You were, but which one like identifies most with your soul? Or the Atlassian product that you most want to be associated with? You got to see, like, where do you think things going?
Is there any way to game the exam? Let's see.
Oh, absolutely
your
not.
job,
I made it
Bob.
absolutely game. Oh, look who's here!
Sorry, I had to stop.
Oh,
We've already decided, Alex, at team, we're tying you up and dragging you to Red Robin.
Red Robin.
Yeah, we're a Red Robin family now.
so are we going to take a look at the old studio?
You know what? Well, I'm making my way. Sorry, I totally interrupted your guys' thing.
Oh no, you're good. Just a preview of what's coming up for you. Oh,
It's an empty wall.
Oh,
sad.
I was
rest
there.
in peace.
I'm gonna eat and
I
talk,
was there
so
when there was
I'll
more
answer as I can.
Okay.
All right, so for this one, I think I'm going to go IT club. I
Okay.
mean, band's where my heart is. Where I met my wife. It's where I have some of my best memories. But right now, I'm all about that IT life. Dinner time. What's on the menu? This new underground chef exhibition that serves deconstructed lasagna. There is pizza waiting for me downstairs.
Ooh,
I know, Ray,
that's
you were
good.
talking about you were hungry too.
I'm starving. Always, though.
Whatever's the hottest spot according to social media. Wherever your friends feel like going. Somewhere quiet with a detailed menu. You actually know a guy who just opened a new spot, so you're going to try it out. All right, so here's the deal. My wife works for the fire marshal in neighbor county. She actually knows when all the new restaurants are opening up and what they are and all that because she has to review the plans.
Mm-hmm.
So usually when there's a new spot, we end up going.
Fair enough.
Oh, which Harry Potter character are you? Oh, I'm already know I'm Luna, so we can keep going. But Luna,
Go ahead.
Lovegood, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, or Draco Malfoy. Ravenclaws for life.
Yup.
Which compliment would mean the most to you? You're so smart, you're so organized, you're so helpful, you're such a good leader, you're so friendly. I like to think of myself as a leader. I don't know how accurate it is, but I like to think of myself as a leader. Pick an element. Air, water, fire, earth, energy. So, I'm going to be an airbender. Oh no. No. What's your AIM username? All right, for those of you who may be below the age of 35, AIM stands for AOL Instant Messenger, and it's what we used to use.
I still had one. I was on the tail end of AIM, and it was like camel case, all about it.
The Page Turner 134, Cool Guy Productions, Soccer Lover 42, Your First Name XOXO, and I'm not going to say what my actual name was.
Oh, please.
But it was edgelord worthy.
Oh gosh, I love it. Mine was Z Cole Lover 402 because I was madly in love with Cole Sprouse.
College major, public relations, marketing, hospitality, political science, and well, I actually chose one of them.
This one's really important.
Why is Ray so cool? How do I select all of them? Except for the
Don't do that
last
to
one.
my ego. I don't need it.
Who made this quiz for us? This is her second time on TGL. Her on the roadmap record or podcast, and she knows everyone. I mean, she doesn't need CGL to make her cool. She has her own deal.
Yep.
There you go.
You're a service management. I mean, not wrong. To be fair, if I got anything but Jira, I'd be disappointed in myself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you what would have happened if you got Trello? That would be quite the scandal.
I would never hear the end of it from Brittany.
I was gonna say,
never.
I feel like Brittany would come out of nowhere and she'd go like, "What did you just do?" Oh man! All right, Rob, is it your turn? See what you get.
Let's see if I can. See if I.
If not, I'll go back and I'll just let you answer from my screen.
Nope, I think I got it. You guys see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oops. Wait. I didn't mean to hit that one.
Back button.
Technical. Maybe
back.
I didn't mean to hit that one.
I missed. What are we doing?
We're taking a quiz to see what Atlassian product you are.
Yes.
Is it a quiz for this?
There is now. I made it today.
Yeah.
Wait, is each one of us doing it individually?
Oh hell
Yes.
yeah! So Rodney got JSM.
Yeah.
All right, I'm next after whoever.
Yeah, you're next. But so number 2, you're a party. Where can people find you? Already making plans. Go out next weekend. In the corner, hang out with the dog. Helping the host set up the auxiliary. In the center of a crowd of people asking you about your latest project. Refilling snacks. Dog crowd.
I mean, dogs are better than people any day. That's my opinion.
All right. High school, after school activity, fits you best. Sports, AV or IT club, student council, debate team, pep squad. Not sports, not the student council, not the debate team, and not the pep squad. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be on this one. Dinner time. What's on the menu? New underground chef exhibition that serves deconstructed lasagna. Whatever's the hottest spot according to social media, wherever my friends feel like going, somewhere quiet with a detailed menu. I actually know a guy who just opened up a new spot, so I'm going to try it out. I'm kind of on this one where kind of in a previous life between career number 1 and career number 2, I was actually like working at Williams-Sonoma.
Oh, and you meet everyone at Williams-Sonoma.
I meet everyone at Williams-Sonoma because I was the guy helping assist on like demonstration cooking classes. And so I was like talking with like the chefs and things like that would come in, and and in a road not taken type of thing, I probably could have veered into cooking school and being like a line cook.
Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that side of your backstage life.
Oh, I'm like Mr. Full on culinary. So
there you go.
Yeah. All right. Which Harry Potter character is my favorite? Luna, Harry, Hermione, Neville. I'm kind of looking at Neville just because he's kind of the he fulfills the prophecy too, right? Everyone's
he does.
said that. Yes. So I might do that. Compliment means the most to me. You're so smart, you're so organized, you're so helpful, such a good leader, you're so friendly. I want to be helpful. So helpful's there. Pick an element. Air, water, fire, earth, energy. I think I want to be energy. I just want to. I'm almost kind of going in this one.
Okay.
Because pick a college major. Yeah, this was already like predestined for me. And then I'm with Rodney here. I think it's like if there were an answer of A, B, C, and D, I would pick that one. But I will say in my fanboy moment, I am a huge fan of On the Roadmap because I really think that what you're doing and kind of putting a spotlight on mental health and showing people that, well, we as people are not perfect, and being able to kind of highlight flaws is and say, well, we're just we're all flawed, and being able to do that is just incredible. So and mental health is not a subject that's talked about as much as it should be. And so on the roadmap, big fanboy here. Love what you have been doing with it. So
Thank you. That means a lot.
I am Bitbucket.
Hey!
Could have been hip chat, dude.
I could have been hip chat, but apparently I wasn't. I'm Bitbucket. I know how to do things. I am technical. I know how I want things done and just how to do them. I'm a problem solver, critical thinker, and a connector. I come with a lot of rules, but I am worth the extra effort.
There you go. All right. So far we've got Rodney's JSM. We've got Rob as Bitbucket. Alex, are you ready to rock and roll?
I think one of us is going to have to do the actual button pushing. Oh, Rodney is. Okay.
Yep.
I'm just trying to minimize.
By the way, I'm sorry, Ray. I had to step away for just a moment because my wife brought home pizza.
Dude, everyone is eating right now except for me. We literally scheduled our DoorDash to get delivered at 7:10 because I was like, all right, here's how it works. I'm going to get off work. I'm going on the Jira Life. I've been starving since like 4:30. But it's okay because I have wine, so I'll survive. You guys have pizza and fries, but I have grapes.
And In-N-Out.
I know.
I have
I
trail
know.
mix, so
all right.
Hey, you know what? All right. Me and Rob are on a team.
Right.
In the meantime, I've got your buttons. I'll hold off a second before I eat. So question number 1, Alex. Which word your friends use to describe you? And as one of your friends, I will have a say in this. Bookish, popular, helpful, great in a crisis, or technical?
I would say great in a crisis.
I would say helpful, but I'll go with that.
You haven't seen me in
Just
crisis.
as long as the crisis is not an exam. Right, you're at a party. Where can people find you? Already making plans to go out the next weekend with someone you just met. In the corner, hanging out with the dog. Help the host set up the auxiliary. In the center of the crowd of people asking you about your latest project. Refilling snacks. You notice the chips were empty.
Helping the host set up the aux.
All right. Question 3. Which high school activity fits you best? Sports, AV or IT club, student council, debate team, or pep squad?
Man, what kind of school did you guys go to that you had an IT club?
Well, I was talking about last hour if you had been here.
Of that. Yeah. You missed it. You missed it.
All right. Well, if my school would have had an IT club, I would be on that one because I've never done a sport. I don't like being in front of people for student council. I don't like losing, so I don't do debates. I'm not peppy enough to be up in the pep squad.
You're not peppy. Oh man.
I'd like to note that the guy who's terrible in front of people is an Atlassian creator.
He's like, stop, please. I'm shy.
Dinner time. What's on the menu? This new underground chef exhibition that serves deconstructed lasagna. Whatever's the hottest spot according to social media. Wherever your friends feel like going. Somewhere quiet with a detailed menu. You actually know a guy who just opened up a new spot, so you're going to try it out.
Where's In-N-Out?
That could be wherever your
Not an
friends
option.
feel like going, because in California, it's always going to be In-N-Out.
Yeah.
That's the only place to go. Um,
Oh, sorry, I already clicked that.
I know, like I wasn't even gonna pick that one, but thanks. Now my answer is
You know what?
Oh, there you go. Oh, it doesn't work.
No, there's no back button. It's cool. I'll take it.
Oh.
I'll take it.
Womp
All right.
All right,
I'm
which
not-
Harry Potter character
you
are
can,
you?
you can save it on this one because I don't know who any of the characters outside of Harry Plopper are. So I'm gonna go with Harry Plopper.
Spider Pig. Spider Pig.
And that's the only reason I know of Harry Potter because of the Simpsons movie.
That is something we will fight about later.
Looking forward
Which
to it.
compliment would mean the most to you? You're so smart. You're so organized. You're so helpful. You're such a good leader, or you're so friendly.
I feel like these are all insults. Like I feel with
Really?
The right, I feel like
It
with the right
depends.
tone, like
Yeah,
you're so
I can
smart,
see that.
Rodney. You're such
Yeah,
a
like
smart.
with the right tone, I could be like, "Oh my god, you're so helpful." Like
Right? You get it.
I do. I went to all girls Catholic school for 2 years. I know exactly what that sounds like.
Yeah. So let's go with a good leader.
Pick an element: air, water, fire, earth, or energy.
Oh boy. I'm gonna go with energy, only because I have sun power. And I don't have to pay for my electricity.
All right. So, what's your AOL Instant Messenger username? Page Turner 134. Cool Guy Productions. Soccer Lover 42. Or first name XOXO and Hacker Bro.
C.
It was definitely not soccer lover. Hold on, don't be clicking because you can't go back.
I was gonna say you're giving me Cool Guy Productions energy.
Yeah.
Oh, so my screening was Final Fantasy newbie. So what's the closest thing to Final Fantasy as a video game?
Fair.
I'm leaning towards soccer or Hacker Bro.
Went
I
to
like
do
a
Hacker
good
Bro.
lead speak. I like a good lead speak.
Who's your
This is
college
easy.
major?
I'm just gonna give you the one I was, computer engineering.
And last one, the most important question: why is Ray so cool?
It's really important.
She made this quiz for us. This is her second time on TJL. Her On the Roadmap podcast. He knows everyone. And Ray is not cool, which is just the wrongest of wrong answers.
You're totally wrong.
In typical ACP fashion, I'll do process of elimination. So,
Okay.
not the last one.
Fair.
I want to kick out OTR only because what the heck, Ray? Where am I at in OTR?
Hey, if there's a season 2, you gotta get on there.
All right. So that leaves 1, 2, and 4.
I'm not enjoying the quiz, so I'm just kidding.
You're like, this sucks and I hate
How
this.
does this compare to a certification exam?
Yeah, I'm like, I hate taking tests, so strike out number 1. Now I'm stuck between number 2 and number 4. And I feel like if I go with number 4 and I stick close to her at teams, we're gonna be in a good spot. So I'm gonna go with that one.
He's leveraging those connections. I love a man with strategy. Hey!
So accurate.
In the name.
You're the main
Jared
character.
You're the main character. When people think popular, they think of Dr. Jira. People either love you or hate you, but either way, they know who you are. Growing up, you might have been called bossy, but you can't help it that you're a natural leader and your hair is full of secrets. You're a person with a plan, and you use your charm and charisma to make it happen.
I don't know about charm,
Adapt
man.
to any situation. Life just wouldn't be the same without you.
I don't know about the charm part, but I'll agree to everything else.
You guys have all gotten different ones so far, which is really impressive. We've got Rodney as JSM, we've got Rob as Bitbucket, and now we've got Alex as Jira Cloud.
Who's next?
That's a very
I could
nice.
take
That's
it.
a very nice quiz.
You're welcome.
So,
Yeah,
two
no,
things.
I had a good time making it.
No, I really did like the quiz. I was just kidding, for For
No, it's I know.
For the
I know.
lulls.
for theatrics.
All right, we
Everything
could
for the gram,
speed
right?
demon this. Everything
All
for the
right.
gram. Yeah, it builds good content if there's conflict. All right, we can speed demon this. I actually didn't take it myself, so let's go great in a crisis.
All right.
Let's go in the corner hanging out with the dog.
Dogs
Love
are
dogs.
awesome.
Debate team. I love debate. Not even recreationally. Ooh, somewhere quiet with a detailed menu. I like options like Cheesecake Factory. Not quiet, but that menu, expensive. Hermione Granger. You're such a good leader. Water, I'm a Scorpio. I definitely based your first name XOXO after my actual username, so let's go there. I was a PR major. Shout out to my liberal arts girlies. And then I am not cool. I don't consider myself cool. I like to stay humble. Bless.
Oh, look, I can't click that for some reason. You'll have to choose something else.
Oh, man. Then I'll say she made this quiz for us. Hey. Oh, and guess where I pulled this image from? Does it look familiar, Rodney?
I think I know where this might come from.
You need some licensing. Andy wants a copy of this.
Speaking of Confluence and Andy, he does asks, how do we get a copy of this? Is there
is this on I can the link, you guys can blast out the link if you want, but seeing as I have the free plan, it's going to cut you off at 25 responses, and we have used up 4 of them here today. So go ahead and put that link in the chat. Whoever gets there first gets there first.
All right.
There we go. But yeah, that's my activity. Hopefully you guys are feeling aware, awake, alive after that one.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I am refueling myself with trail mix. So
gotta love it.
It's going to be trail mix. It's a mix. It's going to be a combination of trail mix, Doritos, and chocolate. So
that is honestly all your food groups if you think about it hard enough and squint. You're like, oh, okay, you got protein, you got some carbs in there, you got some dairy,
vegetables. I'm sure somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, like the celery salt they put on the Doritos is a vegetable.
There's some dried cranberries and dried mango in here. So
yeah, you're getting your fruit in there.
Yeah.
Was this a global thing or was it a California thing? But pizza's a vegetable in California?
No, pizza was a salad in California, wasn't it? Wasn't that the whole thing?
Salad. What's the difference?
Well, a salad is a multitude of vegetables and occasionally fruits, and then when you're getting started, but it becomes a hot mess real soon if you can't control it. Yeah, me too. I also become a hot mess if you don't get me under control right away. But yeah, no, I remember the whole pizza as a salad thing because everyone was like, basically, like the crust is croutons and the cheese is cheese and the pepperoni is like steak and then the tomato sauce is a vegetable, which is actually wrong because it's a fruit. But I feel like, yeah, people can say anything's a salad. Also, the big debate, didn't we talk about this last time? What's the difference between a burrito and a wrap, or am I hallucinating that conversation?
No, but you're actually like you're helping refill the questions that we asked guests on the regular Jira Life, that we've come to call the quick Quizlet. So
okay. Yeah, I would love to see responses. What's the difference between a burrito and a wrap? Because to me, it's whatever you're wrapping with. If you're wrapping with a tortilla, then it's a burrito. But if you're wrapping with like pita or one of those weird cauliflower things or anything else, it makes it a wrap. But like tortilla, it's a burrito. That's the rule in my mind. Alex, how do you feel about it?
By the way, just kudos on the tortilla part. You're rolling that R.
Man, it's my second language. Not my first, but it's my second. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I could see that logic.
But I've seen wraps made with, and I believe they're basically flour tortillas. They're just ginormous, right? They're bigger than Mission Burrito size. So
I don't know. I think Stu here is asking the important questions, though.
If you wrap it with ham. Is that allowed?
I don't know.
Is that like paleo?
I mean, is it not allowed?
Last week, you guys told me that tacos were sandwiches, so now you're telling me burritos are wraps. I'm like, I just don't know that I can be friends with you guys anymore.
I
You're
did not
insulting,
say
like,
a burrito was a wrap.
50% of my food groups have been like.
He's like, I'm
I did not say
disrespected.
I
Just
did not say a
disrespected
burrito was a
50% of the food
wrap.
that I eat.
In fact, I believe we explicitly said a burrito was not a wrap.
It's like, what's the difference? Because like a breakfast burrito, right? Because it's like the tortilla rule, I think, is a good one. Sorry to not roll my R that time, Alex. I think it's a good one to stand by. But there are wraps with flour tortillas, which is like what you're saying. Like, okay, so here's my thing. If it has like 3 main ingredients, rice, beans, and like some kind of salsa, whether it's like a pico, salsa verde, like whatever, I think that hard codes it into the burrito category. But like if you put a Caesar salad in a tortilla, that's a wrap, you know?
Andy Gladstone would like to note that
I just like Ray
wrap
more and
is
more the
not
more
an
she
option
speaks.
for him.
Like the way she gets my food.
I'm here. It's the California thing, man. Like, oh man, I miss
You
Mexican
gotta move
food,
back.
like good
What are you
Mexican
doing
food.
in New York? Get back to California.
I can't do most Californians, if that's allowed to say.
I was gonna say you're with the rest of us, where it's like I don't know if I can do most Californians.
Oh man, but like like it's like here's my thing. It's not that I can't do like Californians as people. It's I can't do Californians in what they do for fun. Like all my friends, they'd be
Go
like,
to
"Do
the
you want to
beach?
go?" No, okay, the beach is different. I do miss the beach. My mom still lives there, but it's like no. They'd be like, "Do you want to go camping for my birthday?" And I was like, "Do I want to sleep on the floor outside and share a restroom with strangers for your birthday? I don't." Or do you want to go hiking? Do I want to go uphill like at some ungodly hour, cardio on purpose for fun? I do not. Do I want to go
Just hang out
surfing?
with me. I'll take you into the hood. We'll go stroll down the hood.
Yeah, there's
Stroll in the hood?
that's
He
a
knows
different kind of
taqueria.
hiking.
He knows a good taqueria. You can get
Oh,
some
God, yeah.
sandwiches.
Do this. Yeah, the sketchier the place, the better. Actually, I'm actually freaking out. So we're doing the ACE events in LA, right?
Mm.
I'm half tempted to ask my sister-in-law to drop me off because the neighborhood's sketchy. I was like, I don't know that my car's gonna be there when I come back.
Oh yeah,
You
but that's
don't
where
need a car.
it is where you get the best food though, because like my mom, when she lived in San Mateo and she would come drive down to visit me at Cal Poly, she would always stop in King City. And King City's actually gotten like kind of nice, but it used to be like a place that you don't stop. And my mom would always stop there because she loved this one restaurant. She would always go to like the same taqueria and everything because she's got a vendetta with this. She lived in San Francisco with my dad when they were in their early 20s. And she had the best chile relleno of her life when she was pregnant with me. And then she like forgot the name, pregnancy brain, like forgot the name of the restaurant. And she has been on this hunt, like a feral hunt for chile relleno that matches the quality of this one ever since. And she finally found something that came close in King City. So every time she'd drive down to visit me at college, she would stop in King City and get chile relleno before she came to see me. And yeah, or like Santa Maria, the Mexican food there. Like I would drive 30 minutes from Cal Poly to go get Mexican food in Santa Maria because it was just so good. So good.
I have a buddy from St. Louis, and we have this taqueria place that the only other place you can find these tacos are in Tijuana. And they're my buddy calls them vapor tacos, but they're called tacos al vapor. And you basically take lard and you boil that, and with the steam of the lard, you cook the taco. It's like a heart attack waiting to happen. But my buddy, it's like
that
in the heart,
sounds
it's in
like
the heart of,
every Southern dish I have ever cooked.
but it's in the heart of Santa Ana, which is like dead smack in the middle of the hood. And so I told my buddy when he came from, I was like, don't wear red, don't wear blue, don't make eye contact. Go lock your don't even bother putting anything in your trunk if it's not already in your trunk by the time you get there.
Yep.
And just walk in a straight line, give them this piece of paper, take your food, eat it, go back to your car and reverse order.
Oh yeah.
Crap out of
No,
me.
they have in like San Francisco right now where it's like people are just leaving their cars unlocked where it's like, I got nothing. Just open the doors and take whatever you want if it's in there. Just don't smash my windows. 'cause the
Don't
windows
bother
smash.
breaking the window because
Yeah, it's like, please, like replacing the window is going to be more expensive than my iPhone charger that you want because you saw it in there. Like, please, it's fine. But yeah, interesting times we're living in. Interesting times. But now I'm
Well,
craving.
if anybody
Mexican
wants a
food.
good time in California, let me know. we'll show you some good times. Although I hear Sean's coming over here. We're gonna be hanging out a lot in California, like in a week.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'll be fun. What are y'all gonna do?
Not hang out with Ray because you ditched us last time.
I literally ended up flying
Oh.
back like 5 a.m. the day after Christmas. I was supposed to. What happened was
hung
I
out
was.
with us. You could have hung
Well,
out with
no,
us.
because the girl I was staying with, I didn't have a hotel or anything because I was supposed to stay with my best friend, and she ended up getting COVID.
You're
So-
family now. You got room everywhere.
Just gonna come hang. I'm gonna come hang out in the empty studio. It's gonna be me on a blow up mattress in this little room. Like, hi.
I got a whole house that's empty, and it's mine for the next 18 hours.
Yeah, I was like, okay, cool. Let me just get on a flight. I'll be there in like 7 hours.
I mean, that's 11 more hours you can stay there.
That's true. That's true. And just drop me off at the nearest Red Robin. I'll be happy. I'll just eat bottomless fries all night.
I actually do gotta find a Red Robin because I've been to a Red Robin, but it was 2005, 2006 time frame.
Yeah, so it's incredibly mid. However, it's like it's my heart place. It's like if someone who had never experienced a burger before went to Red Robin for the first time, they wouldn't be impressed. But
all right, so they go here.
Okay, so I need to know your in and out order. This is important.
Why?
Because you can tell a lot about a person.
Red Robin had me at Tower of Onion Rings.
Oh my, there's like 16 of them. They're perfect. And they are perfectly crispy every single time. And they come with phenomenal sauces. And don't even get me started on the mountain mud pie. That thing is this tall, chocolate, everything you could want, with cream that will like stop your heart. Damn it. We're having Greek food and I'm like kind of upset that I didn't get a burger for dinner.
Redo your whatever eats you're doing.
No, I can't. It's too late. I've got confirmation texts and everything. Oh, look, they're using Relay to deliver our order 13 minutes ago. It's confirmed. It's too late. It's over for me. Yep. It's done. Tomorrow burger for sure.
Yeah. So this was pizza, right?
Oh. I'm the one with pizza.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I need to find myself a Red Robin now because like I said, I haven't been in a long time.
They're so good. It's so go to the okay. So my order at Red Robin is a keep it simple burger, medium, with a side.
I was just across the street from one.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. So keep it simple, medium, and then I get a side of buffalo sauce because I don't like ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise or anything like that. So I dip my fries in buffalo sauce, which if you haven't tried it, iconic, 10 out of 10. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this. How are you not just madly in love with this right now?
You said you're having in and out.
Yeah, way to go, Alex. That one's got a jalapeno on it. Oh man.
Well, good news is there's a Red Robin where I was at last night. There's one across the street from where I was 30 minutes ago.
Someone look up the closest Red Robin to team in Vegas because that's what we really need. We need like a 20-person resi at the Red Robin for team.
Sponsored by who? Who was it? I missed that part of the conversation.
Yeah, Stu's gonna hook it up.
Might be helping us out on that one. And if not revised, can we talk to the president and advisor and
yeah, Mike, if you're out there, I signed us up for something.
There's nothing on the strip, but I will have my car because I'm driving there, so I can.
Oh, so we can just little field trip.
Go back and forth and pick up 5 at a time.
We're a pro health company. I'm not sure if this is in line with that policy. They have salads. It's fine. Like people can choose healthy choices if they want to. I just don't know why.
If they don't want to.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know why you want.
You just do what I do at In-N-Out, right? Just get a lettuce wrap and we're good to go.
Oh, okay. Or if there's no Red Robin, I will settle for an Outback Steakhouse because I like their Caesar salad and a blooming onion is the only thing I'll have to replace.
You haven't been to teams yet, have you, Ray?
It'll be my first year.
There is no shortage of food. Bring your stretchy pants.
They're all stretchy pants. I'm from California. The athleisure is my life.
Yeah, there is no shortage of food or alcohol.
Damn. I do enjoy both of those things. I think food though, like I get really excited about food. Although I went to my boyfriend, one of his holiday parties, they had sushi out, and that scared me a little bit because I don't think sushi is like an hors d'oeuvre that should just be sitting out on a table. That was a little sus to me.
Oh yeah.
Room temperature fish is weird. Yeah, thank you. Like it's a little odd. It's a strange thing to do.
Well, there's a lot of food though, so do.
What was your
come prepared
favorite
for
food
that.
from last year? Do you remember? Was there a standout food item from last year for any of you?
At the conference itself or at the after parties?
Either. Just whatever food from team you still think of. What was it?
I don't.
Rodney's like, I blacked out.
So at the Venetian, there's that chicken place, like the Southern Fried Chicken, and Yard. So Yardbird.
Oh yeah, I remember that yard place that we went to.
Yardbird. I think Modus had an event there. Was it across?
You just got to know the cool kids. You guys, okay? So we all need to make a little pact here on February 14th, because when you all get invited to the cool events, because I'm not a community leader and I'm not part of the Cool Kids Club, you guys got to figure out a way to sneak me in.
Hey, I'm already trying to sneak you into the community leader deal.
So Ray, you and I, we're gonna go make. I've been meaning to talk to you about this. You and I need to go make our own club.
Okay, that's fine. It'll be the we are not leaders technically,
I was
but we
gonna
are
do
leaders
hashtag not a
figuratively.
leader. I was gonna do
Hashtag
not
followers who lead. Oh man.
You could just go hashtag Atlassian creators.
That's true.
Yeah, we're overthinking this, Ray. Ronnie over here.
we're like, okay, hold on. Like, what's our angle? Like, not this thing that we're actually part of, but we're just like, all right, what's another angle? We can just put on. Well, you have a real mustache. I'll put on a fake mustache, and then we'll just both pretend to be Rodney.
I will also have my sombrero.
Okay, that's another angle.
Which you would have had you made it to San Diego.
What if we're all just wearing sombreros and fake mustaches? How are they going to tell us apart? They can't.
Exactly.
Well, my sombrero is going to have a crown on it. You would just go as King Bob, but no mustache.
But that crown is slowly going to go away on February 22nd.
No, it's not.
Ooh, shade.
I don't know.
No,
shade. Fight.
I'm tossing all my chips on Nikki and Ed, man.
So I missed all of that trash talking in the early part when we had Nikki. So
there wasn't a lot of trash talking.
There was
He's playing it strategically.
Nikki's so like nonchalant. Like she was just so passive, so like we're having fun.
I think chill's the only word to describe her.
Chill. I like Nikki.
She's great.
Yep.
Christian says he needs a new keyboard because this one's not waterproof and he was drooling.
It's like I'm like doing that thing where it's like I'm trying to be present, but I'm also like staring at my phone, like, ooh, it's coming for me.
I mean,
well, we got 5 minutes
right
left.
here.
So if you haven't...
And I'm trying to be nice and not eat on camera.
Oh, Rodney,
I gave up and I ate.
Alex is over here just like literally just like fully like fisting fries into his mouth, and we're all just like, yeah, that's fine. Rob is like, Master has given Dobby some trail mix.
My mom had to text me. She's like, you might not want to do that on camera. I was like, it's my show.
Your mom texted you? My mom doesn't even know I'm here right now. Like, I tell her what I do for a living, and she's like, I don't understand that, honey,
I'm
but
an
I
only
support
child,
you. And I'm like,
so my mom's my #1 fan. So
That's fair. That's nice.
So
I'm the
Ray, would
oldest,
your mom
so-
understand the concept of a 24-hour live stream?
Huh?
Would your mom understand the concept of a 24-hour live stream?
I think she
Mom,
would
there's
understand.
idiots
She would
that-
understand what it is, but I don't think she would understand why you're doing it. She'd be like, "Can't they just write something for the paper about it?" Like, it's great. Like, I tell her like what I do. I'll be like, "Oh, like it always like just kind of dwindles down." Like, I'll be like, "Oh, like I'm an agile project manager for a software company that has a bidirectional integration." She goes, "Huh?" And I go, "I help the engineers move their project along for this software that I work for." And she goes, "But what does it do?" And I'm like, "You know, Excel. It's like that, but so much cooler." And then we use a different software that also talks to it. It's like if Excel had a BFF. And she goes, "Oh." And then we change the subject.
that's basically how I explain Agile to people with making Thanksgiving dinners.
That's actually good.
For a period of time, I had like a whole little Lego house so that I can explain like components and stories and epics, like out of Legos.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I still to this day feel like, because I write as like my side thing, and I now think about, instead of like, oh, like theme, supporting content, whatever, it's now I'm like, all right, my epic is this H1, and then like my story is like this tagline, and then my like tasks are all of these supporting sentences, and I only think in Jira now. It's actually probably a problem. Should get it checked out.
You should try putting it in your in your name. It's unhealthy.
Jira.
I dream of Jira, like in my eye, like in my mind. I'm like visualizing these damn boards.
Oh yeah, it was so funny actually.
In my ideal world, every creator will have a nickname eventually.
That's perfect. It should be. I had a.
By the way,
I had
Ray,
yeah.
I like your new updated title on your LinkedIn.
Which one is that?
So you have your Menace to Society, but then you have like Helper of Jira or something like that.
Oh, Menace to Society, Blessing to a Jira board, Chaos
There we
Led
go, that
Growth.
thing.
Yes.
You and your like, I gotta get you and Nikki in a room so that we can like come up with some creative T-shirts.
Oh my gosh, yeah, please. Like coming up with fun slogans is such a joy for me. Oh, but yeah, just right before, I've got 1 minute left. I want to tell you a hybrid. It was a Jira story and a New York story. Because you've heard of like New York moments where you have a moment that's just so like two random people having like a kismet experience. So on the subway, the Q, represent the Q if anyone in the audience is from New York. But
Andy only.
Andy knows the Q. But sitting on the Q going downtown, and there was an ad for Monday.com, which fine, whatever. But had only 3 statuses, and this is not a dig at Jira at all, because Jira is Bae. Jira's perfect. We love her. However, the way that my company currently has Jira set up is an experience. And so I was with my boyfriend, and I'm telling him, I was like, oh, you see that? You see how there's 3 statuses and not 14? I bet people using that workflow get their work done just fine. I go on this whole rant about like workflows and project management, and some random dude that I don't even know just walks past me as he's getting off the train, and he goes, Jira? And I went, yeah. And he goes, yeah. And then he just walked off the train, and there was like this beautiful
That's what I
was
heard. I get since I know you definitely gotta go, but just as a departure. So I just sold my house, so I had an open house, and I swear, so I left a camera in my office because my office worth like, I don't know, $50,000 worth of stuff that's in there. So I'm like, there's no way I'm not gonna watch if something walks out of my office during an open house. And I swear somebody walked in, and then like their reaction was like, it's the wall. They recognized the wall.
Oh my god.
Oh man, so that was like the best moment where like they're like, this is where the magic happened. Like, they knew instantaneously. They're like, they've seen that wall before. Well, Ms. Ray, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray.
Of course.
You gotta come back the 3rd, 4th, 5th time. Whenever
you know,
we're here.
You know where to find me. And if not, I'll see you guys at Team. But always a pleasure, gentlemen. Have a great rest of your night, and good luck.
Fun at Team, yes.
It would
especially
be fun.
the trip to Red Robin.
Oh gosh, yeah. We're getting in Alex's car. We're going.
Like bright neon so we can find you easily.
You'll be able to hear me from across the room. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God, it's Alex Rodney.
Hey guys. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
So I think we're going to add on to our stage our next guest. So it's Brian Trummer. He is the all-around cool guy. I think we need some explanation. I think a lot of people don't know who you are, Brian. I know you because I know who he is because I brought him into release team. So.
No, that's true. A lot of people don't know who I am, and I try to keep it that way. Try to stay low key. That's why I'm a cool guy. No, so my name is Brian Trummer. I work with Bob and Rodney at Release Team doing fun DevOps consultant, and you know what that means, Atlassian consulting. I've been using Jira. I'm coming up. This is my 13th year. It was on Jira Server 4. I think the company was on 3.8 when I joined, and we upgraded to like 4.2, and the whole world changed. So yeah, I've been doing Atlassian stuff for a really long time. Started with server, do a lot of cloud
So
stuff now.
I also want you to kind of reveal that you have roots in the Atlassian community, like really, really deep roots. The story that you told me a long time. Who you brought into the Atlassian community? Maybe some
Yeah,
of these people know who that
yeah.
person is.
And hopefully they'll remember this story when I say it, so it doesn't just make it seem like I'm making up the story. No, so I've been a Atlassian community leader. This is coming up on my 5th year now. And at the first team summit in 2019 that they had in Vegas.
That's how we know you're a. That's how we know you're a longtime person. You instinctively said summit.
Summit.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's I will call it that till this day. I almost got all my tags out, was gonna bring them, but that was just being too flashy. No, so it was the first team in Vegas, and I was going as a community leader because I started the community in Jacksonville. So I was getting to do all these cool things. I met up with a few people and we went out to have dinner. And one of the guys comes up to me and is like, "Oh man," I was telling him all the things that we did with the community leader days leading up to the conference. And like, "Oh, it seems like you guys get to do a lot of cool stuff." I was like, "Yeah, and I'm doing these community events and we help out online." It's like, "Man, that might be something I want to do." I was like, "Yeah, it's really cool." So we kind of talked throughout the entire summit about everything, and they just kept saying, "Yeah, I think I want to join. I think I'm going to do it. You guys are doing a lot of cool stuff here." And like, "I think I'm going to post an article. I'm going to apply for it." Well, that person, became a community leader, and lo and behold, it ends up being Jimmy Seddon. So I mean, all over the place. So yeah, I hung out with him for the whole entire 2019 summit, and lo and behold, moon's the limit with Jamie. All around, he's the all around
Yep.
cool guy. I shouldn't
He
have put
is
that
the
down
all
there.
around cool guy, and he is actually a guy that knows how to pull an all nighter. So with his
Yeah, I was gonna say I've done 2 of these kind of all night things, a 24-hour stream before with board games, tabletop board games. But I've been watching it, and you guys are on what? We're on hour 7 now. 8,
Yeah.
hour
7.
7.
You want to step in? We can call an audible here.
If you want, I'll bring the camera down. I'll just play a solo board game, and the viewership will just drop to me. And
Well, to be fair, we are kind of expecting this drop because it's hitting on mealtime, and so
yeah,
yeah.
I saw
But we're
the
also
red robin.
hitting 7:30 a.m. apparently over here for Sajid. 8:30
That's
a.m.
true.
And Sajid says hello.
Yes,
He
I do
remembers
remember
you.
that, Sajid. Yep, I do remember that. And you're all over the place too. I mean, ay caramba. 2019 teams, I always hesitate when I say it. That was a big year. That was a great year. B-52s were the show that we had. There was ding dongs and ho-hos for the treats. It was, trying to go with that 80s theme, and it was fantastic.
80s or Southern?
All the above, I feel like. So yeah, no, I think you guys are doing great for hour number 7. I mean, it's only 17 more hours left, so you basically nailed it.
We made it past the 25% percentile, so we're still kind of going strong. So
yeah,
as long as we stay hydrated, stay nourished, trail mix ain't as nutritious, so.
But it's power up trail mix, so all the calories don't count because it's power up trail mix for a 24-hour
There you go.
stream. So you're good to go. And hopefully everybody's eating. That's always or is going to eat at some point. Like I said, I saw the red robin or whatever was on the screen earlier, and that made me hungry.
Yeah, food talk makes me hungry.
Yeah, we could probably go
I'm
past
actually eating as we talk.
What's on the menu, if you don't mind me asking? Now I got to live food life through you right now.
Pizza.
Ooh, okay.
My wife picked up pizza on the way home.
Okay. Where is it from? Is it a local place or are we talking chain? What kind of pizza are we talking about?
Oh, absolutely a local place. There's no other option.
Okay. Smart. One thing I could talk about too is Rachel, I can't remember her last name and I do apologize.
Rachel Wright?
Thank you. Rachel Wright. Thank you. She travels full time That's something I do now. I travel full time. Chatted with her also from 2019 Summit team. Um, and
I've got to see if
yeah,
we can book her as a guest.
yeah,
that would be like an immense get.
yes,
Getting Rachel right, talking with her on the show. But
yeah,
I think that would be
sorry.
we made it moment.
Yeah, that would be.
I was gonna say that summit when I met Jimmy and all that. I talked to her about traveling full time because that's something that she did was travel full time. So she gave me a lot of good tips and hints and things like that, and it's kind of helped me do this. Live my Jira life on the road
Yeah.
full time, which is really cool.
Yeah, so you travel. Yeah, so that's an interesting thing to kind of go on. You do travel full time as your home. You go around, and I think usually your route is starting off in your home base in Florida and just going up the East Coast. And you have kids as well, so that means you're essentially homeschooling them, right?
Yep. So yeah, the way we kind of do it is we launch this. We're coming up in a month, a little less than a month. This will be our second year of doing this. But we launched from St. Augustine, Florida. We keep our home base kind of in that area, in the Florida area. We're now snowbirds during the winter months. We're the people that we used to say, oh, we don't want them down here, but now we're them. So yeah, our route, it kind of varies. We pick a point that we want to go to. Our first year, we wanted to go to the Grand Canyon and then up to the Pacific Northwest. So that's what we did. And then this year we wanted to go up to Canada. So we went up the East Coast, went to Canada and made our way back. It's been interesting. We do homeschool. We've actually homeschooled ever since we moved down to Florida from Nebraska. My wife was my son's last teacher in second grade. Was their teacher. And so then we just kind of carried that over into now. So they get to go out and kind of experience the not the world, but the country while doing schooling, and I get to work from all over the place, and it's fun, it's cool, it's interesting. There's challenges. Starlink has helped with those challenges, some of those challenges. Jira Clouds help with those challenges because it's kind of easier to access when you have to get behind firewalls and a whole bunch of stuff like that when it comes to server and data center. But yeah, it's been very interesting. It's very cool, and I don't know if I would change it for the world. We started doing this to find our home, and we just decided that we just kind of want to keep doing it. Yeah.
Someone found out, even though they being what it is, you can run Jira Server, and in theory, a single node Jira data center instance on a Raspberry Pi 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know who would do that. Definitely bloggers or anyone that's on the channel.
That's interesting. I didn't realize you could do that. Huh. Yeah, makes sense. That's interesting. That's one of the things I kind of like is, I guess, kind of my experience in the past with, I'll bring it to server and data center right now because why not? I've lived many different lives. I worked for financial places. I worked for health processing. I worked for other partners. But I always feel like every time I wanted to get into server or data center, just because of the type of stuff that was stored in Jira, it's always behind a VPN or, it's always behind something. So, to log in, it's going to take a few extra minutes. I can't just grab a laptop and, put in a URL and then I'm there. I got to do some kind of connection. I got to have, a key fob, or something.
The RSA
Yeah, the little
fob.
RSA. Yep. Or, got to wait for the message on my phone and improve the number to put the RSA code in from there. So, it's been kind of one of the things. And I mean, obviously it's not going to go away with data center with, having those type of security where you need to get in like that. But that's been the one nice thing about being on the road and having cloud is I don't really have to worry about a ton of things. Like some places don't like public network. I always keep a hotspot with me, but still it's kind of easier just to access sometimes. So that's one of the things that I've enjoyed about it, and it makes kind of this lifestyle, I guess, a little bit easier. Also, it's 2024 and not 2019 anymore, so or 2011 anymore, so a little bit easier. Yeah.
So, what's your earliest memory of server? Or what got you into Atlassian?
Yeah, so I worked at this place. I'll say the name. They're no longer around. They shut down. Bad business. Maybe because I was there. I'm just kidding. That's not why. A place in Omaha, Nebraska. They're called Planet Group Inc. And they were a financial credit card payment processing company. So I was hired to run basically nightly cycles. Whenever your credit cards get processed, at night they would run all the credit cards through, all that fun
It'd be a
stuff.
batch process, right? Of
Yes,
all the transactions.
exactly. I was hired to be a batch operator. So my first month in, we didn't have our customers ready yet. They were still building the COBOL code. So that goes back a little bit. If you're a COBOL developer, financials where you can be at, and get paid very well. So a month in, they said, hey, we have this software system, this bug tracking system. Do you want to try to add some new people in there? And I said, sure, I will, add some new users in there. So they showed me Jira and said, this is how we track our bugs. This is how we have our developers say that we have bugs. I said, okay. And like I said, it was Jira 3.8, I believe.
Okay.
It was a Jira 3. It was still had Charlie there, the whole thing. So I started off just adding users, and then my boss came to me and said, hey, with us getting these new clients, we need to create new projects, and we probably need to have workflows. Mind you, this is my first job in any type of computer. I was still going to school at the time for that part. I didn't know what a workflow was. No idea. I was like, oh, okay, great. Can you tell me how to do that? I said, no, I actually don't know how. We just use the ones that are in just the ones that come with it. I was like, okay, so I just add one. So I just basically spent a week creating 3 projects and fumbling through getting the workflows and understanding what that was and the screens. And after that week, they said to me, you know what, you're now the Jira admin. You take this over. This is all you. And I thought, okay, that's fine. I can figure this out. I could do this. Oh, there's this event coming up called Summit in San Francisco. Can I go to that to learn this a little bit better? Sure, we'll send you to that. Perfect. But one thing they didn't tell me was that I would be in charge of doing the upgrades for Jira and Confluence. And the other thing they didn't tell me, mind you, I'm still, going to school, trying to figure this stuff out a little bit later in my life, trying to figure out these things. They said, all right, you're going to be in charge of upgrading Jira and Confluence. And it's on a Windows server, and they're on the same server.
Ooh.
So both applications were on the exact same server, and it was a Windows server. And back then, up until I left that company, upgrading Jira on a Windows server, they didn't play very nice. So
yeah, I would rather have a root canal without aesthetic than upgrade Jira Server on Windows Server.
Yeah, so. With it having Confluence on the exact same server, which, believe it or not, it's a big no-no. But so my first summit when I went there, I had my laptop, and they asked my boss asked me, what's my goal? I said, to understand this software that you guys gave me, to admin, and also to figure out how to do an upgrade. So I did my first upgrade with someone. It wasn't called the support bar then, but it was just basically someone from support. We sat there side by side and just did the upgrade at Summit. About an hour and a half. I cannot remember the name, but they just sat there with me, and we did the upgrade. It worked. Now, that was the best upgrade I ever did, because after that, they were all pretty much, it was, I know you guys were talking about it earlier. After, something changes, you walk in the next morning, and you got those line of people at your desk waiting to talk to you. Yeah, that was after every upgrade. So yeah, that was my first foray. So I was hired to do this batch operating thing, and I ended up just being the company Jira admin, upgrading it on server, adding in all the plugins, doing all the fun stuff, and just really learning the tool myself, and just by reaching out to the community. That's where I really started depending on the community, and I thought it was really cool that there was something like that, and I never thought about being a part of it or running these events, because I went to a few events in Omaha. I was like, oh man, these are great. And then I found out we didn't have any in Jacksonville. When I moved down to Jacksonville, I said, okay, I'm going to try to do the same thing, but I want to have smarter people tell people how to, show the how to. So I relied on a few people there in Jacksonville to, do the teaching. But if I knew that was something before when I first started, that would have been amazing. So yeah, Jira 4 Windows Server upgrades 13 years ago. So that was my first experience with server. So it's been a long
That
time.
is almost like a baptism of fire. I'm telling you, that's a true baptism of fire right there. It's not the it's not like oh, by the way, this product is called Jira, and there's a major incident and it's down right now. We need you to help figure it out. It's like, oh, here's this tool called Jira, and we want you to do perhaps the most risky operation to it. Although we don't
Right
know
now.
at the time that it was the riskiest thing, but
yeah,
and it's all yours.
And
I think we say it all the time here, but we didn't choose the Jira life. Jira life chose us.
That's true. I just wanted to run batch cycles. That's all I wanted to do. That's not true. I didn't want to just do that. That was overnights. I never had to do those. So I never had to do overnights, at least. It's funnier too, because I remember earlier, I think somebody's mentioned Greenhopper and all Jira Agile. That was another thorn in the side for quite some time, because we installed Jira Agile to get, all the boards, get everything in there. And then when it changed, that was an ugly thing that just kept rearing its head up, messing up upgrades, plugins. It kept I was like, Greenhopper, what are you doing to us? Yeah, so a lot of Jira Server, and then it was cool when I moved down and went to another place. That's when we made the change from they were on server, and I thought they were doing a Linux, which completely fine. It would just crash every other day, and then they made the change to data center. So that was eye-opening. But I saw how much better it runs when it's not on Windows, how much easier it is when it's not on Windows. And then running it on data center, completely different thing. But
I do shed a tear whenever a client whenever I would go to a former client and they had it on Windows, I'd shed a silent tear. It's like, oh yeah, you couldn't spring for Linux.
Yeah. One of my first clients I had a long time ago, they were trying to decide. They said, I think we need to come off a server. I think we need to do data center or cloud. I said, okay, what platform are you guys currently running on, and what are you looking? They're like, well, we want to keep running it on Windows if we go to data center. I said, so I think you should go with cloud. Just because I said, how are those Windows updates going? How is it doing upgrading? They go, oh, usually we're down for the entire weekend to get it done. I said, I think you kind of know the answer that I'll give you here, but you choose. So yes, there were those tiers that you're mentioning, Bob. It is free.
It is. Well, for the most part. I mean, not the supported ones. I mean, what, Red Hat and
we don't talk about Red Hat on this podcast.
Oh geez.
Uh-oh. We don't talk about Bruno. I mean Red Hat.
Red Hat.
No. We don't talk about Red Hat.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. So yeah, server a long time. Sad to see it go, but as long as people aren't running things on Windows, that's okay.
Yeah. This is when we find out that the change that brought down Jira Cloud earlier is they tried to run it on Windows.
Somebody tried to spin it up on a Windows shard.
Right. Well, I'd never seen an instance fall so hard to custom fields when it was on Windows Server. Also, I mean, there's other things that go into that, memory, all that good jazz. But the place that I worked at when before, like said that we were switching the data center, I'm pretty sure every time another admin added a custom field, it just brought it down. Reindexing took 18 hours.
Ooh. And we're not even talking background. We're talking straight out. Can't use
Yep.
Jira.
Yep. Those were scheduled on a Friday night, and there was many nights where I would sit on the couch with my laptop on the coffee table and just, take a little snooze for a few minutes, wake up, see the progress bar still at 2%. It was one of those. It was like my own mini marathon, but not an all-nighter, but pretty close to it. And then, fall asleep and wake up and see that's only at 75% 6 hours later.
We were running VMware. We were running Jira Server, but we were on Linux. But the thing that really saved us, because we had a messy configuration, a lot of custom fields I could not convince people they really didn't need to live with. Failing on my part there. But what really saved our bacon is because we were VMware, because we were owned by Dell EMC, we got a really good deal in like the best storage you get for a VMware host. So it's like, I don't even remember how many IOPS, but it's like hundreds of thousands per second IOPS. And I'm like, yeah, we got this for our build system. Yes, absolutely use it for that first. But if we have any space left over, and if I throw my Jira server on there and the database, and they're like, don't see why not. And the difference that made in both reindexes and just performance was night and day.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine. It's like when they switched over, when we did the switch to server and data center, which was just me and one other guy. It was myself and a Unix guy. We were the ones that we came up with, got it all set up and going. And the first time we did an update and we did reindexing, it was so smooth. So smooth. It was absolutely insane. I was like, this is the way it should be. I went from a really rough experience to like, I don't fear upgrades anymore. I mean, still sweat a little bit, but not as much as used to.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have the bad upgrades where you come into the line on any system, but it's not guaranteed. It is on some.
Yeah, well, and I always felt I didn't feel so bad if the upgrade itself went bad. If there was some kind of bug in the upgrade in the actual software or anything. I always felt bad if it was something we caused, like not updating a file or something. I always felt bad when that's when you come here like, oh, I saw what we did. This isn't working because of us. So yeah, that was one of those things that always made me feel really bad. As if there's a bug, nothing I could do about it. But if there's something that we caused, I wait for that line of people at my desk or the emails that I would get from my phone in the morning on the way to work.
The ones that I always hated were they were issues I caused, which is a thing, but there's stuff that I specifically ask people, hey, you're the expert on this. You're the one who uses this. This is your feature. I need you to test this before we do this upgrade. They ignore my email and then complain after the upgrade.
Yep.
Like, I asked you to check this on our test instance 3 weeks ago. I sent you another email, remind you about this. You need to test this 2 weeks ago. Sent you an email saying we are upgrading last week. don't come to me this week and say this is a problem now, because you had every chance to identify this as a problem before we started.
Yep. I had one of our big people that worked at the healthcare place I was at. It was a change management team, and they had a workflow. It was there before I got there. It had about 47 transitions, and a lot of them were approvals. A lot of them had a lot of custom stuff in there, and I would email them weeks and weeks out saying, all right, I'm upgrading dev. I need you to test this thoroughly in dev. I need you to take the ticket scenarios that you normally do from beginning all the way through. All the way through. Lo and behold, every time we upgrade prod, I get their thumbs up. Yeah, everything works. Great. We'd upgrade prod the next morning. Well, now when we go to this step, it's not working. Did you guys test this in dev? No, we just made sure the first approval worked. All the way through.
That's not what I said.
All the way through.
I think my favorite server fail. This is the only time I ever got to actually ban anyone from Jira, and that's the one terrible thing, guys, about being Jira admin is you don't get a ban hammer. You moderate on any online service, you get a ban hammer, and it's a glorious thing when you get to use it. It is usually completely justified. I actually got to ban someone off Jira with their manager's permission because they effed up that badly. What we're doing is we had finished testing this app in test. It passed our test. We were happy with it. We had just installed it in prod and we're in the process of configuring it. Well, this guy was a product manager, which means he had access to a number of projects as an admin. Not my choice. Again, don't overrule the Jira guy. You're going to pay for it. But still, he was a project admin all over the place. "Quote unquote," had to be for his job. And he saw this new thing, and without talking to us, the admin team, he decided to play with it.
Oh no!
What it does is it takes the version settings from one project and copies it out to all the others. What he did is he took a project with empty versions, no version information, copied it out to all our production projects about a week before a major release. Completely removing everything we had planned to do for that release. And then, this was the kicker. He sat on it and didn't tell anyone for an hour and a half.
Ooh.
I'm like, if you had told me and fessed up to it right away, I could have pulled the half-hour backup, or we would have lost maybe 15 minutes worth of work, but that's doable. We're now talking minimum 2 hours worth of work we'd be losing from every engineer on this floor. I am not going to do that to them. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull that back up. I'm going to restore it to our non-prod. You're going to sit there and compare non-prod to prod and fix everything. And then your manager has told me you no longer have access to Jira. I didn't say that. Our boss said that.
Wow.
Now, to be clear, he was new. He did learn his lesson. And he's a awesome PM. Can't say where he's working now because I want to maintain his privacy because he doesn't need to be haunted by his mistakes in the past. But awesome guy. Absolutely love him to death. But I was not happy with him at that time. And it is literally the only time in my career I've got to use a ban hammer. And
it's kind of a nice feeling at times though, isn't it, having that that no, you can't. That's that place I was at, the healthcare place, they had 9 admins in the system when I got there. So I got to ban hammer a lot of people, and it kind of was one of those where they said, all right, you can look and see what people are doing, every project was changed. It was kind of like the Wild West. They said you can look at what people are doing and you can sit down and decide who needs admin rights. So it was awkward. I sat these managers down who have been there for 5-6 years. I'm like, okay, tell me what you need Jira admin for. What are you doing in Jira that you need admins for? They're like, well, I'm creating tickets and commenting. You don't need admin. That's banned. All right. It was weird. It was one of those weird feelings where it's like, I don't know if I should be saying this, but I guess I get to say it. But yeah, that one time you don't get a lot of those as a Jira admin. You don't get a lot of those. You don't get to do this. It's
No.
let's see how we could do this. But that one day it was pretty okay.
There are times where I will put my foot down. Screens and especially required fields are somewhere where I will put my foot down. Say, do you really need end date to be required at issue creation? You're telling me you know 100% of the time how long this issue that you just created is going to take.
Yeah. I'm that way with my biggest pet peeve is custom fields. It will always be custom fields and custom fields with no context. If you do not have a context on a custom field, we can be friends and I'll still shake your hand. We can eat, we can do all that stuff together. But when I go home, I'll still go, you know what? There's no context on half those fields.
So due date, capital D, little.
I was about to say, I can make you irrationally angry with 2 words. That'd be due date.
Yeah.
I think every Jira admin knows the pain of due date.
And it's many permutations. I mean, it's one thing having it multiple times. It's another thing having it like, small D's on both, capital D's on both, and
yeah. Different descriptions for each due date. Like it all means the same thing, or yeah.
No,
that one does make me irrationally angry.
I think my favorite, someone requested a due date field. And why you request a new due date field, but they wanted specifically like their project key date. That's what they put. Their project key, due date. And I went, we have a due date field. I've talked to you about this before. Even before you put in this ticket, I told you, do not put in this ticket. I will deny it before it even gets to the cab because no. Why did you do it? Like, you really want to be sure our data is separate from everyone else's. I'm like, then put the project key in your filter.
Right. Yeah. Yep. I've seen that a lot. Or it's the project key due date, or project key summary, or project key description. It's all why.
Like, you don't need it. You don't need it.
Yeah. Or just having my other big bug, and it kind of goes with screens, is when you just have every single field on a screen and you hit that edit button, you go and you have to scroll through every single field that's been created. That's another thing that makes me irrationally mad. There's a lot of things, but those are the 2 big things. Due date, you got me on that one. That really a little angry. I'm gonna have to take the dog for a walk.
As I said many times, Jira is infinitely configurable. Because there are infinite configurations, that means there's infinite ways to do it wrong.
And you know what? I've been guilty of a lot of things that I complain about.
I mean, we were all new at once. I've done, you need a new due date field? Oh, here you go.
Yep.
But you learn, you grow up, and then you try and preach a good word and hope that whoever's requesting it is not a VP. It just overrule you.
Yeah. Those are the ones. There's no ban hammer when it comes there. That's
no.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Of course.
Fine. I usually at least say, well, sir, the reason this is not best practice is so on and so forth. We already have this, and this will work with still isolating your data to your project. We don't really need something else. And even if after I explain it, they're still an assistant, then it's fine.
Yeah. I have, and when I first started off, I really wanted to make complex workflows. I thought complex workflows were the way to go in Jira. I want to have 27 transitions, and it's gonna, this one's in progress for a different area. And as I've gotten older in my Jira career and as it's developed, things have developed, I don't want that many steps. And that's always one of those conversations where it's like, yeah, it seems really great to have these really overcomplicated workflows. If you need it, sure, but a lot of times I think we can achieve with the things that are with, you got automation and stuff now. A lot of those complications can just be removed. These approvals can be simplified, things like that. It's just one of those things that you kind of just you start off and I want to tackle the world. I want to have, PWDD due date, and all this and 17 different transitions and 4 different approvals. No, we can do it. You grow, you develop, and then you just hope that, like you said, you can, give the best advice for those who are wanting to make the things complicated or not complicated for their use case, to try to present it the best way that you can to them, to say, I've been there, done that. I've kicked that street pole a few times and it does hurt. So let's try not to do that this time.
Yeah.
I think it's run into the street pole.
We've been talking about our pet peeves and gripes and all this. What was your best moment as a Jira admin?
I got a few. Okay, I got a few. And I'm going to turn one of my negatives into my positive. That when we did the change from Jira Server to Jira Data Center, I was really kind of reluctant because, like I said, I was a server guy for that time. And I'll be honest, server and data center, there's changes, nothing super crazy at the time, but that being able to do that migration and it just be a 2-person team when normally Atlassian recommends, they had a recommendation of quite a bit of team. We also had our Atlassian at the time, I cannot remember what the name was, where they contacted us, made sure we knew what we were doing, or any questions that they have, they could bring in developers. But it was just a 2-person team, and we were able to get everything moved over into data center, and it went really, really smooth. It was a really smooth process. And within that first week, people were saying, we didn't want to use Jira. We were going to keep all of our information in things like Salesforce or our Excel sheets or in our emails. But with how fast Jira is running now and the way that the workflows are, because we did a lot of cleanup too, that's another part of it. The way that the workflows are cleaner, things make more sense, screens are clearer, and just the performance, we understand why you guys want us to use Jira. We're going to stick in it. So that was like one of my really shining moments. We also did a webinar with Atlassian on that. Myself and my Unix guy, we were one of the guys who kind of talked about customers transitioning from server to data center. So that's kind of one of my proudest moments there from that. That's one of my happiest. Now I can kind of talk about a few server ones since, that's what we're talking about is server apocalypse. As I mentioned earlier, I was just kind of thrown to the wolves to figure out what Jira was and how to do these things called Jira. And when I set up a new project for our biggest customer that company got at the time, and our developers, so it wasn't a complicated workflow. It was your simple bug workflow, but I learned, took the time, read books, talked to people at Summit, really just tried to figure out what this Jira thing was. Set up a brand new project for our biggest customer after their first big release, after what's called regs, which is there's fall and spring regs. It's like when all the tax regulations, all the things with credit card regulations come in. They went through that project, they created their bugs, and everything just went really smooth because at that point I was understanding the workflows. I was understanding how we could, use some plugins like, or even things that weren't plugins like miscellaneous workflow extension. That was just kind of part of it at a point in time where it would just go through. I could fast track an issue to the next status. Developers weren't having to like click all these buttons constantly. They were able to try to continue to do the work that they were doing. So really creating that first big project, that was one of my highlights because I had developers, including the grumpiest one, come down and he kind of smacked me on the shoulder. Big hands, real big man. He says, you know what? I want to take you to the Green Onion tonight. This is a hell of a project. I hate using this system, but right now, he goes, I just had 5 bugs and it was a breeze just being able to do this. Normally, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to move it to the next stage, and you did it. And he hit me on the shoulder again, and it was just one of those things. I was like, okay, I got it. And one other kind of this, I don't know if this is as a Jira admin. This is kind of more of like being a Jira admin, but also kind of starting in the community. So I guess this might be a PSA for the community.
Let's do it.
Really, that first summit where I met Jimmy and I met a whole lot of people, talked to a whole lot of people. I'd been to several summits beforehand. And, I was the guy who, with the backpack, go talk to some vendors, get my 37 shirts, try to figure out how to get them in my suitcase and go home. But that first year when I joined the community, was a community champion, was an ACE leader at the time. I was like welcomed in the community and talking with all those people, just kind of talking to the community and talking to people who like, oh, hey, you answered one of my questions, or I saw you, you presented at this, and just really being a part of the community and like really feeling like, hey, this is an ecosystem and a community that is welcoming. And, we're all here trying to do the same thing. We're all, at the end of the day, we're all people trying to work in Jira, trying to get stuff done in Jira.
And I think that it's a unique community, and there are other software products from other companies. They're trying to build up a community, and they're nowhere near able to do that. And it's such a remarkable difference of the friendliness of the Atlassian community. And I will tell you right now that there is no 24-hour live stream without the community. We would be flailing trying to find things to discuss. And
this would have been an hour
probably
long
be out
event. You're done.
Yeah, we'd be out of things to discuss after hour number 3. And we're kind of rounding out to like hour number 8 almost, and we still have a full head of steam. So
yeah, it's unique.
Yeah, Sean was talking to me and Bob about this last week when I first told him, hey, I'm going to need some time off. Got this plan. It's ambitious, but we think we could do it with the community's help. And he's like, do you really think you could organize a 24-hour live stream with 24 people in about a week?
We got all 24.
And I'm like, I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Yep.
And it's just really the way when we put that call out, Alex put his call out, I put my call out, everyone. And I swear the first half was filled within like the first day.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I think what you guys are doing here, I think this is really cool and unique. And I mean, why not jump on and talk about it? Like I said, I've been doing this for 13 years. Jira Server's been a part of my life for 13 years. It's literally a year younger. My work with it is a year younger than my child. So it's like, why not hop on and talk about it? And yeah, I saw the list of everybody. I'm like, that's cool. That's really cool that the community was able to come out and get all this filled up. I was like, I don't usually come on and talk on camera, but why not? Let's do it.
Yeah. Just a reminder, still got so many guests coming up. Just your response from the community saying, yeah, let's do this. I kind of anticipated it because I would not have even brought it up to the Jira Live team, said, hey, let's try this if I didn't think it was at least probable. But even me, I was going, okay, we've committed to this, and we pull this off. And usually, Alex, the problem is when I give you my harebrained plans, that's the part I keep quiet inside.
Well, I was gonna say, don't celebrate just yet. We still got many, many hours ahead of us.
Well, that's
Oh,
true.
but we got the team. We've got the group. I mean, impossible alone, possible together, right?
Ride
And
or
they don't
die,
want
my
us on
friends,
stage.
ride or
We
die.
should be up there with Mike and Scott at that keynote.
There you go. There you go.
Like, let me tell you about community from Atlassian, what it means to me. We should do one of those like when I was at Boeing, they would have like, what does Boeing mean to me type of thing. Like we should do like the community, like what does Atlassian community mean to me? Series.
If the Atlassian creators, and specifically this, does not get a mention on the keynote, I will say we were robbed.
Deserve at least a 1 second like part of that montage video.
Yeah, just even like a little screenshot of, the three of you talking or something up there.
Well, you know that we have Atlassians actually in the audience that are probably hearing this and going, why not? They're getting their presentations ready for team in a couple of months. We're gonna be on somebody's B-roll somewhere, right?
Yeah,
that's awesome. No, it's cool.
No, we do not work at Atlassian. We are
No,
all
we do
volunteer
not.
creators, but we know this community. We know this ecosystem.
Yeah, in fact, Janice, I would say I tried. I was interviewing with Atlassian 2022, April 2022, and one of their like conditions of employment was I couldn't do my own content. So we definitely would not be working for Atlassian or making this if we worked for Atlassian.
Someone asked me, and Brian, this is probably a good final question. If you could work for Atlassian, would you? And if nothing else was a consideration, I think I would. But the fact is, I've got this whole thing going in the ecosystem community. I am. People know me as the Jira guy now more than they know me as Rodney. So I think when that's taken into account, I'm like, I'd love to. I think you're an awesome company at the end of the day, but I think I could support you guys more outside the company than I could inside.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. And being honest here and upfront, I did try, and I just didn't have enough experience at the time. And my answer before probably would have been like, yeah, I think so. But after the past year I've had, I don't think so. I'm not a creator. I'm just out there in the community answering questions, going to these, try to help out clients that we have, things like that. I think my value is doing that, is helping, seeing what can be done from kind of the outside, helping those clients out, and just trying to help out the community. Yeah, you can do that from inside Atlassian, and I think they do a great job at that. I just think that kind of my passion is to really help those who are using the tool and how they can manipulate it in a positive way to use it for themselves to make their company a little bit more efficient, a little more effective. So yeah, in the past, 100%. Now, I'm happy. I'm happy, and I think I could provide the value to the clients, to those who are going, I just got this brand new tool. What the heck do I do with it? You know what? Let me help you. Let me be that guide for you. And I'm not just saying that because Sean might be in the chat or Bob's here, Rodney's here, but no, that's where I really want to like provide that kind of value, is help the customers, continue to help the customers, and from a different point of view of using the tool. Plus, I don't know if I can travel full time, so.
I mean, in theory, you can work from anywhere.
This is true. This is true. Yeah. Nope. When I first started, that was always my main goal, was to work at Atlassian, but just to have the experience, and like I said, I like helping out. I like helping out the clients right now. It's fun.
It is fun.
I think it's just going to be, with server ending, I don't know. There might be some companies out there who don't realize it and then kind of hit the oh shoot button. We need to change to something else. So that's when I think more fun is going to happen, is trying to help those who didn't realize this was happening or maybe ignored it, didn't believe it.
So you think this isn't the end? This is only the beginning.
I think we're I think we're in the first quarter right now. I think we're going to start getting into the second and the rest of that once that support and everything stops for server, because there's going to be,
I think the
people out there.
first CVE that drops for data center, we're going to see a lot of interesting ongoings.
Yeah, there's gonna be a scramble as soon as that one drops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So Brian, so you work at release team? I missed the entire intro.
Yes,
Yeah,
I do.
he
I
does.
work at release team.
Okay, sorry. I don't know if the guys filled you in, but I'm moving, or have moved. Well, have had moved. Now I feel like I'm in an episode of The Big Bang Theory.
It's not like you went and did some time traveling or anything like that.
Right.
No, not yet. We'll have had done it.
No, we did the time
No,
traveling
but
earlier when Stu was on.
Yeah, that was fun. That's gonna be an epic moment to relive.
That's not a short,
Did you catch
Alex.
that, Brian?
I need to talk with Lena.
I missed that. I was at the time I was gonna watch when Stu was on, but there's a show on Fox called The Floor, and it airs on Tuesdays. This is not a plug for Fox. I don't work for Fox. But The Floor, it's with
But it's
Rob
Wednesday.
Lowe. I know. I had to watch the recorded version. So we were trying to fit that in before joining here. It's a great little show. It's got Rob Lowe as the host, and there's a bunch of people standing on a floor. That's fantastic.
That basically sums up what happened there.
Yeah.
It
Now
was a
I'm upset-
beautiful moment.
I am upset that I missed that.
The best part, though, is that we got to see the incarnation of that event.
Him actually hammering it in and putting the flower up.
And like doing his little spiel. I was in the car. We were driving in from In and Out.
I recorded the timestamp.
Man, this is
And
been
Lena
so
needs to
much
make
fun
it
going
into
through
a short.
24. Yeah, going through 24 hours of this thing. I think we have the rest of the year's content covered.
Yeah, you guys are good. Just chop up each one. You're good to go. All the shorts you need, everything.
Well, I think what we're gonna have to do is every session is gonna have to be its own video.
Yep.
So that's
Yep.
24 videos right off the bat, and then shorts from each one of those. I had an ambitious goal of doing 200 TJL videos a month, and I don't think that's going to be ambitious anymore.
That's impressive.
How many minutes? 24 hours, 60 minutes.
1 million
Hey,
minutes.
Siri.
I can't
I was
math.
love it.
I was gonna pull out a
Brian's like, let's get the calculator.
Yeah, I was gonna do it.
1,440 minutes.
Joanna's got the calculator out.
There it is.
So that's how many clips we're gonna have. 60-second clips.
You guys got content. See, you're working hard now, so then you don't have to. You can work smarter throughout the rest of the year.
Your life
Or-
is canceled for the rest of the 2024 half.
Don't do that to me.
No. We can't do that.
I need to hang out with my
Surprisingly enough,
friends.
We have every guest. We have every guest too from now until like the end of the first half of the year too.
Yep.
We even have a waiting list at this point.
You do.
That's all you
We
got.
do.
Just chop them up, have them scheduled to go out, and yeah, take the rest of the year off. Nice 10-month break. That's great.
I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to stay up, Ronnie. It's 5 o'clock Pacific time, and I know I can go another 5
I'm
hours.
so sorry. It's 5 o'clock Pacific time. How could it ever be any later than that anywhere else?
For my defense, I've been awake since 4:45 a.m.
Oh, like I said, I've done a few of these 24-hour things.
What are some
that's
tips? We
Usually,
got a couple minutes.
that's usually not the strategy. Usually
That's like
sleeping
number
in is
one?
the strategy. That's number one.
Yeah.
The other thing,
I'm already messed up and I haven't even started.
I made this mistake. Don't fall asleep on camera. That's another big thing. So just drink like a lot of, like, just try to keep yourself active during those later hours. Like I'm not saying
I'm gonna
drink
start
like
doing push-ups, squats.
yeah, just to
I
drink a
might,
lot of water. Drink a lot of water. You're gonna get up and go to the bathroom a lot. That's gonna keep you active. Don't
I
chew
might,
gum just in case.
I might convert this to a stand-up desk later on.
Yeah, the one at home, I already got it in stand-up mode. I'm in an empty. Hopefully, I'm not that going like crazy because my house is completely empty.
Nope, you're
You're
fine.
not terrible. It's a little
We
bit
should do
extra, but not
the
bad.
world tour.
Oh wow!
My empty house.
Wow. So you're
So,
moving to this house, right? This is where you're
no, I'm
moving.
moving this house. I'm closing.
Oh.
I'm closing on
This
this house
is
tomorrow. So I came to get all
This
my
is
stuff.
the former. This is the former Apex Studios.
Yeah, let me. Earlier when I first got in here, but I was in a rush because I was eating. But these are the former offices of ATEC with my iconic wall that used to have all my stuff on it.
Wow.
But now it's all empty.
Joanna's wondering if you're doing a little B&E,
breaking and entering.
No, we still have the key for now.
For now,
right? Because you haven't turned over the keys yet.
Right.
There you go.
I mean, until he closes, it's technically his house.
Yeah, that's true.
It is indeed. Unfortunately, though, with all the rain that we've had here in Southern California, I was like, please don't leak because you're still my responsibility.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want this responsibility anymore.
You mean the inspector didn't notice that?
That's what you always hope for when an inspector comes by. You want a nice dry day, the weather just like the perfect temperature so they don't hear like the air conditioner kick off and that one weird noise it makes. And you hope it's not humid enough so that the door doesn't make that weird noise. Maybe that's just my
or the door gets stuck.
Yeah.
So I live in San Diego, Brian, so no humidity.
Yeah,
no,
you've
no need for air conditioning.
You got nothing going on there, yeah.
Yeah, I always joke around. I love telling people that when I'm in meetings, I'm like, hold up, I got to turn on my AC. And so my AC is open the window.
Yep.
That's all I need.
I'm in
Southern
Florida right
California.
now, so Florida,
Yeah.
AC is a requirement. It's the
I mean,
worst.
even right now.
Me? No, I'm
No, I'm talking
I'm
about
waiting
Florida.
for oh.
Say what?
Even right now, you need AC.
No, actually, I
It's
got
80
windows
degrees,
open.
no?
I got windows open right now. We're sitting at like 65, something like that. We had the windows open all day. The past few days have been really nice. So no AC right now.
Oh,
yeah, 65 is downright chilly in Arizona, so I'm almost ready to throw on my hoodie.
Yeah, I was sitting outside with shorts and a t-shirt on. I was like, oh, the sun's coming down. We should probably go inside. It's starting to get a little chill out here. Florida's strong when it comes to that weather.
For Andy on this one, my February 1st payment was $7,135 for my two houses. Don't move to California for the amazing weather that I don't have to open. But my air conditioning bill was $0. And my heating bill was $0.
So you're saving, really, is what it comes down.
Yeah, I'm
to.
saving in the long run. But yeah, that mortgage, I don't know that I've ever that one hurt. Like just when I paid both of them, I'm like that hurt a lot.
Well, we're actually at the top of the hour. Again, people, if you have not subscribed yet, hit the subscribe
time.
button, hit the bell, do all that. Brian, thank you so much for the war stories. Hope you have a good evening. And I'll catch you. I will not be catching you tomorrow at work.
No. You guys rest up.
I canceled the meeting due to server apocalypse.
Perfect. Well,
and
good luck, guys.
Brian, I'll have to catch up on your story on the replay. I had neighbors coming in to say goodbye. So
certainly.
I had
Well,
to
good
say
luck.
bye to everybody.
Good luck. I'll hop in and check on you guys, see how it's going. But good luck with the rest of this, and thanks for having me on.
You're not gonna come on with like a vuvuzela like a little bit later on if you see us like nodding off or anything like that, are you?
No. I'll probably be nodding off too at that point.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm in.
All right.
I've been
Hey.
stalking
you're
you
back.
guys all morning and just waiting to come.
Yeah,
I'm like,
we've been
since
seeing you in the chat all day.
I know, I just keep stalking. Okay, ready? I brought you guys something. You're getting very sleepy.
No, don't.
Very sleepy.
Wait, where's the
Joanna, we
I
music?
got
think
a
it's
long
pizza
way to
time.
go. We have a very, very long way to go, Joanna.
Well, I thought you had, like I told you, I was hoping you guys would have Taylor Swift at, between 2 and 5 a.m. But your worst time, you had booked your best people, or I don't know, maybe Beyonce. I don't know what
We have a good lineup. We have at 4 a.m. I do have confirmation. At 4 a.m. Pacific time, we will have another crew come through. So it's a whole group of people are organizing to come on in at 4 a.m.
You mean like the cleaning people? What do you?
No. So remember when
Yeah,
Lena
yeah.
joined that
That's right.
she brought like a whole crew?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
like people from Resolution and Dicer are assembling to come together.
Oh, yeah. I did ask my colleagues, Mike and Marie, but it is Valentine's, so and they're 2 or 3 hours ahead. So
Joanna, my heart skipped there for a second when you're like, I asked my colleagues, Mike.
He was hoping the second name was Scott, so
Oh,
you know
yeah.
where his mind is going. He's like,
It's like, yes, yeah.
I
know
mean,
you
if
had
they want
asked
to
for
be
that,
on,
didn't you?
maybe like a third name like Anu. He's like,
I
I mean,
know.
they are your
Yeah.
colleagues, so.
Well, actually, I was going to say there might be times I'm going to be just Joanna, the Jira customer / partner user ecosystem, and then like an Atlassian. I don't know which role I'm officially in, but no, I was on when you earlier said you'd been hoping that Mike and Scott join you and Anu, right? But anyway, you
I
already
did
got
invite Anu, not
so-
to this one, but sorry. So yeah, I had a one-on-one with Anu like in September, so I did invite her. And I was talking to Helen, her admin, and I was like, hey, we got to get something on the book. So I just need to push that a little bit harder. But
yeah.
but Jens, I don't know if you know Jens Schumacher.
No.
He's like employee number 13, and he's connected with them still. So he still talks to them. So I'm gonna see what I can do with him later tonight.
that might be the 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. surprise. Well, you never know. I mean, we'll even be surprised. We'll just probably go into complete fangirl mode. Screaming. You mentioned Taylor Swift. We'll be like the most obnoxious
The
Swifties.
groupies. The groupies, yeah. All right. Well, I'll try to put in a good word for you, but like Mike and Scott
be-
also have families, wives.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be embarrassing. That will force our decision to actually edit this video. So.
All right.
How
Well,
are
you
you,
guys are
Joanne?
looking. I'm fresh, but I don't have to stay up all night.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in California, so you were just talking earlier. You were talking about earthquakes, tornadoes, whatever, all that stuff.
I heard
I'm
about
in
that.
Bay
Yeah,
Area. Yeah.
I'm gonna be
So
over there. Are you coming to Atlassian next week? You should come.
I wasn't planning on it. What's going on?
Alex is doing a
There's
road
an ACE
trip.
event. Yeah, there's an ACE
Oh.
event on the 22nd at the SF office,
Okay, I'll look at it. I
which
didn't.
yours truly will be there.
Okay. Well, that's definitely a good reason to go. No, I don't necessarily go into the office often because here in the Bay Area, it's like 2 hours, right? Like from here to San Francisco. I'm in really South San Jose, like where there used to be orchards and cows, for a long time.
Almost
So,
Gilroy.
yeah, almost exactly. So, 2 hours is a bit of a drive for me. I don't go in too often, but I
There's
went
a
to
Mountain
see
View
you.
office too, no?
There is, yeah, and it's smaller. And to be honest, we're all like distributed. So
Yeah.
there's like
No, I was just curious
not,
because
yeah.
when we were trying to coordinate the event, they kept saying SF/MTV, and I'm like, what the heck's MTV? I haven't been on MTV in a while. Turns out I learned they have a Mountain View office.
So was this
Not musical
was this
television.
revelation on the same level as learning that there was a presenter mode in Confluence, or that Roadrunners really existed in real life?
You guys, I'm so glad that the internet is forever.
Yeah, I keep
So
warning my kids about that. Now they're young adults and they're trying to find stuff on like, whatever it is, TikTok that they don't want out there, or Instagram or whatever it is.
Yeah, I was watching TikTok recently. It's like, there's a reason why I can't remember my like childhood memories is because we didn't have cameras and phones like we do today.
There
Because
you
like
go.
I enjoyed my high school youth without ever having to worry about anything being on the internet because I was one of few people on the internet.
I know. I started with what was back then. I was working for Polycom for a while, like the
Okay.
the hardware video company. You know what I mean? Um, but
Yeah, the video conferencing people.
yes, exactly. So I worked for them, and they opened a internet cafe. Like when like the first time you could get onto the internet, but there wasn't search engines back then, so you had to like try to type in a URL like whitehouse.gov and hope it finds
Ask
something,
Jeeves.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, but it was funny because like, we called it the internet cafe, and like literally there were chocolates and coffee there. So people were just going in to get that. but it was a big deal. So look at us
Polycom.
now. We got,
I
deep
know
fakes and all kinds of
my
stuff.
my son. So the realtor that sold us the house that I moved into, her and her husband only have Teslas, and her little daughter, she's like 5 or 6. She's never been to a gas station before. And so
Oh,
her aunt just took her to go put gas, and she's like, "What is this experience? What are you doing to the car?"
I know we're laughing, but it's all that kind of stuff, like
yeah.
like floppy disks, all of it. I mean,
Oh,
like,
you 3D printed the save icon.
I mean, my parents, not my parents, my grandparents. I'm from Poland originally. That's where I was born, and I came when I was 10 years old to the U.S. and then became a citizen and all that. But back when I went back to Poland after college, my grandparents still had not just a rotary phone, but the kind of phone where you're like this. You guys can't see me, but you're holding like the thing in one hand and the mic. That was like the actual telephone they used. So yeah.
My parents growing up in Mexico, like I remember when I was like 5 or 6 years old, um, when my family would go, we would say, "Hey, like at a specific time, you need to go to the town hall area, and there's gonna be a phone call waiting for you.
Oh yeah.
And if you
Oh,
missed it, like you were done, like that was it."
exactly. No, I in Poland it was the same. So I went back there in 1990, like which was right before the like fall of communism, or maybe right after, but it was like while everything was changing. And prior to that, we visited in 1987, I want to say still. Anyway, yeah. First of all, to get a phone like a landline, you were on a wait list for like 10 to 15 years
Yeah.
because that's how long it would take the communists to get you a landline. But then, but if somebody had a phone and you wanted to make an international phone call, you'd have to call like the central thing and say, like, I want to call this number. And they're like, okay, we'll call you back between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., be at home, you know, because like they would connect you that way. So it was, yeah, I remember that.
So
I'm
you
celebrating my
mentioned that
110th birthday.
so
Happy
you
birthday, Alex.
Thank you.
happy early birthday, Alex.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you were of Polish
Almost there.
descent, so that means yesterday you had your fill of punchkis.
Oh, actually, I had my fill of Girl Scout cookies, but yeah.
Okay.
But yes, Polish people would have pączki, and my mom, and it's like a donut but without the
It's
hole,
a,
and instead we would have like jelly inside.
yeah.
And for the Tuesday before Ash Wednesday, they would sometimes some families had a tradition, you would put like a almond in one of them, and so like if you happen to get the pączek, like the little donut that had the almond, you'd be like the special king or queen or whatever. I used to do that as a kid. Of course, it was just the excuse to eat 5 so you could find the the almond.
So it's like it's like the Polish king cake. And
Yes,
I
that's it.
and I think like the most traditional filling was like like a prune
Yeah.
jam or something like that.
Yep. 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 Exactly that. Yeah. Yeah, I still like that. I was raised in Poland until I was 10, like I say, and then I went back after college for 3 years. Then I used to have family. I go back relatively often. I mean, the last time I was there was at the end of 2019, so right before COVID, and then like 2 years ago, 2 years went by, and then all the Polish family came here. So I haven't been since 2019, but I still love all the Polish food. I'm from Warsaw, the capital, so like Polish food, Polish culture, the language. I love it all.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's definitely like a lot of places that do have Polish festivals going on. I know Phoenix is one of them. A friend of mine, who, my best friend. He's I knew him when he was when we were both kids, and he lives in he lives in Phoenix, and we hang around. I've gone with him to like Polish festivals, and he's made for me, pierogi and golumka, and just all sorts of really interesting food. And I even know that there's a few places that right around this time, they'll get the punchkis out with either like the traditional prune filling or prune jam filling, or just kind of like regular jelly filling. So
Yeah. Oh, well, you're an honorary Polak. That's awesome, Bob. I had this morning I had naleśniki for breakfast. So that's a Polish dish. My mom and I saw each other this morning, and she lives really close by. And I'm still fortunate that she wants to bring me food. I'm like, you're always a child. Anyway, she brought me naleśniki, which is like crepes with cream cheese filling.
Okay.
And then you would put like strawberries on top, but that's a fabulous Polish thing you would have. Anyway, so you guys hungry or tired?
I have some in and out, so
yeah.
All right. So what's on the docket? I gave you like 50
ACPs.
things.
Did you hear what happened with me?
Yes, you'd like to retake it and get 100%.
Now, I remind people, Alex got a 92 on his ACP 520, which is an outstanding score by anyone's measure. Far above, I think he's like at least 99th percentile.
Absolutely.
Shut up. No, I am not.
No,
No, really, you are. I'm not even.
I got
pulling your
two
leg, man.
sections that are 100%. Like I got two 100% modules,
I
and
know
a 94% on the other.
Listen, you can't make your audience feel bad, Alex. You got I mean, you can't rub it in people's face like I got 92. Just live with the 92. It's a good score.
It's an amazing score.
Yeah,
A win's
exactly.
a win, man.
You guys are I'm honestly like my test anxiety was through the roof. I just can't believe that came out the other end. I was
Well,
in
that was
shock.
working for you, so you should repeat that again whenever you take a test. Just
I
have more
know.
excitement.
Who's to
another
say it
problem.
wasn't a fluke? I mean, you're gonna have, getting a good score like that, you're gonna have to go do another certification exam just to prove to us,
that I'm
Rodney
hireable?
and me, the torturers, that it wasn't a fluke.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
weren't you Mr. Bitbucket, Alex, when Ray did her little thing? So
No, that would be me.
No, I was Jira. No, I was Jira.
oh, you were Jira. Oh, okay. I was going to say because we can give you a Bitbucket certification if you want to see how you do on that one.
No, but I
Is
do
there
that. I
gonna
asked
be
the
a
$1 million question.
certification?
What's the next easiest certification?
Well, the ACPs are harder than the ACAs, right? Okay,
No, I know,
with
but
my
if what's
Atlassian hat
with
on.
respect to ACPs, which one?
Yeah.
What's the next?
620 for several
620?
reasons. That's the project admin in Jira Cloud. Why? Because it's project admin, not Jira admin. And so if you know how to navigate project settings, you're pretty good. Unless you're shooting for 100%. Now I know
Well,
you.
at this point, has anybody gotten 100% before? I might have to retake it.
Actually, I
think
heard
so, yeah.
back that one of the community leaders did get 100% on 620.
Yeah, I think it's
So-
possible. We have we have a couple of people who do psychometrics on our exams, so they like look at the back end about like how many people pass this exam, fail, but not only that, but like if you're one that is going to score high in exam, how likely are you to get each particular question right? So it's like there's a lot of data science to this, right? So
Interesting.
Yeah,
I
for
wonder if they
some,
keep in consideration the questions that you flag. 'Cause
it,
that would be my most curious question. Would be like, what did I flag?
and
Thinking
did
I
you
had
get
the
that right?
answer,
Yeah,
and then, but then because I toggled right, because then I reread
yeah.
it like 3 or 4, 5, 6 times, and I'm like,
It's always that when people say like go with your gut the first time, don't second guess. Your gut was probably right. Yeah, they do. They actually know how much time you spend on each question. Like you could tell all that in the system. And so
nice.
like, yeah, exactly. You
I
were
should
like you.
charge you. I could charge you to take the test because I'm giving you guys all this data.
No, but okay. I will try to see if my colleague can tell you if anybody scored 100% on the 520 or like what percentage you are at 92. For the honor of being present here with you today, I'll see if I can find that for you.
Now, here's the real question, Joanna.
Yeah.
Because he scored so well, are you going to have to go back tomorrow and like, guys,
We gotta make
gotta
it harder.
this test harder?
That,
is apparently
you know
2
that
weeks.
question with like, pick the best two that we were thinking of throwing out. We're just gonna leave it right back in there.
Yeah.
The question where
This is Alex is now the litmus test for like how difficult the test is. We're gonna start a refresh immediately.
so I don't want to brag.
Hey, Matt Dorr is in the house.
Matt
Woo-hoo!
Doors, yeah. I don't want to brag, but just I know last time we were talking, Joanna, right? You were kind of like I was sharing a lot of my thought process, right? And so I figured, so I took the test, so I got in, and like 15 minutes in, I'm like 20 questions in already. I'm like, that doesn't seem right.
No. If you think about it, all the exams, the ACPs are like 70 questions or less, and you've got 3 hours. So that's almost 3 minutes per question. That's actually a pretty decent time. Now, I'll grant you, as Matt Dorr, who joined us, will know that some of our early exams, like ACP 100, like it took a long time to just understand what we're asking you to pick. And we've come a long way. Let's see. I don't know how many people we have on right now, but there were people who
10?
probably remember that like the first exams had questions about pirates and
Yeah, I remember we talked about that last time.
and
Yeah.
shoe cobblers, like so, you're like, what? The pirates are trying to like, pick the best boat or like, what is but so they were hard. Now we're trying to really like get you to the point. And so 3 minutes is a lot for a question. And particularly there's a whole science to producing examinations, which is super fascinating if anybody's ever interested in this. But part of that is you're trying to really narrow down what to sample somebody's knowledge of what we call the minimally qualified candidate. So, for example, for the ACP 520, let's say that you are. Matt remembers the pirates.
Arr.
Arr. Yeah, like think of it this way. What we're trying to do with the certification is not just to have you like put a thing on your LinkedIn, but to say like, look, if you were to become an org admin of an Atlassian cloud organization, you're not going to screw things up, right? That you know enough not to like, set approval domains in such a way that everybody from Gmail has access to all of your data, you know what I mean, from the Gmail
We're just
domain.
gonna add to my list of fireable offenses that you can do in Jira. So let's just open your domain to any user in the world.
Exactly.
Fireable offense number
Yeah.
3.
Yeah. But like so like the point is like you're getting it to like say, hey, look, I'm learning, I might get promoted as a result of this, or I'm trying to get a new job. But also we're putting our reputation on the line that if you or anybody else was to get hired, that you'd be doing a good job, right? So the point is, you know a lot about this domain, but we can't possibly ask you every single thing you know,
Yeah.
right? So it's a sample.
So I will tell you. So I was coming. Sorry, you can finish your thought.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so what I was saying, right? Like, so 15, 20 minutes in, I'm like, okay, I'm doing really good. But by the time I got to the hour mark, then I felt mentally exhausted. And just 1 hour in, I was like, the last 10 or so questions, I was like, I'm pretty sure I got 40 down because I was only shooting for 40 correct.
Yeah.
Right. So those last 10, I was like, I was struggling a lot more. I was struggling to just read.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that hurt me a lot was I have dark mode for everything. That freaking screen was brighter than the sun. So I'm like this, like just trying to like, I'm like,
I'm just like trying to like focus the light into one eyeball so I can read the question.
I will say this about the fatigue. My first ACPS exams were horribly exhausting. I pretty much took the rest of the day off. It does get better the more you do it, Alex. You do get into a rhythm. You do get to a point where you get through it. My later ones, I mean, I'll get a decent clip. I'll be an hour through when I finish the questions. I usually spend another 45 minutes to go through them again, especially all the flagged ones. And usually about 2 hours in is when I finish. And it never feels like it's been 2 hours when I finally take that deep breath.
Well, so I finished the test in 80 minutes, and I took it twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
It's just
I thought like
yeah,
I was surprised. So I was just surprised with the number of questions that I just was like, yes, yes, yes. I flagged a total of 12, I think. 12 where I was like, I'm not quite sure. And I think at the end of the test, I gave up on 3. 3 was just like, I don't even have a single clue what the question's asking me, nor do I know what kind of answer it wants from me.
Yeah, I know. So like, again, there's like this whole science to exam development, but like one of them is if you know your stuff, you should be able to already be looking for the answer as you're reading the question. So I think you kind of know. It's like, which fruit grows in the summer, is really sweet, has some seeds, I don't know, whatever, it's a big round ball, and you're like, in the answers, you're going to start looking for what? Banana? No.
Right.
You're going to look for maybe watermelon. That's what I was going for. But, like as you're reading the question, a well-formed question, and you know your stuff, you're already looking for it. When you see it, right, it's like your brain's like, okay, this is good. Then you should still look at the other options just in case, because of course there are questions that will say definitely in there, like you talked about this
Right.
earlier with another person, where like, yeah, there's other options, but this is definitely the one that's correct, right?
I
So
will tell you that the 2 hardest style that I found was, and sticking to your fruit analogy, right? The question would be something along like, an orange has seeds. A watermelon, or an orange is orange, a watermelon's red, like a banana's yellow, strawberries are red with black dots in them, right? And then down below, I have to pick which of these is not a fruit, or something like that.
Oh.
Or which of these is not a fruit with this, with like a specific like outer dot. Like the strawberry would be like the one, right? Like it was just there was so like you have to really read the detail of it, right? Because I was like, every word in that question would influence the result outside, and it wasn't just like an easy one, right? Because you're looking at a banana has seeds, but they're not visible or whatever. An orange has seeds, and then so it's like that level of detail was like, that was tricky. Maybe at the beginning of the test would be easier, but by the time you're question number 60, I'm like really having to read that question.
Yeah, but so like I fell in love with doing the work I'm doing now, because I was like, I came from the
Making
technical
people's lives
side.
miserable.
That's exactly it. I'm just,
Joanna
I'm
and Sajid
shooting.
are really cut from the same cloth.
No, I'm waiting to like work for the DMV for their driver's exam. That's what I really want.
Life goals.
Exactly. No. So like, okay, back to this thing. They're not meant to be tricky, but they can't be throwaway. So there's something called cognitive complexity. And what you're saying, obviously, the harder, more tired you are, the more your brain is working, no matter what the question. So I give you that. But also, like, if I were to ask you what's the value of pi, right? You can recite that. That's a memory fact.
Right.
If I were to say, all right, what's the circumference of a circle? It's like you have to know pi already to calculate the rest, right? And then if I give you, and that's called like understand and apply the concept of pi. And then if I gave you like a scenario, like, I always give this crazy one, but like, aliens have landed and they formed a crop circle, and how much area, or whatever, what was the, how much grass did they do if this and this happened? So basically it's like, you have to now try to figure out, oh, okay, we're trying to get to the circumference of a circle, and therefore we need to pi and etc. So it's what you said with the seeds. basically you can't just memorize which fruit is which color and does it or doesn't have seeds. You have to like read into the whole context, and your brain is working hard to put it together.
Right. It's yeah, and like the whole alien thing, right? Like I would appreciate that question, even though it's the full complexity of the question, the first 20 minutes of the test, right? Because like I rather, but because then, by the time I get to the the last 10 minutes of the test, yeah, throw me what's pie all day long. Right? Like, I can give you 3.14.
You're like
any
apple,
cognitive state.
pecan, pumpkin pie.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like I've just felt like a couple of those were like, I was like, man, if these would have just been at the beginning, like I would have been able to give it that cognitive attention that it needed.
But they're
Not
randomized.
enough.
I
I know.
know, Alex.
I'm
They're
just like
randomized. Yeah. So not everybody gets them at different times. You know what I
different
mean?
times, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's but that was just like that was one feedback, and then the other one that I had that was kind of hard. Going back to our fruit thing, right? It's like you have a bowl with these 3 fruit, you have a bowl with these 2 fruit, you merge this bowl to this bowl, but this fruit falls off. Like, what fruits are you left with? And I was like, I'm trying to juggle users, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't get it.
And now
Don't
you've
let me
got
know if they can't
pirates.
access Jira. And then I have pirates at the end. I'm like, I guarantee you in the real world, somebody will let me know if they lost access to Jira.
Yeah. I know, but it's really trying to mimic real life. You know what I mean? Like you guys also talked about, I think it was with the previous guest, you or maybe the one before that, because I kept stalking you, like I say. He was saying like you get requirements and you have to like explain to the users like this is good thing to do, this is not. I'm going to push back. Don't implement this. This would be a terrible thing. You know, workflows with 5,000 transitions. Oh, Matt Dorr knows all about like really crazy workflows, but like so like these are real world things we're trying to test for, right? So like if you have 3 users in this bowl and 2 in this and you merge, is that a good thing? What's going to happen, right? Because people will ask you to do that stuff and you have to be right away thinking, this is the drawback, this might happen. So yeah, I mean the aim of the test isn't to scare you. It isn't to like, it is we got more words. It's basically to try to sample your knowledge and assess if you know your stuff and you're going to do a great job in this role. So that's that. But yeah, 620, you asked, I am answering 620, and it has a fabulous cert prep course, really fabulous.
Perfect.
So
That's the
yeah.
next and final test I'm taking then. I'm told I only need 2, so I'm going for 2.
For what?
No.
Why only 2? What do you
So that I am hireable.
Well, you are hireable.
The partner program, they like to hire people with at least 2 certs.
Well, you guys know that that's sort of like
It
I
is,
think,
yeah.
flexing, yeah.
Me and Bob know.
Yeah, we know.
It's a for the moment thing, and plus it motivates them to get the test, which I'm not going to complain about.
Yeah.
That being said, I know you can't tell us anything about it, but just blink twice if the replacement for the certified expert is a bigger, harder test.
Okay, wait, say it again. If the replacement,
for the certified expert is just a bigger, harder test.
Blink twice. Okay, then.
Wait, that was one.
I know.
No, it's like I don't know if you guys saw this, but on the community post, on that Atlassian community, there was a gentleman whose name escapes me now, but he drew us like a diagram. It was basically like, how does the mice get the cheese in this huge maze of how you would actually get an ACE designation? Because it was like you could mix this with this, or this if it's retired, or this to extend this, right? It was pretty complicated at one point. Like, how do you earn an ACE?
I've done 2 different articles on how to get the ACE.
Yeah. And, we didn't try to make that nuts. It's just like over time, I mean, server, data center cloud,
Mm-hmm.
Stuff happens, right? So we have a new wonderful leader of certification, Suzanne. She joined us in July, and she's got some great vision for this program. She's the one that wrote that post on community about the retirement. So basically we want to simplify it, but at the same time,
Make it harder.
the AC, let's see, the ACP 999, like I said, it's a 10-hour exam. And it finishes off with an essay 5 to 7 pages. MLA
Again,
format.
I'm a blogger. I write on Atlassian. I could do an essay.
Do you
Too
know
early
do you
for
know how
April
many
Fools,
people
Joanna.
would still be lining up to take that exam?
Yeah, why
I'm
is
like,
that?
Sir, sign me up.
Why is that? You all like whatever we throw, they're like, give it to me. No. No. So the ACE, going back to that, it's just meant to be like more appropriate also to people. So some people are like, okay, I got to take this just to get this designation. I really want to prove my worth, but not all of this is relevant to me. So we want to redesign it without saying much more about this. That will really be more like, this is what I want to do. I want to be recognized as an expert, but it's an area where I'm really focusing and want to go anyway. So that's all we're going to say about
But isn't
that.
that a part? Fine, I won't ask my question, but
All right, ask your question. And
well, because I just feel like that's a handshake, not just between you and the students, but you being the company and the company, right? Like, if my company's hiring for certified individuals, like, don't they need to then kind of also agree or relate to the criteria that you're creating for them?
Yep. That's why it takes a while to kind of get this right. And we are talking to, I don't know if you also knew that Atlassian University merged with Community as of
Yes.
like last year, right? So we have a much more closer partnership to source champions and folks to give us feedback on this kind of stuff. So yeah, basically there's a lot of variables and we're taking them all into consideration.
Now, what I look at is like for the VMware certs and Cisco certs, they always have their associate, professional, expert, and then like the big daddy one that is the 10-hour. You go to a site,
999.
you locked in a room with all the equipment, and then you got to build something functioning out of all brand new equipment.
That's an interesting question. Has Atlassian, and again, only if you can share, have you thought of like a practicum style of exam?
Yes, they're not scalable. So so remember I mentioned cognitive complexity. Recall is like you've memorized it. Then you've understood it. You've applied it. You can analyze it. You can evaluate it. These are how the levels are. It comes from this thing called Bloom's taxonomy. At the last level is create, which means basically you can make something new, right? But it doesn't scale because somebody has to review this, right? So multiple choice tests are the best way to sample knowledge at scale. So that's the main reason we haven't done the create. It's not that we haven't tossed it around.
But having an individual that can create would be the ultimate factor of like, are you good?
Yeah. We're going to bring you in house for like about a week or two. You're going to work alongside our team, develop a feature, and if you can get a new feature out in Jira, then you've passed.
Well, that's what they do for software now, though.
I would be up for that.
Yeah,
I would too. that I would
But
do.
I'd be up for that just because. Oh, I get to add a feature to Jira. Oh, let me sign up.
Which
I
one?
think
What's your
that's the
Jira?
problem.
What's your Jira number that you'd like to implement? That's been upvoted a few thousand times.
No, but in all seriousness, Joanna, I would much rather, a million times more, rather do solve this problem, a freaking hard, complex problem in Jira, than to take a test.
I get you.
To him.
Yeah.
And when I'm interviewing people, because again, a similar concept here, you're trying to test people. When I give people an initial interview with Jira, that's what I actually do is I build a specific instance for them with a specific scenario or set of scenarios where I intentionally break Jira, as it were. And then I create fake tickets based on it. And then I see how they process those tickets. And the big thing is I never tell them it's timed. I imply it's timed, but it's not actually timed. I want them to feel the time pressure, but I'm more concerned about what path to take, what they do, what clips do they do, why do they do that? Do they go back and test? Those are the things I'm looking for because as an employer, those are the things I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
Again, I feel for certification, I'm looking for different things. The certification is just, do they understand the basic material? Yes. Atlassian just sets them. They do understand that. And they do the job is another thing. And I always go through the process of figuring out, okay, how do you function with the tool in real life?
Yeah. No,
Joanna,
I totally get you. But so going back to that, this is definitely not, it's not like totally off the table. But again, like we have a few thousand certifications every quarter. It'd be really hard, right? To like
Mhm.
review given projects and like different, but
but you wouldn't have a
yeah.
few thousand of these, right? Because this would be the cream of the crop type of thing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
cream of the crop. Exactly. Well, all right. Look, I'm going to take it back to Mike and Scott later tonight when we have our
When you
over
have your
dinner.
little power,
Over dinner, I'll
with your
mention it to
colleagues.
them. Yes, Suzanne does come from Salesforce, and yes, we are aware of her talents and what she brings to the table. So yeah, we're
mean, I
aware.
I don't know
love.
why Andy's so
Yeah.
excited about this. This makes me more nervous.
You never
Like,
done
great,
you
more
never done
tests.
Trailblazer?
Yeah.
I
The
don't like taking
Trailblazer
tests,
program is
dude.
awesome.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
kind
like
of,
any
you don't like the
do
characters.
tests.
Is that what it is? You were
No,
never an
no, I
Eagle
don't like
Scout?
taking tests. No, I like
Oh,
the
you don't like
little
test.
cart.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no, look, to sum this up and get moving, it's not a terrible ask. It's not a terrible suggestion. And definitely, I'm bringing stuff back when I go back to the team and say like, look, what can we think about this? What can we offer for the elite, like the Marines of the Atlassian world. You know what I mean?
If we were to give a test to challenge the Jira guy, what would it look like?
Stomp the stomper.
Stomp to stomp right now.
Joanna, so can I, as $1 million question here, can I now tell people I'm like a certified professional?
Of course you can. Why?
Yeah.
Like that's now a thing that carries some merit or some weight to it now.
Yeah, have you not seen all the people calling you to get hired? I mean, your
I
name's
know,
been
no,
all over the
not
place
my
on the
line.
boards. Like,
I have cleared my phone and nothing.
yeah, no, I mean, I've been seeing it all over. They're like, how can we get this Alex guy on our team?
I mean, the Jira guy never responds to us, so we might as well try and get Alex.
Alex,
And
yes. Do you know that your badge comes with a digital thing you can put on LinkedIn, right?
I haven't been. I'm on that HD.
He's still trying to get it. He's having some issues getting into metrics.
Oh, bummer. Okay, well, email me or put that ticket in.
Yeah,
Like I give you the
I'm
thing.
gonna go do the ticket. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
but
been
you
here
get
for the last 8 hours.
you can't multitask. No, when you get the digital badge, you put that in your resume. And honestly, recruiters do look for people who are certified in general IT. So I'm not good with remembering these percentages, but we did a few presentations about the worth of getting certified at all in IT. And it's basically like most IT shops look for certifications in the area they're hiring. So if there's a certification program and they're hiring you for that skill, they want you certified. So it's definitely worth it. Yeah.
My lovely collection.
Is that yours?
Yes, this is mine.
Oh, look at that. Wow. But yeah, we need like we need to stump you with.
Holy
Oh, so did
moly.
you get emeritus? Do you see that one?
You
Sorry,
look like
I did get emeritus.
Where
You look
where
like a
is-
Go
poker
to standings.
there.
So it's
Oh
in,
yeah, Atlassian certified. It should be actually. I haven't looked at my profile. Truth be. Oh yeah. It's going to show up. There it is. Look at that emeritus.
yeah.
It's like we have a Pope emeritus and you have an expert emeritus.
And Joanna, since you haven't called me since the last time we met, my offer still stands on the table. If you want a guinea pig, I will sign whatever papers, clauses, and secrecies that you want me to sign. But I'm more than happy
To do what? Wait, but to do what, Alex?
to try new test questions or
Oh,
scenarios. Or
well, no. Okay, so wait, hold on. On that note, did you know we have a certification SMEEP program we've just rolled
you have
out?
a SMEEP program? No.
A SMEEP?
That sounds like an Andy category.
Why not you? What are you talking about?
Are you not a
and
subject
Andy
matter expert in Jira?
and Andy is part of the program as of like a few days ago. He's just got involved in giving. So
I just
yeah,
assumed I was going to be volunteered for the program.
No, yeah, yeah. Andy and Jimmy and Christian, and he was on twice today with you, was he not?
He will be on twice, I think.
Oh, he will be, yeah. Yes, so we have we just launched this like within the last what time was it? Yeah, like maybe August, maybe September. So exactly for this reason, we want to make give the community more opportunity to help give us feedback about the sort of stuff we produce. And so there's opportunities for people on a volunteer basis, but given swag and given some kudos points and in some cases a grant of a certification to be able to participate in that SME program. So there's a form you can fill out and then help us. So yeah, you can. That's a guinea pig you were looking for.
Hey,
That'd be
community
cool.
leaders out there, if you give me the link, I'll forward it to Alex.
All right. Yep. I will give
That's
it to
another
you.
hurdle that I'm trying to overcome, Joanna.
What?
I'm
Alex
a
is a
hashtag not
community
community.
leader.
I'm a
Oh,
hashtag not a community leader.
you
They
don't
won't let
have,
me
but
in.
you don't have to be a community leader. So you don't have to be actually. I mean, you should be on community, but you don't have to be a
Bless
community
your
leader.
soul for the people that make exceptions. Those are my
I'm
new
going-
favorite people in Atlassian.
I'm just going to say this. Alex's goal is to become a community leader. My goal is to get him equivalent certification to a certified expert. I understand the program is what it is right now, but
I told you, I'm
if I
stopping.
get
I'm
him
getting
up to the
620 and I'm done.
equivalent, no, I'm not satisfied with that.
I'm.
You're going to hate me, but it's going to be the best for you.
No. I need the bare minimum. Joanna, so during the test, they give you that little piece of paper and a pencil. I tallied up the ones in mine that I didn't have to hesitate. As soon as I got to 40, I hit submit test.
You did not.
You did not,
did
because
too.
you got 92%.
I did too. No, I know, but I ran. So I did the whole test, right? And then I came back, and then I went through each one. And if I had an ounce of a doubt, I didn't tally. But if I had no doubts, I wrote tally. And once I counted 40 tallies, I hit submit.
Wow, so if you would have counted all of them, there's a chance you would have gotten 100.
It's a potential.
There we go.
But my goal was
Can't argue with that kind of logic.
My goal was to pass the 40 that I needed. I knew I had 40.
No, listen, I agree with Rodney. I'm not going to put some pressure on you. You should do the other ones. ACP 620 has a great prep. It's not terribly hard if you've been using Jira. Then the Jira admin when ACP 120, well, you already know a lot because you did some of that in ACP 520. So
I only use Jira for like 12 hours a day. So
only 12 hours.
Only 12 hours a day, 5 days a week.
and you can't prove it by just taking a certification exam.
Wait, I have an interesting use case for Jira. Do you guys have some interesting use cases? Like you've used Jira for something odd? Or am I about to tell you my use case?
You have to talk to Rodney's done talks on that.
Oh,
My
okay.
one-on-one with Anu was my interesting JSM use cases.
Okay.
How I've crafted and molded JSM to do some weird stuff.
What's it do?
I
Make
built
In-N-Out burger?
No. Order In-N-Outs. No, I built a project portfolio management system, like tracking financials and like overall, kind of like a mini Jira Online inside of JSM.
Wow. Okay.
Like all with approvals and custom fields and a ton of automation rules and mathematics and smart values, and yeah, it's pretty involved. I've been talking to a guy over at on Team JSM within Atlassian. He wants a demo so that he wants me to kind of like take it on a world tour type of thing and show people like the art of the possible with
After you
the
get your
Atlassian tools.
passport, you should.
So listen,
The world tour virtually.
Yeah, and Siberia. Remember, I had a vote for Siberia. The Gulag, in fact, the Gulag. No, but the 420 is a certification in ITSM or JSM. So that's another one you can probably check off. If you built this thing in JSM, you've probably looked at every bell and whistle, and it's really for service project admins. So 420 is not for like all of JSM, but just for service projects. So it's queues, SLAs, and currently it's actually kind of limited in scope. It doesn't yet have assets, Ops Genie, forms, because it's going through a refresh, but not yet.
Right.
So
Because you guys, Atlassian innovates at the speed of light with respect to their products. No, I mean that nicely, right? Like
now, okay, that's nicely good. I was going to say I'm putting on the Joanna hat, not the Atlassian hat.
No. Like I mean that like really nice. Like you guys changed things faster than you can test on them.
Yeah, I mean, and some acquisitions and all that. So for hire, how I use Jira in my job search. Oh, let's see it, Rodney. I wasn't aware.
This was one of my first posts ever.
Aw. Oh, that guy's so
No.
cute. Is that you when you were 12?
I wish. I was nowhere near that cute. I had pictures of me for a reason. But no, this was I was actually in the middle of a job hunt. So that's the reason I started the blog. And I'm like, I need a way to prove to people I know how to be a Jira admin. I've got the certs already, or at least I had the cert, the 120 or the ACP 100, but that just wasn't enough to get me over the hump. So I'm like, I'll demonstrate to the practically. I'll make a portfolio. that's how this started. This was one of my first articles where I'm like, I can't keep track of all the jobs I'm applying to. I want to be able to follow up with people. How do I do it? Each job I apply to is an issue. It's got all the relevant information, location, salary, recruiter contact, all that.
Awesome. Wow. And so
and
did
then-
any of your prospective employers look at your work? Did they like ask you to talk about it? Or like did you get leads and did you get hired as a result of this?
Yes. Coyote Creek saw this as part of when they were hiring me. And at the point they got back to me for a second interview after seeing this, I already had an offer in hand from the Federal Reserve. So
look at you, fancy
they
pants.
didn't. Huh? I know,
No,
right?
I said, look at you, fancy pants. Ronnie
Well, I didn't
and I
work. So
Ronnie and I
they
in
actually
April
fast
20
tracked.
Yep.
Was that Alex?
Finish, Ronnie. Finish. I was just I'm going to tell Joanna that you and I in April 2023 we stood in the middle of the expo hall, looking upon everybody, and we're like, wonder what would happen if you and I went on became available and we were on the market for hire.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm itching to find out if anybody would fish me.
I
mean
think
like-
I know some people.
Yeah. Well, there is a lot of companies and partners, but anyway, that's awesome. Final thoughts.
Yeah. But yeah, this actually did end up helping get me a job. I ended up going with Coyote Creek over the Federal Reserve because I did not want to commute to downtown Atlanta 5 days a week.
I've
And then the
customized
pandemic happened.
Jira for a tax business so that they can track their clients. I basically built Jira into a CRM for them. I've done it for a product development company that was tracking like their orders, their brainstorming, their commercials, their ads, their media buys, like basically the whole end-to-end solution of like inventory tracking to all the way through just everything, all aspects of the business, marketing and legal and everything. So I've customized the whole thing for them. I can't remember. Gotta go back and look through all my notes, but I've done some interesting things with Jira that you wouldn't think people would use Jira for.
Well, people did interesting things with Jira, and that's what happened to Jira Service Management, right? Like people were, they were like, oh, hey, we're going to use it for an IT help desk. And then all of a sudden here we have a robust product, right? And a few acquisitions later. And then you all remember Grasshopper, Greenhopper. I know, but I always want to say Grasshopper. I mean,
the Greenhopper.
Yeah, the Greenhopper was like the app add-on. They're like, hey, we want to use this, for Kanban board, style and agile. And then here we have Jira software. So yeah. I know we're coming up on time. I want to and you have a next guest, right?
24 of them.
I know. I will come back at 2 p.m. with my hypnosis machine.
I will tell you that I know, right? I will tell you that I am very internally grateful for you because this one, for some reason, was the hardest slot to fill.
Huh?
Yeah.
5 p.m. is like it's like Flintstones. Yeah, like the dun 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 dun, and like he presses the thing and he leaves work at
It's
exactly
like everybody's
5
out,
o'clock.
yeah. But thank you so much for taking an hour out of your evening here.
No, well,
Thank you,
We
Joanna.
really do appreciate it.
Thanks for
You
your
broke.
persistence.
Yeah, you broke what would have been a very awkward 1 hour.
All right, well then I'm gonna make it count. All right,
I said,
ready?
me and Bob had an idea.
What? What was
We
your
were
idea?
going to force Alex to go into the community and answer questions for an hour if you didn't.
We call it. Have you heard what I call it, Joanna? Have you heard?
What? No.
Jira duty. Like jury duty, because nobody wants to do jury duty. I have to go do my Jira duty of Peace Caroline.
I like it. That's actually very catchy. Except it's not really great for PR because everybody avoids jury duty.
I know, and it's something I gotta do if I ever want to become a community leader. So
yeah, if you're in marketing, you got to go like Jira privilege. That's what you got to call it. It's like watching paint dry. Yes.
I'm gonna
Okay.
talk to my boy
do. Yeah.
All right. So wait, I have to tell you the story. I worked on Jira before there was JQL. That is always my claim to fame. At Jira 3, Jira 4 is when JQL was introduced to Jira. And so those were the hard days when we didn't have it.
That's when the struggle was real.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, so I've loved Server. I loved our application because first of all, the place where I came from is PeopleSoft, then bought by Oracle, and we had a homegrown bug tracking system that was like the whole stack and the whole release system, the whole waterfall. It was a big production to get changes in, right? And then all of a sudden, I changed jobs, and they're like, "Hey, I got this Jira thing on my desktop under my desk. Could you upgrade it?" And that was like in my first day at the job, and I was like, "Oh my god, this thing is amazing!" Right? So since then, I think that was like 2006. I've really like I huge kudos to Mike and Scott, like personally, because like they've just made an amazing decisions. And I do a lot of volunteer work in my other life and such, and I wouldn't have joined Atlassian were it not that their heart, I think, so it's like a promo for Atlassian, but I mean I've got my hat as my Joanna now, not just as Atlassian.
You're just a fangirl like all of us here.
I know, that's how I ended here. But anyway, in 2009, at their very first summit, they asked me to speak, and it was all about hardware. Like you talked with another guy about hardware. I'm like, oh my God, how do you get a RAID array so your performance is better and tune your memory and all that stuff? But yes, I said no JQ until GF4. Yeah. But and in 2009, I gave a presentation. It was a small summit because it was in San Francisco, across from the Moscone. And they that's when they had this like $10 for 10 user license kind of a thing. And they it was such a hit, they chose a partner, Room to Read, to give all these proceeds to, right? So it was like 10% of our time, 10% of our proceeds, 10% of volunteer, whatever it was. But yeah, products, there you go, would go to charity or nonprofits. And they selected Room to Read and this guy, John Wood, who had started these schools for underprivileged kids to learn and get educated. And they had him on stage at the keynote. And I was like, this is really real. Like they meant it. You could just tell that they meant it about giving back. I mean, and you could see how the founders themselves have like done tremendous things with the company, but also in their personal lives, super involved in environmental issues and other things. And so I think the company started with phenomenal values and managed to maintain them. So I mean, Server has to go, but the company moved on in a great direction. So that's kind of my 2 cents about where it's been. It's been a long ride, almost 20 years for me, with Atlassian. In 2 more years, I'll have grown my career with Atlassian.
Well, you've been almost 20 years at Atlassian as an
No,
employee?
no.
Oh,
I was with a customer for like 6 years and then a partner for 7 years. And now I'm at Atlassian for the last 4. So yeah,
okay.
that's 16, 18. Yeah, something like that. But yeah. So that's my career. So only 4 years at Atlassian, but I actually started working on the first certification when I was still with a solution partner, Service Rocket. So
And then you got to
I
meet
was,
us, so your career got so much better.
oh my gosh, yes, and it's my
I
favorite
was,
part.
I'm gonna say that working 4 years at Atlassian does definitely make you a long timer, just because the movement of people just kind of coming in has really kind of shifted the demographic of what who the long timers are, so to speak.
I
So
know, I know. I have to sit in my rocking chair and welcome the the new ones. No,
When I was a
no,
wee little girl.
exactly. No, but it's been a great ride, and my favorite thing is meeting customers and partners at Summit. So it's like or team now. Um,
Are you going to be
well, we
there
will
in
be
April?
sure
yeah,
to see you at Summit. I mean, team.
yes,
So if
exactly.
I don't see you next week, then I'll definitely for sure see you
Yeah,
next
yeah,
month.
we'll be there. In fact, I'm teaching a session in the training theater about how to use Jira for just about anything. So now I'm glad I didn't tell you what I use Jira for, because it'll be part of that presentation.
Well, no, we're
Training
going to be there
theater
now.
is like these just like sessions on the side. So obviously there are like keynotes and breakouts and stuff, but like if you're walking the show floor, you can join one of these training theater things. You've been there, so you know. But anyway,
Hard to hear, but good.
Yeah, true. I like whoever said communiversity. Did you say that or unicomedy?
That would be Andy.
Okay. I was like, I saw
Mr.
that. Yes,
Funman Andy.
yes, those are the kind of the things that we try to combine for our two groups. But it's a good synergy. It really is. Yes, there you go, Andy.
Communiverse.
Communiverse.
Well, I'm looking forward to it too. I'm looking forward to being again this year and looking forward to meeting you
All right, excellent.
in the flesh in 3D and in HD.
Yeah, no,
I had a
been good.
I had a work trip back in October and like I was shaving and everything. My wife's like, you never like take care of everything so well, and I'm like, my coworkers are gonna see me in high definition for the first time. I'm not just a pixel anymore.
Yeah, you actually have to wear real pants.
Right?
So-
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Well, it's been fun hanging out with you all. Like I say, I get to now have, a show on TV, take my dog for a walk, and, and you guys have to still be here. So
Yeah, we'll be here. We'll be here when you wake up.
I know I commend you. It's the first of its kind. I will.
Let your colleagues know.
I will. I definitely will. I will post about this internally and
Oh,
say
I think there are plenty of Atlassians that are that kind
know.
of know by now.
Yeah, especially in community, but like wider than that, In fact, wait, are all of you going to be a team?
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
be just like hooked up arm to arm the whole time.
And you're going to
can't
be
miss this.
looking for jobs. Okay, right. Okay, I got
No,
you.
that's gonna be me only.
All right. Well, here's why I ask. I'll send you all an email because actually we had a last minute ask to get some quotes about how people feel about certifications and put their pictures. Maybe you want to be quoted. And it will
I'll
have
give you a good
Alex
one since
saying
it's fresh in my mind.
exactly. And we want you saying like, I don't know why I didn't get 100%.
I'm not. I don't know if you were on or neutral. I think you were, right? Like, I'm not kidding or exaggerating. My knee-jerk reaction when I saw that 92, I was like, "What a bummer! I could have gotten 100."
And this from the guy who drug his
Severe test
heels.
anxiety.
Drug his heels about getting registered for the test.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're
I
awesome.
dragged it out, man. I dragged it out.
How close was
my
I to
deadline
getting
was
a
February
plane
18th.
ticket to San Diego just to dragging, kicking, and screaming?
Well, you did great. Congrats. And thank you
Thanks,
again for
Joanna.
inviting me. Thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
putting this on and saying a nice farewell to server. It's been awesome. You got your next guest in
Anytime.
line?
We
Yeah,
do
I
have
hope
our
so.
next guest in line.
All right. Well, then take care.
Thank you, Joanna.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Joanna.
Welcome. Bye.
Hello.
Be continued.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
totally.
What's up, guys? Wow, 8 hours, 9 hours in. How are you
9
doing?
hours.
Wait.
9 hours.
Give it like a 30 more seconds, and then
This is crazy. I can't even see Alex anymore. I think he's just
I know. I
merging
gotta
with the
relocate.
darkness.
I'm waiting for my car to finish charging so I can pull it all the way in and then close the garage door and then go inside.
Wow.
So I'll
Amazing.
be moving in like 10 minutes.
Huge kudos to you guys. I mean, what you're doing is really, really important, amazing. I'm very, very happy that you're doing this and you're doing great service for community. So thank you very, very much.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate us not calling us moronic idiots who would.
No.
I think that's what we've all been calling ourselves since we first hatched this pot.
So Rodney
Nah.
and Bob, you guys don't know Anatoly, right?
No, I think that's the first time we've had the pleasure to meet.
I
interviewed
remember
him, yeah.
seeing the interview with Anatoly as part of like your summer, where
Yeah.
both Rodney was one of the interviewees. I was one of your interviewees this
I was
past
one of
summer.
the
I remember
top
seeing Anatoly.
interviewees.
Yeah.
Ronnie remains the undefeated champion of my interviewees.
It's good.
That's
Nobody's
true.
beat Rodney. But when I also have a title of like how the Jira guy got his name, everybody wants to watch. But anyways, so Anatoly is he's where I aspire to be one day.
Nah, come on.
Yes,
I want to be
absolutely.
you when I
are.
grow up.
And
I want
he's
to be a
fellow
Jira guy when I
YouTuber.
grow up.
Yeah.
I know, right? He's a fellow YouTuber here that makes Agile and Jira related videos. And I mean, I'll let Anatoly introduce himself, but I'm a huge fan, so thank you, Anatoly, for coming on. And
I'll pass it on over to you so you can tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and let's get
All
started.
right.
We got an hour ahead.
I mean, hearing it from you that you're aspired to be me is it's a big honor. So thank you for that. Yeah, my name's Anatoly. I've been in Jira. I've been doing Jira for about at least 10 years. So I've been software development background. So I started software developer. Then I realized that writing code is actually not the most complicated thing. Managing teams and making sure everybody knows what they're doing is way harder than actually writing the code. So I've been forced into engineering management and helping teams with Agile. And then eventually it all grew up to me starting a company called Define Agile, where we help right now mostly big companies like billion-dollar companies and governments to do their process. And one of the tools we use is Jira. So my team helps companies to set them up on Jira, set them up on process, and help them with their transformation. It's been quite a long time now, yeah. And I'm loving doing it, and it's been very, very nice. So I'll stop here.
Stop there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we've just been kind of having fun for the last. I mean, I think for me, the deprivation of sleep is starting to slowly come in, even though it's still.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, Alex. It's only 6 p.m. there.
I know, but I've been running for 14 hours already. So
I just woke up.
There it is.
It's 10 a.m. in Bali. Yeah.
You see, Anatoly, this is exactly what we need. We need people who just woke up who are willing to lend us their energy.
I know. That's why I was like, yeah, it's good timing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I live in Bali.
I will be right back, though. So feel free to talk about whatever you guys want. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, and Sean had actually wondered if Alex forgot to pay his electric bill, but he's actually on the waiting for his Tesla to get charged up so he could actually pull it into the garage.
I'm in the garage. I have the charger. You can't see it. Here it is. I was finishing the charge, but I don't have light in my garage anymore because I took all the lights with me to my new house. So now I got to go inside. So 1 minute.
So wait a minute. Are you staying? Wait, I'm not following. You're closing on the house, or you're at the old house waiting to close on. Or
let me just tell you. Let me
close.
re-explain. Okay, so I came to my old house to pick up my cameras, get my internet boxes that I got to return it, and try to fix my door lock that broke. While I'm here, I have solar. I haven't been in my house since February 7th or 8th. So every day that we've had sun, I have a massive spike in credits and electricity. And I have a power-hungry vehicle that likes to eat electricity like candy, right? So I'm charging it to 100%. So I'm waiting, because when I pulled in, I parked the car halfway between the door and the garage. So I can't close the garage door because it's been charging, because once you're charging, you can't move the car. So it just finished charging to 100%. So now I unplugged it, and I'm going to pull it in all the way so I can close the door and go inside and have light. But I don't have light in the garage because I took all the lights to the new house.
Wow.
I think that's the part Bob was having issues with, was the taking all the lights to the new house.
Well, I have a tiny little light bulb that I left, but it's way the hell over there on the other side of the. It's a 3-car garage, and I'm on the farthest end of the garage. Give me 5 minutes.
I'm just gonna nod my head and say, okay.
Yes, yeah.
So we do that. Anatoly, we've been so what we've been kind of doing with Server Apocalypse is we've been basically doing an Irish wake, so to speak, where we give memories, we talk about our experiences with Server. Do you have like any sort of early memories of Server? Or
yeah, I mean, the funny thing about Server is that UIs haven't changed quite a lot as the cloud did. So for me, once you see the server, it's like very nostalgic. And it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's the best UI. It's still pretty old school. So sometimes it's great to see some old school UI, and you're like, yeah, I remember those days where it was like that.
It's almost like that comfortable pair of jeans or that comfortable pair of shoes that are even though it's old and ratty, it's still you still feel comfortable with it, so you
For
you
sure.
work with it.
Yeah, I mean, when the server's configured right, which most of the time doesn't happen, but when it does, then you're like, okay, there's not really a big difference. It's pretty good. So for a regular user, you're like, nice. But then the errors start to come up, and you're like, okay, something is happening. Now I need to like reindex stuff, or I need to do a bunch of things. You install some add-ons that breaks other things. You're like, okay, I see. So I'm happy that everything is moving to the cloud to some degree. That I think companies, I would prefer them to focus on the process, how to use Jira to make them more efficient, and let the Atlassian take care of everything else, instead of everybody being like, oh, now I need to have a department who is managing my Jira. So for me, I think the general move to the cloud is a good idea, because we need to abstract ourselves as much and do what we're here supposed to do. If you're not Atlassian, you should probably be focusing on the other things. And if you spend, I seen companies that will spend like huge budgets just on maintaining Jira, and I'm like, but is that like, are you making any money from it? Like, why are you doing this? I'm like, you're just wasting your energy and time spending it. I understand that. I mean, server is way more versatile, but I mean, at the end of the day, the tool should be a tool. And it's a car. Like if I'm buying a car, and if I'm not a car mechanic or car enthusiast, and I'm spending my time fixing my car all day in the garage, I'm like, is that really what I'm supposed to be doing? Like, is there time better spent? So for me, I'm actually quite happy with the decision to say bye bye to server, just because I feel that it will allow at least many of the clients I work with to focus more on what they need to be focused on. I'll put it this way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I think that focus is also something that Atlassian wants as well as a company, because to split resources among two different code bases for
Crazy.
the same set of tools, that's just got to be really, really, it's not the best use of your potential. So
Yeah,
I mean, that would be one argument for kind of moving to that cloud first type of movement.
Yeah, it's kind of old school thinking. Like if you remember when I started my working career, email servers was on premise. There was a bunch of other things that are on premise. Now nobody's using it. Like even the big companies, they all have, I don't know, Gmail accounts and stuff like that. So I think it's just think from the past that we need to let go. I mean, it's going to be a headache. I mean, it's already a headache. We're getting a lot of requests. They're like, it's happening now. We need to move everything. I'm like, where have you been? Hello. What's happening? And
People have been talking about this for 3 years now.
I
Trust
know.
me, I've been one of them.
Yeah, but you know how people are. They're like, until you switch off the electricity, you're not paying your bill. So that's how many companies act. So I don't know. I feel that it will be still a big migration period where people are not realizing that this is the end, and they'll need to move quickly. So I see more and more of this. I don't do personally migrations, but we have a migrations team in Define Agile that does it, and they're pretty busy right now. People are calling up, and they're like very, very stressed out. Oh, this is happening. So yeah, it's gonna be a little rocky road for a bit, but it's for the best. So
Yeah, we've been kind of seeing that thing too, where there's all of a sudden there now is kind of that attention. It's like, oh my gosh, what do we do? What do we
Yeah.
do? And so it really, really is kind of dependent on us to kind of inform. Okay, well, here are your options.
Yeah.
You could kind of continue on with your same equipment with data center, and that could still that would still give you support.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I guess it's becoming more expensive the closer you are to the date. So for guys like you, I think it's a good opportunity to get some more profits in for the same work you would do before, but just now people are really waking up to that, which is unfortunate. I don't know why it's happening that nobody's paying attention, but yeah, my inbox was full. I actually remembered, because we don't have a lot of server clients per se, But I remember that this was happening because the inbox started to get aggressively full. Like people started sending us messages like, "Can you do that? Can you do that?" And I'm like, "Huh." When something like that happens, it's like there's something behind it. So I'm like, okay. It's the end. So it's good. It's good.
So in your mind, but until you had seen your full inbox, you were it didn't cross your mind. It was just another day. Maybe you were
Exactly.
thinking Valentine's Day is is coming up, and then you just got hit with the reminder. Oh, this is why.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. And it's like a big company, so I won't name any names because they'll be very, very pissed. But it's like, I don't know, $50 billion companies. And I'm like, what are we thinking? So we had this conversation yesterday. I had a bunch of calls, people like just calling, like, yeah, we need to figure that out. And I'm like, I told you guys that before. Where have you been? We reminded you a few times. They're like, yeah, but budgets and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay. More expensive now, but let's go. No problem.
So do you think that's actually kind of an interesting thing, and that raises kind of a big what if. Is there anything that Atlassian could have done to kind of make the companies sit up and take notice? I mean, and that's not to say that they had a horrible communication plan or horrible kind of progression, because they were shutting things off year after year. They shut off they shut off new licenses, they shut off upgrading tiers, or upgrading or downgrading tiers on a progressive basis until today. So
Yep.
was there anything else that they could have done? I mean, it's kind of an interesting hypothetical.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I mean, I think there's still subset of people who just don't pay attention. So you can tell them no matter what, and as many times as you want, and they'll still hope for the best. That's very common, especially like my background is software development. You can tell your clients, okay, this is gonna break. We need to fix it. They're like, yeah, later, and then it breaks, and they're like, what is happening? Why is it breaking? And you're like, I told you that like 20 times, but you told me later. And I just think that's, I don't know, especially like with the bigger clients where you have so many priorities. Like I was talking to one person who is a director of one department about this yesterday. He's like, well, but I have 27 projects I'm managing. So how do you expect me to spend any time on this? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe don't manage 27 projects. I don't know. But that was an interesting conversation. So I don't think Atlassian particularly did anything wrong. I mean, whoever needed to know, they did know. But still, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you need to call your big clients and just start. I mean, maybe they did. I don't know.
Rodney,
I guess, yeah.
Rodney and I are actually kind of thinking the panic will begin the first CVE that comes out after today, and companies will realize at that point, oh, I'm on server, I've lost support, I can't get patches.
Yeah. But then again, there will be some custom solutions, I assume, as always. Somebody will be like hiring Jira developers to help them out, fix some bugs. I guess that might be an option because, well, we've been hired a few times, as far as I remember, to create some custom patches for a few things that Atlassian did not provide. So I guess there's a new market now. If it's officially not supported, there'll be people who are ready to do the work. I mean, I try to avoid working with servers as much. Well, for a long time now, because I'm like, just go to Jira Cloud and just do it. Just do it. Stop pretending that there's a problem. Just do it. So, I mean, 90% of people who work with the Jira Cloud and data center. But yeah, there's still some. But I mean, I always like, for me, it's a red flag. If somebody comes and they're still on the server, you're like, we need to really think about if we're going to work with this company. Because why are you doing that? Like, what's what's coming? Why are you still on it? So it's interesting. Yeah. Do you guys have a lot of people you work with on Jira Server? Still?
Not as many. Most of the time when we start talking to people, it's usually, as far as like a pre-sales, it's usually Jira Cloud.
Yeah.
So that's been kind of the good indication. Or I start the conversation with them about Jira Cloud. We are starting to see people that are currently on server, and if we want them to kind of take the easy migration path, it'll be like, so have you heard about data center? So
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I closed the door. The dog is barking.
that's okay.
So how are you holding up, Bob?
I'm
Right.
holding out a little bit. I kind of have to quickly jump so I can heat up some dinner, so I can be off camera and be back in a couple minutes. You okay with that, Rodney?
Go for it.
Okay.
I'll be here for that.
Alex is
I'm
back.
trying to.
Ooh.
Well, I realized after I closed the door that I gotta also pack the rest of the house and put it in the car. So I'm putting it all in the car.
So, Alex, just so you know, Chat has a new theory. They're now saying that you are AI all along, or one big deep fake.
Probably.
I don't know
I
who
would
did
not
the deep
doubt it.
fake. I think they're assuming I did. I love that they feel I have more talent than I do. I don't have that degree of talent, but love
Yeah, I was
that they
thinking
think
about
I
that
do.
too. No, you never know. You never know. He's sitting in the dark, not showing his surrounding too much. Easier to do deep fake like that. So I
I
think
was
he's
under
right.
the impression from this morning at 6 a.m. that I was secretly just using my Apple Vision Pro.
Yeah, or that. But do you exist?
I'm
That's
just-
the question. I think.
I
That's
don't
the-
have that kind of money though, so no, I don't have Apple Vision Pro.
Have you guys
Are
tried
we
it?
sure about this though?
I think they're on Apple stores, right? I mean, no, I'm not in the US, but I assume in the US you can go to Apple Store and try it.
You can book an appointment and you can use it for like 30 minutes or something like that.
Okay,
It's just
that's
so
cool.
expensive, man. $3,500 for the base model.
I mean, I'm doing some podcasting, and I assume that the future of that will be all around Vision Pro. So we're considering to getting it just to start testing it out. But I think it's not as good yet. So it's like you cannot split it across two people. So like I don't see what
Yeah.
you see. So there's a lot of those things that make me wait until the next one.
Yeah, Zuckerberg was like, Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know if you saw his recent post, but he was like, "Guys, you should get the Quest."
Yeah, of course he says you should get the Quest. He wants the money.
Yeah, but I have a Quest, and I'm seeing the reviews on the Apple Vision Pro, and it's just like, it's just so heavy.
How often do you use your Quest?
So I don't use it as much, mainly because I do not like it having such a bright screen in front of my eyes all day or so much for like that.
Yeah.
But we tend to use it at least once a week for like 30 minutes every time that we use it. And I put a limit on the kids too because the kids love it. But I don't think there's enough research on having a glass that close to your eyeballs. Because I'm having a hard enough time seeing you right now, and I have like a fully lit room because Sean Doyle, I pay my electric bill.
Are we sure about this? You didn't have to string a cable between your neighbor's house and your house?
I'm gonna send you guys my bill for 2023. It was negative $230.
That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah,
That's the way
and
to
having
go.
an electric car, I have only electric cars, and I still have a negative $200 bill.
Yeah. I mean, in Bali, the electricity is so expensive and the gas is so cheap that there's no way anybody could move to electric cars. I mean, I drive motorbikes, so non-electric
It doesn't impact me.
Yeah.
So
But
what made you choose Bali again? I think you told me during my interview when I interviewed you, but out of all the places in the world,
it's the best place on earth, man. It's the best place on earth. The weather is always good. Right now it's 27 degrees. The people are amazing and smiling and nice. The most amazing expats are here. Everybody has their own cool story. So I do podcasts for interview expats about their stories. which is outside of Jira. And for me, like I was traveling around for a long time, and then I settled here, but I just cannot leave it because it's so good. Like it's so
And there's two
convenient.
Balis in the world, right?
I don't know which is the second one.
I don't know, because when I put Bali into World Time Buddy to figure out your thing, there's there's a Bali in Indonesia and a
Oh,
Bali in
Bali,
India.
India. Yeah, in India as well. Yeah. I mean, I'm in the real one. The other one is not.
The other one, okay.
I don't know.
That's the trick.
I don't know. But Bali as island is in Indonesia. So
In Indonesia. Okay, so I gotta make sure I look at the right one then.
it's just beautiful here.
Sajid
I
over
mean,
here. Sajid, so just for reference, the peak, the hottest I've been here in San Diego in the summer was 32 Celsius. That's my
okay.
peak.
Yeah, I think it doesn't get hotter than like 30 degrees here. It just doesn't. It's just like the same, and it's all year long. Like I haven't wear sweater. Like sometimes I do when I'm on a bike in the morning, when it's maybe like, I don't know, 25
A little
degrees and I
chilly.
ride fast. But for the most part, this is my every year, all year long attire. Just no shoes. My kids don't wear shoes. Like if you try to put shoes on them, they're like, "What shoes?" One time we went to Europe and there was like a snow, and they're like, "What is it? Like, is it cool? Is it hot?" I'm like, "No, this is cold." And then I'm like, "Put mittens on." My son is like, "What is that? I don't need it." He went outside. He's
It's
like,
hot for your pants.
"No." Yeah, it's very funny, very funny. So
No, Sean,
it's good.
I'm very well aware that LA is significantly hotter, specifically even more. I moved into so I told you the last time you and I spoke, I used to live in San Diego, which is where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
But I moved inland like about an hour, and so I'm in the desert now. And so
Amazing.
it's a lot hotter, a lot hotter. So that's why I have a pool. So
Yeah.
the house has we're really scared. We're really nervous because this house that I bought has window tints on all the windows, kind of like what you put on the cars.
Yeah.
And then it has a mesh. It has a solar mesh on the outside to prevent the heat from coming in as well.
Interesting.
And then the master bedroom has a ceiling fan in the bathroom, in the room, and in the closet. And then the master bedroom has a window wall unit for air conditioning. And then I have central AC air conditioning. And then I have a whole house fan that I can open up windows on the first floor, and it sucks the cold air in the evening and cools the attic and thus the house. And so I'm like, why in the world
Your
do I need
house is trying to
five?
tell you something, Alex.
I know. I'm like, I have 5 redundant cooling systems in this house, and I'm like, I am going to die.
Yeah, it sounds
So
like they know what they're doing.
clearly, how many horses are you getting? Sean wants to know. We're thinking about getting a pony, not a horse, but a pony.
This
No,
pony is
I
not a
think you need a
horse.
Clydesdale.
We're out in the boonies, so last night we were going to Walmart and like we left
Well, there's your first
civilization.
mistake.
Yeah. And, well, I had to go to Sam's Club. I'm trying to find chlorine for the pool, and like I've been having a hard time trying to find it. And like, anyways, it's a whole story. But we're driving in the middle of the night, and there's nothing but like cow fields everywhere. It's so scary.
Wow.
But it also
Why
explains
did
the
you
smell.
decide to go so far?
What do you mean?
Like, why did you decide to go from like San Diego to
Oh,
the
why?
place where the cows are? I mean, I don't judge. I don't like living in big cities, but why?
So yeah, the biggest one. So my family, not to turn this into a whole geographical lesson, right? But there's LA and San Diego. They're like this, right?
Yeah.
But between LA and San Diego, there's something in the middle called Orange County.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah.
And so, if anybody's ever been to Disneyland, my parents are like 3 minutes away from Disneyland. So it's LA, Disneyland, then San Diego. Well, I bought a house like here, right? Because my whole family lives in Orange County by Disneyland, and my wife's family all lives in LA. But to get from San Diego to LA is 2 hours, 2.5 hours sometimes. And so we were trying to move to Orange County by my mom, but I couldn't find a house for less than $2 million that was decent. And I don't have that kind of money. I don't have $2 million
Yet.
yet. And so
So we're like, we can't do this. So the house that I bought was $1 million, and it's bigger than this house. And I'm only 20 minutes away from my mom's house, which was the deciding factor. So it was
Beautiful.
a place where I can get the biggest house for the cheapest amount of money, as close as possible to my parents.
Beautiful. That's a great idea.
So that's why I live in cow country. Actually, it's called Horsetown, USA.
Okay. I mean, it's cool. Why not? Why not? Everybody's moving to the cities, and then those places that are not that populated, they're actually even better. Like you don't have that much traffic, that much
Oh, it's
pollution.
nice, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
it's
what I
very
told my son, because like it does smell like it smells like the country, and I tell my son like it's either this or smog emission from the cars.
Yeah.
So he's like I'll take the cows.
For sure. Anytime. Same. In Bali, there's like this touristy place where everybody's on a beach, and I live in the mountains, just because too much traffic, too much pollution, too many people, and that was a beautiful place surrounded by jungle, literally around me. Like I overlook jungle right now. And I don't know. It takes me 40 minutes to get to the beach, but I would rather live in a jungle with a
Yeah.
really nice.
And that's the nice thing about me too, right? So yeah, I'm like a 35, 40-minute drive to the beach now instead of 20. But I've lived 15 minutes from the beach for the last 7 years, and I've probably been there like 7 times.
That's a thing. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to pay for that premium. But the biggest reason, the biggest reason is for the move is the house I sold in San Diego. I sold it for significantly more than the house I bought.
Yeah.
And so hopefully, fingers crossed, tomorrow I will be debt free.
Congratulations. Well, that's something to celebrate. That's beauty.
Yeah. So sometime tomorrow will be my 35th birthday, and I will not have no longer any mortgages over my head. So
Woo-hoo. Beautiful. Very good.
Yep.
Very good. I mean, that's a
yeah,
great
so
example.
then it's just gonna be me and YouTube, man. Me and YouTube.
You and YouTube. Amazing. How's the YouTube going? How's the channel? I see that you're
Yes,
like
Alex, tell us.
your numbers are
Any
going
big
crazy.
milestones recently?
We're growing. Numbers are going really good. I'm doing about 1,000 plus new subscribers a month, and we just hit over 14,000 subscribers. So I have an aggressive goal of pushing out 5,000 pieces of content a month.
5,000 pieces
And-
of content. Wow. How does
Yeah.
that work?
Well,
You
I'm building
record-
multiple channels that I got to build.
All right.
So the Jira Life is one of them. This is the one that we're trying to grow the most aggressively. So by the way, shout out here in the chat if you guys haven't subscribed. Now's the time to hit that subscribe button. But we're trying to get this Jira Life monetized, and then obviously my channel's doing really well.
We
And
need
my
to get
wife
Alex's
has a
pony,
channel.
so we need to monetize this channel quickly, people. Please.
Hey,
Yeah.
I will tell you all that the main channel pays for my Tesla, so all of the funds from that channel go straight to the Tesla funding.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's very inspiring for people who are watching, and they're like, I just want to surf. This is a great way to surf and make money and create an amazing content, which I think you do amazingly well.
Yeah, no, it works out pretty well, right? Like, I've been doing the live streamings for Atlassian the last couple of months, and that's really good because we get a few hundred students to show up, and they'll learn about Jira and whatnot, and it's been a really entertaining. And then like this 24 hours thing, like, has been really eye-opening from the global impact, right? Like you're in Indonesia, and we had people from just all over the world this morning, and like it's amazing to see and work with people everywhere.
It's a beautiful community all around the world. But I mean, you're everywhere. I mean, as soon as I open LinkedIn, it's just you, which I really like. I'm very, very happy because first time I seen your channel, it was way, way smaller and the impact was smaller, but you're investing a lot in it and it feels right. I mean, you are the guy. Dr. Jira, definitely you. Because I was pushing content, like my channel is pretty old, like 5 years old, but I don't push a lot of content, maybe one video a month or so. And it's growing, but I did not, like, I could see if I invested that much time and effort, what you're doing, that it's incredible.
It's tough though. Like this last month that I've been moving, I haven't I've done a couple videos, but I typically push out 5 videos a week.
Yeah.
And I probably have pushed out 10 videos since January 1st. So it's been really tough on me.
Yeah.
It's been, but interesting that the channel's been performing the best it's ever had.
I mean, now I think December and January is a hot months that I found. Some months are, once you grow. certain months just elevate it way more. So
Yeah.
usually for me, January, December, February, people just like, oh, we need to spend our budget, or we have new budget, we want to spend new budget, and then they go and start learning.
Yeah, but the ultimate goal is to turn into like Mr. Beast mode, right? So my goal is to build products and services that then sponsor the channel, and then the channel, because I get 1 million impressions a month on the channel.
Yeah.
And so the last week of December was me studying virality and click through on the thumbnails to see how can I get people to engage more and stuff like that. So I've been investing a lot of my downtime like researching how do we grow the channel exponentially, and I'm ready to come back. I have a couple of commitments here, but probably March 1st, I'm gonna hit it back. And my goal as I scale to 5,000 pieces, it's going to be to scale to 200 pieces every month, and then keep adding increments of 100 or something.
Beauty. Yeah, I mean, monetization wise, my channel is monetized, but most of the money we make for the company is just lead generation. So we make way more a month for people reaching out to us than we make from the YouTube ads, let's say, or
Right, yeah. And
or
that's what
any
I'm
other.
hoping to build. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to build too right now, right? Because like I have a day job right now and it doesn't allow me to do any of that. And so now that I've paid off this house, I'm gonna be in an interesting position next week.
I mean, I'm very, very happy for you. I think that if there's somebody who needs to bring this message forward, is you, and the fact that you'll have more time to do it. It's a beautiful
Yeah.
thing. It's a beautiful
And
thing.
I hear Chris Cook is itching to find his next big thing, so I might have to reach out to Chris Cook.
Yeah. Maybe he's watching us now. Go reach out to Alex then. Beautiful. Yeah, you're doing so many things, and you're everywhere, which is, I mean, you're definitely built a name in the last 5 months as the guy. But I mean, both of you guys. I mean, both of you are
Ronnie's like,
the
hey,
OGs.
Ronnie's the OG.
I mean, we say that, but Alex has a lot more hustle than I do. I am not going to deny that I'm right there with you, Anatoly, and it shows. The man has been growing exponentially, and I am so happy for him, so ecstatic for his future, and
yeah,
I'm just privileged to go
Anatoly-
along for the ride on this channel.
Anatoly, you're you're in the creator program, no?
I am, yeah. I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because so right now, like Rob Heen.
Okay.
Rob. He goes by Rob. The Confluence dude. Like him and I right now, we're kind of tag teaming because like we're looking across the landscape of like Atlassian creators, right? And Andrew DeBell, like huge shout out to him. Like he really does support the content creators turning this into a business.
Yeah.
Right. Like so we have a lot of like behind the doors conversations of like, hey Alex, like have you seen spikes because of this promotion or that promotion, right? Like I mentioned, right now we're doing that live stream, right? And I had 1,000 people like watch a video in 24 hours. It's just unheard of on my channel. Like,
yeah,
I've never had 1,000 views in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
And so he'll go back, right? And he's also finding like sponsorships, not sponsorships. He's finding opportunities for us, right? So he's like, hey, would you guys be open to like this revenue model or this other revenue model? So I really like that Atlassian. Like for those that want to take advantage of it, like we're pioneering some opportunities for folks to turn like not just like post a LinkedIn post once. What do we got to like 3 a week or 3 a month or something like that?
Yeah.
But really turn this into like an opportunity to have a sustainable business on the side here with this whole content creation stuff.
And I'm sure you're gonna get there very, very quickly because I mean, people look up to you guys, and there's no surprise in that. I mean, I have a team that runs most of our Jira work, so I haven't been setting up Jira for maybe a year. I'm doing another YouTube channel that we grew 6 months to 1,000 subscribers right now. So I'm producing lots of content there, about 500 pieces in total. Not as much as you, but still quite a lot for a podcast about all kinds of things. And mostly,
Yeah.
I mean, my thinking these days is we also do like boot camps where we help people with vision and mission and values and how to monetize it and how to get into how and who and all those things. So that's what was my main thing. Because I noticed that, like, every time I talk with a client, they say, okay, Jira, do this and that. I'm like, but what are you trying to achieve? And as soon as I ask this question, they're like, no, we don't need that. Just tell me, is it epic story and bug? Like, how do we structure them? I'm like, you don't understand. You need to figure out your process. Why are you doing certain things? Because if you don't, Jira will not help you. They're just a tool. You need to create your process right and put it in the tool. But what most people do is they hear the word and they're like, okay, we know, let's go and just do it. And most of them fail. Most of them fail.
That hits the nail on the head exactly. I think the first question I tell people when they're trying to help someone new to Jira is, what's the ask? What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
Exactly what you said.
Yeah. So that's why I find that right now most of my work is talking to the people and understanding, why are you even in this business? What are you trying to serve? Who you're trying to serve and how you're trying to serve. And then we put tools into place that answer those questions. And then it becomes very much more holistic business than just saying, I'm just going to put a tool and patch some holes. Because as soon as you do that, like, you need to hire somebody who maintains your Jira over and over again. Because if you don't know where you're going, you'll never get anywhere. And so for me, that was my switch, because I have people who are really good at Jira who can, if I tell them the strategy, they're going to do it. But we're definitely missing, for most part, people understanding why I even do what I'm doing. Like, not even like how or what drives you to do this. Like, startup comes like, why are you doing this? And often when we have big conversation like that, they're like, yeah, probably this product that we're trying to build in the first place, that when you Jira 4 is not actually serving anything. So then they go back to the drawing board and they had this conversation, but it needs to be happening, because if you start on the wrong foot, like, you're never going to get anywhere. So for me, that was a big realization in the last year, that Jira will work once all the other pieces that supports your vision is there. It will never work if you're just trying to blindly go somewhere and put some tools.
Yeah, because garbage in is garbage out.
Yes. Because if you ask, like, we do this bootcamp, which is, we do it for free, and I've spent my time, and my business partner Sandra is doing it for free, just to help people realize those things. But in this bootcamp, we realize that most people just, like, they do over and over for 10 years, let's say, some work. And then when they ask them, why are you doing it? They're like, I don't know, because I always did it. Or like,
have you ever heard of the monkey story with the monkey, the group, or all the monkeys getting shocked, or when they get the food?
Yeah, exactly.
I love that story. I love telling people that story, because, like, people just like status quo, but I'm like, you gotta challenge the rules sometimes.
Well, you're just gonna think, like, my whole vision is to help people live with intent. So when they do something, they're like, I'm doing it because it's important for me. I'm doing with the people who I like. And then
one of the teams that I work with right now, some lady left, and so I have a team of people that help me with all the Jira stuff. And then this lady left, and they're like, "Hey, we got a new request, but the lady's gone." And I'm like, "Oh, it's okay. We don't need to get approval anymore." She's like, "But so then somebody else approved." I'm like, "I've been doing this approval thing because somebody told somebody who told somebody who told somebody that that's what you need to do. We're done. There's no more somebody." Let's try it and see if it breaks anything, and it hasn't broken anything in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, especially in the bigger companies, it's a huge problem, because people are so afraid to take initiative, and I struggle with that a lot. Like, the big thing once you go to the company that has 100+ employees is that what you're trying to achieve is very dependent on if right people are on board. But to get the right people on board, you need to speak to like 10 people up the chain, and they all need to be on board. And then what happened with us quite a few times, we would set up this huge implementation, like $100,000s worth. We're like spend years doing it for like big department. And then I follow up with them maybe in a year, and I'm like, so how's it going? They're like, well, we're not using it anymore. I'm like, why not? It worked fine. They're like, well, because somebody else told us that we should try something else. And they scratched everything. And nobody would be able to challenge that person, because it's very bureaucratic, down the chain kind of thing. Like, well, this
Yeah,
sucks.
critical thinking is also a very important skill that I think a lot of people lack. Like so many people just do because like somebody tells them to do it, but like that's usually where I get the most amount of friction because like I'm all for good. Like I'm all for if you're the customer, right? Like yes, we're gonna build what you want, right? But when you're talking to me as an expert, I would expect that you're expecting me to also guide you into not a perilous route.
Yeah, because so most of the time, if you know what you want, why don't you build it yourself? The best people are that tell you what you need, right? You know what I mean? Like if
Yeah.
they come to you and just say, "Well, set this up," I'm like, "Well, watch my video. I have videos how to set all this up and save some money." I mean, it's not cheap to hire a consultancy. Just go and do it yourself. Give it to your administrator. But if you really want it to be a strategy where it works when you scale, well, then let's talk. And it might be not what you're thinking. And yeah, that's a tough thing to sell for people who have egos. I think it's a lot about like, I'm the boss, I'm the customer, I have ego. So we're trying to avoid clients like that these days. We're like, we're here to support you, but we need to work together. Like if I'm doing something wrong, you call my bullshit. If you're doing something wrong, it'll be called your bullshit. But it's not like you're hiring me and then you just like whipping me and
The
telling me
whip,
what
yeah.
to do. Yeah, you can, for that you can go on like Upwork, hire somebody who would just do that because they do it all the time. That's their, maybe some people do that, it's their like strategy to just get fast clients, do what they say and leave. Ours is like more, we need to change how you operate, because if you have issues with Jira, it's usually that's a way higher issue up the chain. Like the process is not working, and then why the process is not working? Maybe because leadership doesn't care. So leadership doesn't care. Let's figure out why. And then at the end, like, why are you doing what you're doing? So when you go up the chain,
Yeah,
and
but those are
start getting
such. But you started the part or this your segment off so well then, right? Because that's the hard problem.
Yeah, that's a hard problem. That's the
That
hardest
is
problem.
truly one of the hardest. I got yelled at when I used to work in one of these big defense contractors. I'm an opportunist, right? Like I see an opportunity, I take it
Yeah.
because I'm not a whole half cup full half, but I'm also afraid to ask. That's my biggest problem. I'll take an opportunity if I see it, and nobody's gonna say anything to me. But I never go and ask for opportunities. Something I've been working on. But anyway, so I had a boss one time. Like I did something because I saw an opportunity, and I'm like, it made sense, and I did it. And my boss was like, "You never ever go above me ever. Like you check everything through me first."
Oh wow.
That was the last day I worked for him.
I mean, I've had that situation too. We were in the middle of an outage, a crisis. My boss had actually disappeared. He was in another area of the company, but I could not get a hold of him. The area he was in was famously did not have cell phone signal, and a decision had to be made now. So I made the decision, and I knew it was the right decision. But he still got on to me because I didn't go through him first before making the decision. I'm like, I could have waited another hour for you to get up here when we'd still be in the process of getting this fixed. Or I can make the decision and we're already fixed.
Yeah.
This was going to take a while either way. He's like, well, I still want to hear from Atlassian that was the right move. I'm like, fine, I'll do the BS move, go over to Atlassian just to prove to you that I do know what I'm talking about. But you hired me
Yeah.
to be your expert here. You need to trust me when chips are down that I am the expert here, and I made the best decision with the information I had.
Yeah. A lot of people in leadership positions, I find, and I work with quite a lot of them, lack leadership skills. Unfortunately, you promote people from some position to being a leader without training them to be a leader, without allowing them to, without showing them what's right and how it's done. And that's the worst, because you're actually programming people to fail. Like if somebody it was a developer, and then you say, you're such an amazing developer, why don't you go and lead our team? And then you don't provide them tools, and you're like, well, I'm just going to do all myself. And then I start micromanaging. I've seen it many times.
Yeah.
They're like, no, this is done differently. And they cannot accept that the thought of failure is so big that they feel that they need to do everything themselves, and then they push everybody out, and then they promote
Apparently,
them
he's got a
even more.
principle.
Yeah. Then there's like, let's go to you be a VP, and then it's getting worse and worse and worse, because
Yeah.
People need to learn leadership skills. This is very, very important.
One of the things that I find super interesting though, and I don't know if it's more demoralizing than interesting though, is that like as a consultant, you tend to have a lot more not prestige, weight, respect, maybe
Okay.
respect. I don't know. I don't know the right word yet. But as an employee, if you have a good idea, it's usually not a good thing to have, right? Like I've been
Yeah.
an employee the majority of my career, and like if you have this cool idea, especially in the defense world that I worked in, if you ever had something cool or innovative, they're like, there's no budget for that, so we're not going to do that. But when your consultants come in, like everything they say is like gold. And it's such a
Yeah.
weird way to treat outsiders versus insiders, and you think companies would want to, promote within and build their team to that leadership position, but I
Yes,
almost feel like
exactly.
it's a disadvantage to be an employee
That's
sometimes.
a very good point.
Bob's
That's a very
back.
good point. Yeah. That's
Bobby,
a
you have to
very
fill in
good
for me
point.
because I gotta start my commute here back to the Inland Empire.
All right. So we'll do the handoff right now. How's that, my friend?
All right. So Anatoly, it was a pleasure. I'm gonna have to drop because I gotta drive back in. I gotta get these kids and car packed up and everything to go.
Enjoy
So
your
I'll be
drive,
back
man.
on maybe in an hour. Yeah, I'll probably be back on like in an hour and a half then.
Yeah,
Happy
safe
to
travel.
see you.
All
Safe
right.
travels.
Great seeing you again, Anatoly. We need to chat though, because I'll send you an email. My people talk to your people. I don't have people, but I'll talk. I know you have. Do you have your assistant? Should I?
Yeah,
Okay.
just send her.
I'll send you an email.
Yeah. You have your email.
I gotta
And
get
she'll
like.
come.
I need like 30 minutes of your time one day.
Awesome. Anytime.
All
Happy
right.
for you. Yeah.
All right.
For you, anything. All right. Talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
So
Yeah,
I didn't mean
12
to
more
kind
minutes
of break
left
the
with
flow.
Anatoly here. So yeah,
Yes.
to continue Alex's point earlier. I mean, I've seen this myself. I've been both employee and consultant, and there is a certain respect and deference you're given as a consultant, where people assume I'm already paying all this money for this consultant. They obviously should know what they're talking about. I'm going to listen to them. Where if that same person is an employee, they may not get that same effect.
Yeah. I'm gonna say unpopular opinion, so people are gonna hate me for this, but
We're all
I,
about the unpopular opinions here.
I'm a consultant, so if what I'm saying is applies to me in the first place as well.
Me and Bob are both consultants as well, so you're in good company.
Okay. So here's unpopular opinion about consultants, which consultants might not like. I feel when somebody is hiring a consultant, it already means that you failed to train your employees well. There's something is missing in how you train your stuff. Because
Is it a failure to train, or is it a failure to listen to your employees? Because maybe some smart employees know what they're doing, and they're just not being heard.
Exactly. So it's a leadership fail. Let's remove the word train, but there's some leadership mistakes are happening that leading you to get somebody outside instead of working with your people, spending time on them so they can tell you what they really think and invest in their education so they can become professionals, and then they are invested way more than consultants most of the time to go and make it happen.
I mean, it's not an unpopular opinion. I used to be told when I first started as a consultant, look, you're going into places where there are problems. If there weren't problems, we wouldn't have been called in.
Yep. 100%. Every time people call me, they usually when is the deadline? The deadline is yesterday. How big is the work? The work is huge. Is it possible? It's impossible. So it's always the same. Yeah, unfortunately. But I still waiting to get called in a company where everything is good and they just they just want me to sit down and appreciate for a day. But so far that never happened.
Well, people don't call the doctor when they're fit and healthy. They call the doctor when they're sick, when they're near death's door.
I do agree, but if you go and do your checkups regularly, then the fact that you're gonna get sick is way less probable. So I actually my plan is this year is to go and do all the checkups, and I'm pretty healthy. I have nothing against it. Nothing against my health right now, but I think people should go to a doctor to do preventative checks.
I mean,
But they don't.
a couple of years ago, I went to a doctor for a regular checkup, annual, and they heard something wrong with my heart, referred me to a cardiologist. Cardiologist did a scan, and before I know it, I'm in the hospital because there's something I didn't know about that, if it had gone on even another 2 weeks, would have killed me.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, we try. It's all about scarcity, I believe. Like, we don't want to go to doctor because we're afraid, and we don't want to pay money and this and this and that. But in reality, same with the consultants. You need to hire somebody to just have a second opinion. I think the best role of consultant would be to just go look from the third person view at what's happening in your company, and maybe tell you, okay, it's going amazing, or here's something that I would advise you to do if you want. So I don't know. I believe in that. But people who are strict with their budgets and they have lots of the bullshit around them, it's quite hard to like say, same as like when you have lots of bullshit around you, say, I just want to go to a doctor and do a checkup. So it's very hard to say, okay, let somebody else take a look at my business and just tell me what's wrong, or if anything. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, the time we live in. But yeah, so if you guys, somebody's listening and you feel something is going not that good, it's a good time to get a consultant just to take a look. And who knows, maybe they can find it earlier, like with your heart example, and you might not need to go for the help.
Never mind, Rob. I just went and added them.
Okay.
This is our replacement, Alex. This is Sean from Releasing
this
as well.
is one of those things where Sean has a talent for getting Alex out of a jam.
Yeah,
he did it before during a couple of weeks ago during the Quiz Wiz semifinals, and now he's doing it while Alex is busy making that long drive from San Diego to his new house. So,
Hey, Sean.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Yeah.
Awesome. So I really have to go in about 2 minutes because I need to get my drive and record a few podcasts of my own today. So, I mean, I just want to say that I really appreciate what you guys are doing. It's been amazing to spend time with you, and hopefully we'll spend more of this. And please keep going. I wish you best of energy and luck.
Yeah, the bad thing, Anatoly, and I appreciate that you got to go. You're now on our radar. You have to come back at some point.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
I will for sure. No problem. Cool, guys. Thanks a lot. And yeah, catch with you all soon. Please have some energy. I mean, you're doing great work. Don't ever forget that. And I'm sure you'll last for the next 24 hours. And it's going to be amazing. It already is. So best of luck and talk to you soon.
Now the key isn't to last the next 24 hours. Now the key is to last the next 14 plus hours. So it's
you're almost halfway there, so you'll be fine. 10 hours in. Yeah, very, very proud of all of you for surviving that long, and I'm sure you'll do great. All right, talk to you later. Bye.
All right, bye, Anatoly. Thank you. And as we start rolling into almost rolling into hour number 10, just kind of a reminder to do the YouTube thing if you haven't. Like, subscribe, hit the thumbs up, all sorts of other fun stuff. And while our next guest is here, we can have a nice short discussion with Sean and kind of see what's going on. Did anybody miss us at work today, Sean?
No, actually, no one missed you guys at all. We had you running on the conference room monitor in the background. So we were with you in spirit. We had a number of back-to-back, almost all-day meetings today in the office. So
which is a rarity. Normally, everyone is working remote, but all the Denver area folks came in today, and we're in the office. So
We
that's
appreciate
fantastic.
you having us on in spirit.
Yes.
Eventually, I'm going to get out to Denver. Eventually,
we'll
Same
be
here.
here. Yeah. So I know Alex kind of mentioned it. I'm doing a kind of a not quite a roadshow in California next week. So there's a number of Atlassian events, and I'm flying out to attend a couple of them.
Actually, so this brings up an interesting point to those that aren't familiar with you as we are. You know, you've made you do make your appearance in the every week or almost every week on the Jira Life inside of the Peanut Gallery. There are a few times
When I
where
can,
we've
yeah.
when you can, and there are a few times when we've when you've made video appearances like now. The latest thing with you, not only are you right now my boss and Rodney's boss, the latest thing with you is that you are now an Atlassian community leader. So I wonder if you could talk about that.
So someone was twisting my arm for me to become not only an Atlassian leader but ACE certified, which went away a week ago. Is that one they
early February? Yeah,
early
so,
February.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think which one did I become first? The community. So I guess the community leader I became first, but then it was made official after I became an ACE certified.
Well, the two aren't the same, right?
I glob them together in my head. So
okay,
they're not.
Well, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I will seem to recall that I had no role whatsoever in twisting your arm to become a community leader.
True. You're the one that pointed out that I was damn near close to become ACE anyway, and why am I not trying? And I had no idea I was close to becoming ACE. I just took the certifications as they presented themselves over the years and did the badges that made sense when I had to renew. And I just happened to have just the right combination, missing like one cert. So I went out and did the cert. But for years, I as some people may know, as an Atlassian partner, 2 certs per person is really the minimum amount of flair that you need. And so that's what I was capping myself at. But yeah, Bob convinced me go ahead and get the last bits that I needed for that. So the community leader aspect came along during that journey to become ACE. I keep wanting to say certified, but I think that's what the C stands for in ACE. But
we won't tell anyone.
Yeah,
we don't say
it's
like proper English around here.
I hate doing ATM machine, and with the machine being.
I mean that's probably half the reason why they shelved the Atlassian certified expert. They were overloading their acronyms, so people are getting confused.
It's hard not to overload acronyms these days, because especially we do a lot of work in DoD, and DoD is just all acronyms. And it's very easy to have 4 or 5 acronyms mean different things on the same project. But yeah, about the same time, I decided I'll throw my hat in the